premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Astro from Team Canada for a quick post-match chat. You guys went up against Team Thailand, 3-1 victory. How did you guys prepare for this match? Was there anything you guys did specifically?
I mean, we just watched our match from the day before because we had a break day the other day, so that was really nice. We had a lot of time to prepare. And just looking at the comps that they played and just thinking about the bans we want to do and the maps we wanted to pick that we thought would be weak for their comps. But it was a little bit of a surprise because we thought they were going to play another tank player, but then they put their damage player on tank. So that kind of threw us for a loop. That was interesting. But was
that why they got the one map off of you guys?
To be fair, I think we're just not that great at Neon Junction. Like, it was just a little bit. We hadn't prepared that much for that one. And also the Demon ban, that was a little bit unfortunate. I wanted to play Demon on that map, but they banned it. So, oh well.
I mean, at the end of the day, you guys did get the win, so you guys are 2-0 right now. Do you feel like you could continue this on and get it and become 3-0 for your group for tomorrow?
I mean, absolutely. I think like Team Spain, I think people are saying they're really good in scrims, but I think we're really good in matches. So I don't think the scrims matter that much. And if we just show up on match day, I think we have a very fair chance to beat them.
Yeah. And also, one final question for you, Astro. I feel like Team Canada has a good mix of veteran players and also newer players. So for like veteran players, like, do you guys give advice to some of the newer players that are on, that comes on stage with you guys? Like, what are some of the stuff that you tell them?
I mean, I think just like being calm is the most important thing. Just like that's definitely the most important thing. But also just like helping with micro a little bit, and also just figuring out how to like not just work your character as well, but as a team in like the highest like tier that's playable. So yeah.
And also, I think I want to do one more question with you. Since we're in Busan, do you have a Korean word that you want to learn? I speak a little bit of Korean. I'm trying to teach some of the Korean players a couple of words here and there. Anything you want to know?
Is there a word for Astro?
Astro.
Astro, that's it?
That's it.
Let me think. What about Canada? What's the word for Canada?
Canada.
Okay, well.
One more.
Overwatch?
Overwatch. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fourth and final day of the Overwatch World Cup 2026 group stage is happening here live in Busan. Zoe is my name and I'm joined by my good friends Matt and Mitch. Why are you laughing about that?
How do you even do that with your leg? Like your leg is like super far up. Bro, you're low-key flexible in your old age.
Yeah, in my old age, I'm not that old.
Dude,
I mean,
how do you get your leg there? That's crazy, bro.
Okay, and now that
we
covered Max flexibility, let's talk about what we're here to do, and that is of course chat about Overwatch. We still have some stuff up for grabs today, so we have a lot of actually quite impactful matches in these groups. Group A is concluded, of course, already. We already know who's going to be moving on. That is, of course, USA, who came top of the group in Group A, and then Sweden coming in second. Yeah, first, let's talk about how those teams got it done and discuss what happened yesterday. For those who didn't watch, Mitch, what stood out to you?
Yeah, look, we had a banger game between the United States and Sweden. This one like really went down to the wire. And I'm glad because it felt like a real showcase of what the USA were capable of. We were not, I guess, impressed by their showing against China. China didn't offer as much resistance this year, and I was waiting to see both of those teams, frankly, put to the test. This is a game that had everything. It went all the way. I definitely recommend you guys go back and watch it because, I mean, Esperanza was like one of those legendary maps where the pendulum swings all the way back and forth. Just really compelling Overwatch.
I mean, Luke Amino was unbelievable on this final map. On the
roof? Never seen that before.
On that Cassie kind of flying through the sky, and a huge win for Team USA. And then I know Germany obviously bounced back in a big way. I thought, I know Germany, we were pretty high on them in their group. I know they kind of slipped early to Canada, but yesterday looked much better than we casted this game with Canada. kind of, Thailand left a little bit to be desired. If I'm honest, I thought Thailand had some opportunities in this series, and then they just kind of, Canada rolled them over, took advantage of it.
The most interesting map was where we had a Demon band, right? And then, like, we saw the tank pools tested a little bit more.
This series, though.
I mean, I don't know how Crocs does this. I don't think he's playing the same game as everybody else. France have definitely been the best adopters of this Demon composition, Zoe, and I've never seen such a gap. Frankly, Skytor's a great player, but this is not even close.
Crocs, it's the confidence he's bringing to the table. That's like half the rent here.
How much aura, bro?
It is.
French guy with aura is crazy, man.
And of course, South Korea here to redeem themselves after getting that upset at the hands of France yesterday. A much stronger showing against an arguably weaker opponent.
Yeah, and then China gets one on the board here.
Consolation game.
Yeah, this is a rough one for both countries, right? I mean, Japan and China have obviously both represented at BlizzCon in the past. A lot of hype, I feel like, for both of these teams.
Yes.
This is like, oh, it's the group of death. Like, this is going to be crazy. And, like, they just kind of, like, both didn't really show up to perform at a high level here. So China gets a win. Kind of consolation there for them.
Again, barely that. I think, like, expectations for China were much higher coming into this tournament, ours included. And, like, we kind of know this about the Japanese region, right? It's definitely been taken a prominence because of some foreigners that have joined up with Japanese teams and looks really good there. It's a region I think that still needs to mature, even though we've got guys in the server who've been playing at this level for 6 or 7 years.
Absolutely.
The region's got to grow.
The last few years, China was playing catch up to all the other regions, obviously, because they weren't able to play for a short time as well. But yeah, we just based on what happened at the mid-season championship, we thought like they're alive and kicking. We thought they can take it much farther, and now we're looking at the BlizzCon without Team China. And quite frankly, if we're looking at our group standings, there is an opportunity. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is an opportunity that teams like South Korea could not make it if they lose today against Denmark. I'm not saying it's happening. I'm not manifesting it, but I'm saying like there is a world.
I mean, Denmark looked flatter than a sleepy lizard in a highway in the Northern Territory.
Yeah, and so did Korea on day one.
But look how good France has been, though. I mean, I think that kind of speaks more to that. It was also a reverse sweep. It's not like, France came in here and they were like 360 no-scoping them.
This might be spicy, but I think on South Korea's worst day, they'll still get past Denmark. I think that they have, their floor is extremely high. It just happened that France's ceiling is looking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, their individual skills, you can't doubt that. That's still a star-studded roster. Now, Group A, of course, is already done and dusted. We already know exactly who's going to make it through. But for Group B, C, and D, there's still movement possible. And in fact, in Group C especially, we're potentially looking at a three-way tie here, depending on the outcome of today's matches.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about Group B. KSA, they'll take care of business. I believe it's Australia and Mexico, right? So it's important that Australia gets that win at the end of the day. But Group C, this one is, this has a little bit of a silly written all over it here, potentially, right? If Spain is obviously able to get over Canada here early, and then Germany does what we believe they will do and take care of Thailand, that would be 3 teams, 2-1, all have wins over each other. Yeah. So when you go to tiebreakers, essentially you would take those 3 teams. As soon as we're able to kind of elevate one over those, that would basically move that team through, and then tiebreakers would reset. So you kind of look through this here, right? Obviously, with a 3-way tie, you're not figuring out a head-to-head between all these teams. Just not happening. So then you would go to the map differential between these tied teams. If one of those teams obviously comes out on top, we would then move that team forward, reset the tiebreakers, and then figure out who that next team is, which is just obviously at that point the head-to-head between those 2 teams. So also, Canada could just eliminate this by just winning. Yeah, just win forehead, right? I mean, just kind of win the series here against Spain. But I think coming into this event, we all thought Spain and Germany would be the 2 teams that make it out. And, if Spain is able to win this series here, with how good we talked about Canada and their performance, they're probably on the outside looking in at that point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're looking at the score lines here, yes, Spain did lose their match yesterday versus Canada, who won there, so they might be able to, ride that momentum. But for Spain, the scoreline does not suggest how actually close that was. They played it really, really close in more than one map. This could have this could as well been theirs to
Yeah,
win.
against Germany, right? Like Germany needed to win that series against Spain. They obviously, come through able to do that. I think Germany can continue that success against Thailand later today. But
We would assume so. I'd be shocked if that wasn't the case.
But that also just makes this first game even that much more important.
Yeah, it is going to make things a lot clearer on the other side of this game. But I'm telling you now, looking at our tiebreaker metrics, we're going to have to go pretty far down that list potentially in order to decide who our second team coming out of the group is. So could turn into a bit of a math exam. But what I saw from Canada in the good moments, I think when they can basically play Demon with impunity, they look like they are the strongest team in this group, even if it is just by inches. I'll refer to that Germany game, for example. But Spain, I think a lot of their strength does rest on the tank line. Xanti's been fantastic. I still think Exodial is someone who can take over a game. And both of those teams have veterans from 2023, right? Spain has like Noxious. So Canada has Noxious, rather. Cal comes back on into the team. There are 3 players that were there in 2023 who they were eliminated, of course, in the quarterfinals, as were Spain. Both of these teams actually made that top 8 and got to BlizzCon. So I think falling short of that would be pretty disappointing for either of these nations.
No, I couldn't agree more. For Canada, what we've seen so far, I mean, they're playing the meta. They're capable of doing that. They can also have like little out there picks. Obviously, Cal trying to make that Ana work, which did get abused, of course, by some higher mobility DPS. But over/under, it was still a boon, especially in their first series. It was turning the tide for them.
Yeah, they did. There were moments yesterday against Thailand. They were losing the hit scan battle, pretty heavily. Like, High Vision had a really sick game, but I think Noxious kind of due for a really breakout game today, especially with Exodial on the other side.
It
right?
doesn't get any easier, man.
Yeah, if you lose that hit scan battle, you're in a lot of trouble. So they also have Razor, who's undefeated here. So I mean, you can always
Razor getting subbed in for the
right?
last map of the series and just dominating.
Why is Razor on the bench? I cannot make sense of
play
that
some
because
Xion.
Yeah.
Can't really play Xion all the time.
I think it's like a slightly more specialized hero pool. Alex and Noxious give you the Tracer plus hit scan combination pretty effortlessly.
Alex played some Mei yesterday too, some other stuff. So,
which I'm not loving that comp. I think the Mei comp is pretty questionable, very execution dependent. The walls need to be really good. We saw the Mei on Neon Junction where Demon was banned, and that was actually where Astro looked to struggle a little bit, right? Up against Aces Malga. He's the kind of tank player that's always trying to switch into a favorable matchup, trying to stack the deck in his favor. I don't know how easy that's going to be against a team like Spain. I think you are, you're going to be hard pressed to pull one over on Santi.
Yeah, but again, Razor, right? Came in hot for the maps he got subbed in. Sati, we just saw her on the screen, has been able to play this meta really well. I think their Demon play has been really impressive on their first match in the group stage. We weren't sure if that's something they can play also, as they kind of opted out of it. We obviously saw them banning Demon as well against the other teams they played. What do you expect to see from this Spanish squad today, Matt?
For me, I think, obviously, you talked about Santi, she's been great. The backline's very feast or famine, and we kind of saw that, especially in the last series that we casted yesterday, with France-Denmark, how that can kind of turn a series. Gala and Kaneo, they're as an experienced duo as we have in Overwatch World Cup at this moment, so I think you're going to need to see them really rise to the occasion, because Graveyard and Cal have been awesome for Canada. Yeah,
Gala and Kaneo are a backline combo that always in the past opted for hero picks that were skill expressive. Obviously on that Virtus.pro team, alongside Rajaro, for example, it was always Baptiste, Iari, anything that could really show off their aim. Now, they're playing Cat Kiri, they have to do that, and they need to be more stabilizing presences as opposed to playmakers on a roster like this, especially when you have someone like Exodial who is going to take the game over if you set him up for success.
Yeah, but the experience, of course, cannot be understated, especially if the series are going the distance. We saw how that can play dividend, because you just have those players who can ground the rest of the team, because there's a lot of young players who just don't quite have the same amount of LAN experience.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Bones, Gala, and Kanale from 2023 on the Spanish roster.
I also think that, the LAN experience, they've had a few games at this point, right? You kind of, get that, I feel jitter out, right away. I think it's more of, the kind of desperation that Spain is going to have to play with here in this series, where, Canada, even if they lose, it's not great, right? But there's still pathways through the tiebreakers for them to get on through to BlizzCon. Spain, the only way there is to win, right? I think just playing with that sense of urgency and maybe that adds some anxiety into the mix.
Yeah, decisive win it needs to be, right? Especially knowing that Canada and Germany went the distance in their series. Having a clean series here for Spain could actually solve a lot of the tiebreaker scenarios.
Yeah, make it easy for us because none of us wants to do the math live on the stream. Now, if we're looking at predictions for this one, I went with, now I have to think, what did I go? What did this morning Zoe decide?
Yeah.
This morning Zoe was very convinced Canada is going to take it.
Okay.
Good for her. Good for her.
I think it's a great call.
Canada, but I do feel like there's a real opportunity for Team Spain here as well. I think, like, even if the predictions all go Canada's way, like, don't let that fool you because Spain can definitely pull the upset here.
I think you got to ride the hot hand of Canada. I think they have looked really good here through this event. I think they obviously know that, like, they're not all the way through yet. They have to win this series to qualify for BlizzCon. I don't think there's going to be any let up. And I've been really impressed with their kind of like backline play. So I'm going to go Canada.
Yeah, I think Canada are a more complete roster, in my opinion. I feel like their backline has been like extremely solid. I think there's probably more to see from this trip, like this 3 DPS rotation. Like maybe we get more of Razor today. Yeah. I also think like, will Astro be allowed to like continue to counter swap in tank here? And do they win the Demon ban map? I think for me is a big question mark, but I do think Canada should be able to edge this out. Also, get your koalas up because Australia winning it all.
Yeah, I mean, no.
When in doubt,
yeah,
Fred Australia.
The boys.
See, this is real support.
At least he didn't do a wee. At least he didn't drop a wee.
Did he not?
Nah, he didn't say wee.
Oh,
I mean, I went to the bathroom before this, so yeah, no need for that.
Okay, and with that, we're going to dive into our first series of the day. This is the last and final day. These teams have everything to play for.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, no, I unironically locked in Australia my prediction for this one because, frankly, that's all I'm seeing right now. But Canada and Spain do see BlizzCon.
I guess you can never. I guess that prediction's never wrong, unless we get the Australia game at the end of the day.
So we've already won.
Mexico, technically, Australia can't win or lose this series. Spain with a Diva ban here. Interesting. So, like, this protects Demon if you wanted to play it, right? You know, maybe with like Samoa, like we see like some Maga kind of creep in here. Maybe you want to kind of protect that. And it is a cat ban here for Canada early on. Is Spain? They have wanted to play a lot of that cat Eerie combination.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Canada have also opted into that on multiple occasions. Yeah. I do think Samoa, like, catnap is guaranteed almost to get you an elimination, providing you're not on down 10, and even then it can be, you know, pretty conducive. That does involve or invite a level of volatility that maybe you're not wanting to have to deal with. The lineup, obviously, as we saw earlier on, is going to be Alex and Noxious starting off here at DPS. But yeah, I'm watching Exodial. This guy burst onto the scene and is a big part of why Team Peps have managed to fight their way back up into OWCS. He's, at this point, a very much known name in EMEA.
We were so excited. Now, really, kind of like, I think it was, what, maybe 2 years ago with OWCS? Like, one of, like, kind of the breakout players in EMEA. Like, and then, like, kind of, you know, I feel like he like upgraded team. He was on like that Gen G roster, if you kind of remember, and it's like that went a little bit sideways, and didn't really see him at the top level of competition. But Exodial, just a fantastic hit scan player.
The Diva ban, obviously, Demon should be the go-to, and frankly, how this Demon mirror breaks out will be a pretty big predictor of success, not only in this series, but obviously here in general in Busan. It has been the talk of the town all week. She is extremely powerful and oppressive, especially, you know, when you have the confidence to sort of back up what sort of is required from her play, like we saw from France. And I think a lot of teams, Matt, will probably look to try, and I say try, to emulate what we've seen from Crocs.
I do think, though, like, we did see Canada yesterday struggle, like, even with the Demon into, like, some of, like, the sick picks with, like, some of the slower maps, right? Where, like, Thailand was able to kind of create some space. They played some Reaper with like Soj. Not saying that's a realistic pathway to victory for Spain.
But that was the Demon ban map, that Neon Junction map, right?
Yes, yeah. Not saying it's a realistic pathway, but like, you know, if the Demon is in, like, if you're not winning that mirror, like Santo, we've seen her play like Maga. Like, let's kind of mix it up a little bit. Reaper seems to be pretty successful as well in some of those setups.
Yeah, we saw Yoshinori 2K on the Reaper in the Thailand-Canada game, and that certainly gave the Canadians something to think about for sure. Like we mentioned on the desk, victory here for Canada guarantees their spot at BlizzCon. Spain have a chance to throw this group for an absolute loop while also trying to guarantee their own passage to high-stakes match here on the last day of competition in Busan for our group stage. And of course, the opportunity to compete in Anaheim is something all these teams strive for. It's a crowning jewel of the World Cup experience. I won't speak for everybody, but I would love to see either of these teams out there.
If you're just a Blizzard fan, like being able to just go to BlizzCon. Like, it's unlike any other event. Before I started working, Overwatch, I had never gone to a BlizzCon, but obviously I'm a huge Blizzard fan, and like hearing about like how awesome it was. I mean, I just kind of poo-poo everything. I don't really think about it, but like, going to BlizzCon was
You
like,
just like stay inside.
yeah, I just love to stay inside.
But when you get paid to go outside, it's kind of a different story.
Yeah, but BlizzCon is like a one of one, just an unbelievable event. Especially like you're able to go there and compete in front of the audience we have there, and then kind of see all the awesome announcements. So both these teams want to make it just to be able to go, be in the room.
Obviously.
The French fans of BlizzCon are going to raise the roof. That is going to be an incredible experience. So we were lucky enough to be hosted in Paris for one of our World Cup sort of tour stops quite a few years ago.
The way France is looking, they're they're ordering mock-ups of the trophy.
You know what? I'm here for it. Seeing them take it would be an insane full circle moment.
Oh my god!
All right, so we have the Wuyang here for Graveyard. So it's actually Graveyard and Cal who opt for the more skill-expressive backline choice against Gala and Canale. Which
a lot of extra poke with the Wuyang in the mix.
Yep. Yeah, look, I think it's good heal pressure, especially if you're able to, get some shots on a Exodial, force him off the ideal sidelines with this kind of free Wuyang poke. Santi, though, she does not favor, stepping up onto the point yet. Maybe some concerns about that poke damage starting to mount.
As Alex wins the Tracer duel there, that is huge. The Tracer kind of putting pressure on the side. Santi just gets right in front of Noctis. She just deals with that Soz rather quickly. Huge play there from Spain's tank.
And that's the burst damage that Demon has at her disposal. It's pretty hard to predict which, trajectory she's going to come at you from. Exodial, there's hit by Graveyard, taken out of the game now. Santi might have to do a little bit more, but she is low. Astro, though, backs up. Drops a little bit low themselves, and Fancy's sticking around. Remember, not a ton of burst healing available from that Wuyang, so Astro wants to take these aggressive moments fewer and further between sometimes.
The Wuyang does give you just so much extra damage, and then also has some escapability here. You see Graveyard just trying to avoid the pressure from the Demon. That's going to be all the fuel used as you will get rid of the Wuyang. Oh, you're going to get both supports here maybe? Oh, nice TP out there from Cal. Basically survives with 1 HP.
Amidst all of this fight though, Canada are able to get an early point flip. Santi though, nice cleanup. She basically takes matters into her own hands and heads over toward that back line, and no one is really able to stand in her way. Demon might be the most powerful duelist in Overwatch.
Yeah, Spain set up pretty well here now to potentially take the lead. The sound barrier rush. Nice damage here. Oh, Graveyard just gets picked out of the sky. Wuyang gets a little bit floaty when you kind of use that shift to be able to kind of get up, move around, and that's an easy target there for Exodial.
Yeah, and that's the problem for Juno as well. She does not want to really deal with that hit scan pressure. So Spain have control. That is a big pick from Exodial. Slow things up for the Canadians. And our support ultimates are online. Sound barrier difference here. I want to point that out. Garland just needs to find an opportunity for that. It might just be played into Pulse or even this overclock. All right. Graveyard's got the limit break, but not a lot of follow-up. Santi's shield's quite low. Here's the Tidal Blast. Where's Graveyard trying to go with that one? No knockdown off of that, but the survivability might have been desirable still. Canada are no closer to the objective than they were before. They've got to get the skates on.
I mean, Graveyard has to use a Tidal Blast just to be able to stay alive. And they use that support ultimate for nothing. Oh, that's a huge limit break there.
Suzu. Exodial here now with a pretty safe sightline to find his overclock, and all of Canada basically have to spread on out. Kitsune Rush has been used and is now expired. Big ultimates leveraged by both teams in this fight, but we're still locked in a bit of an uneasy status quo. Alex might have a flank ankle here, and Gala is going to fall. Finally, the war of attrition is won out by Canada. And even Asante is still proving to be a bit of an issue. There should be cleanup now.
And she's quite low, trying to make it back, and now that you've lost both supports, I was like, in a world there was, Canale is still alive. If you're able to heal that Demon, this is going to be a stagger. Canada trying to get back up.
The legless Demon.
Yeah.
That is a big stagger, man, like you pointed out.
Yeah, Canada going to get close here to tying it up even off this.
Now, in this position, Spain were able to find a nice pick on Graveyard with Exodial pushing up. Something like that wouldn't go amiss here to earn you that free 20%. Spain are mindful of it though. We're not really giving any free opportunities. Exodial is on that off angle, and Noxus might be looking for a chance to get the better. There's a bit of a group up here on the high ground for Spain. They want to try and set this balcony. Noxious is going to rotate accordingly and maintain the longest distance possible. Gala almost gets clapped there by that overclock, and Alex is able to finish the job. The perfect 1-2 punch between the Canadian DPS sets them up now for a run at the round.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to use the overclock there if you're Noxious. That's just a railgun shot that goes right into Gala. Finishes off that Lucio, and Spain is just not able to make it out of this position here, Mitch, quick enough, right? I mean, you're going to get up to like 95% here by the time these members of Spain die. Still one more player here. You're going to be in a great spot. I mean, you're just going to go in with Tidal Blast. It looks like it's going to be Bones here. Or no, it's Exodial on a flank. Not going to be able to get a touch. This is going to be Canada taking round 1.
On face, these two teams look pretty evenly matched. It was Spain that opted to try and set up on the high ground and find their way towards the point, but these are very clever rotations from Noxious and managing to get so much of that early free damage, and Alex being able to swoop in and pick up the kill. It's just perfect. It's exactly how you draw this comp up.
This would be a bit of a rough loss though, right? For Spain in map number 1. If you were to just kind of look at like those backlines, right? And it's Gala and Kaneo playing Lucio Kiri. I mean, that couldn't be more comfortable, right? Playing against Graveyard and Cal, where they're trying to play like Wuyong Kiri, like they're not exactly a super strong backline combination in the meta. You know, with Cat gone, it feels like you need to win this one. If you're Spain.
See, Canada really value having this point prio, as there's a speed ring thrown out. They're going to sim TP. They are rewarded for this setup, though. They're going to have, I guess, pole position.
Yeah, but it looks like Spain is going to get collapsed upon here.
Yeah, like Spain mindful of this, though. As Spain are the ones that do the collapsing first, man. They're buying Graveyard. Santi was just a mech for this, and now Zoba's going to get run down.
So they kind of set themselves up there, though, Spain, right? They play so far deep into like the Canada side of the map once they go through the high ground. It just allows Astro to wrap through. Sure, I mean, they get that first pick off, but Canada just way healthier at that moment in time. It will be Spain who gets control of the point here first, Mitch, but I don't know if it's going to be for long.
Now, Astro's shield got cracked as soon as he walked up to the point trying to contest, so that split second that he stepped off did allow for an early flip, but it's only to the tune of 8%. And now, again, you can start looking for some of these early picks. Noxious is already working a bit of a flank angle.
You also just don't want to take that poke there if you're Spain and then end up in that corridor, right? Just trying to get really aggressive. You've taken so much poke, you know, you trade the Sojourn, you get Sojourn out of the way. Noxious falls early in that first fight, but you give up so much health over the rest of the team. Now Spain decides to take just kind of like a fight over the point. Gala being so aggressive. I mean, no path to be able to survive that.
That was giving vintage FD God there. Just very much surrounded by a lot of Canadian roster.
Point, though.
I mean, Zodiac's just nailing them here. These railguns are ridiculous. All of a sudden, Spain are back in control after losing Gala early in the fight.
They do get aggressive, but with that push from Spain, they actually are able to have Santi and Exodial wrap over towards the point, and they deal with Astro in the mech. It's kind of where you can, like, you know, if you put enough pressure down onto the tank, like the heal pressure, I mean, you know, can be pretty devastating to deal with, especially when we were trying to play that Wuyong.
Bones is trying to make sure Alex can't get in for free. Graveyard dangerous, doesn't quite have the mobility to get away from this. Just gets out. And that's going to be a bit awkward now in terms of your setup for Canada. Then Wuyong had to pull out early on. All right, limit break there. Somehow Santi avoided that. It was Suzu involved. Kanao with that Kitsune rushes. Cal is going to be the first to fall. Astro out of mech. This is good signs now for Team Spain. And after Exodial paved the way in that previous fight, the exchange of Demon Ultimates just favored the Spaniards.
Yeah, Spain really starting to amp up that pace. And when you think about some of the points here on Samoa, like, maybe we kind of look back at the end of this map, the Spain victory, where the first map with those longer sightlines and a little bit more high ground, easier to play this Wuyong, right? I mean, this is a very close quarter map the rest of the way through.
Graveyard here looking for that early poke damage on Santi's shield. Final blast for Alex, get good connection. Soundbarrier comes out preemptively, and Cal's already been picked off. Exodial now looking dangerous with the overclock. Finding Cal first is absolutely massive. And Alex, not long after, this is Spain setting themselves up to land the plane on our second round of Samoa.
Oh, hold on.
Big pick for Noxious.
Yeah.
Gets the point touch as
well.
well.
Overclock use here too.
That's huge. That shot on Bones is massive. Where's the pressure supposed to come from? Noxious is one cool customer, man. Barely bats an eyelid and saves a round.
Yeah, just decides to kill everybody there with the OC. Just unreal play from Noxious. That keeps Canada in this round. Gives them a chance to steal the map. Spain has looked so good here in round number 2.
And there's no notable ultimates here. Oh, that exchange for Astro could have gotten ugly. He does get a Suzu.
Astro's getting the worst of this exchange, though.
Yeah, Santi just pouring it on.
Yeah, she's just bullying him.
Yeah, Graveyard's taken down by Bones here, so Alex not able to control those tracer flank angles for the entire round. Apparently, and the fight is already over, essentially. How about that from Spain? It's a high-flying duel between the Sojourn players, but eventually, Spain even up the map.
Yeah, Santi and Exodial put so much pressure on Astro early. Astro's health bar is basically just ripped off before he can even get to the point, and then something she realizes the advantage, right, in just terms of overall HP, just able to kind of push that offensive button.
Yeah, identifying those chances, we can really start to lean into the enemy Demon. Play that little bit more aggressively.
She's winning the Demon matchup, right? I mean, you take a look at some of the stats here. 15 and 3.
Yeah, for me, it's just the 3 deaths. It's pretty huge.
Yeah.
Astro is more than happy to fight through that front line here. But I mean, behind this, right, there's the fact that we're seeing Cal get constantly picked off by Bones, right? The Tracer is getting in. Alex not able to really, preempt where the enemy Tracer is going to start to make their way in. I don't remember the Wu Young difference, frankly. Like, we've seen a couple Tidal Blasts, but they've been dealt with some defensive utility for the most part. It's a great start for Exodial, though, isn't it? Tell you what, puts him on notice. Noxious gets topped up, and number 12 Graveyard is dragged down. Bones finds another crucial first pick.
Oh, the healing from Cal has to go into Noxious, right? So you don't have that support to be able to kind of help out Wu Young. Wu Young really struggles in matchups where an enemy is really directly in front of Wu Young. I know the orb's just obviously not as effective there, and see Graveyard just kind of curbs one around the corner at distance. That time able to deal with Bones.
Look how safe Graveyard is in this spot, right? Unless Bones is able to pressure, you are virtually poking some of the same spots as another DPS. I mean, Zodiel took a hit there on his way in. Graveyard's got to watch out. There's Demon appears without warning.
Oh, the healing from Cal is sick.
Yeah, Cal's also playing in a bit of a dangerous spot there, down on the point, but was able to get the over towards Graveyard when they were needed. Now Astro feeling the pressure to chase in there for Bones. Graveyard just tapping M1, trying to find that extra little bit of damage. Healing Amp also being deployed, and Bones is being buffeted around by some of these water balls. Exodial wants to take the fight, though, and that's a railgun shot you can't afford to miss, but it ends up being a trade. Cal brings Exodial down, and Astro was able to get a flip.
Cal, just this insane healing, though, on a Graveyard, right? Santi and Bones commit trying to get rid of the Wu Young. They're not able to do so. Santi, she ends up losing her mech for it. That allows Canada to flip the point. Also, I mean, just look at Cal's impact here early on. Already at a Kitsune Rush.
Look at the overclock difference, man, between Noxious and Exodial. They are...
Well, typically you would see that Spain should be up at 60% now, running away with the round.
Yeah, it's been kept close for sure. Here it is, overclock time. Noxious went down for Exodial, had a chance to hit the right click. A mutual knockdown, actually. Astro is able to find that Sojourn, but Exodial had already kind of done the damage. Cal was picked up. Here's a limit break from Astro. Did that a little bit earlier than Santi did. Canale falls, but Santi, she still fancies a little bit of a brawl. Running down Astro with a D-mech. Yeah. This will allow Spain to flip behind it.
Cal trying to use that Suzu out of spawn there. Keep Astro in mech just a little bit late, so this is going to take a ton of time. Huge for Spain, as that's also the Kitsune Rush used there from Canada, Mitch. Now, Rush, plus you're going to get that sound barrier, and we're going to get up to 60% on the point. And this is not even Spain having to use a Demon ban like you were potentially alluding to early on to get a map. This would be massive.
Yeah, exactly. I got to mention that matchup could be pretty definitive here, as it will be for most of our teams. Exodial's 2 picks in the previous fight. A huge throw, but Noxious is going to go down first. Gala with that trademark aggression's able to find elimination, but the Tidal Blast has to be respected or not. As Exodial just cuts through that overshield and Graveyard falls. Astro now trying to draw some attention back to the point, but doesn't fully want to commit, which makes sense because Cal is also under some pressure. Alex has a chance to step up here, maybe even complete a back cap, but immediately is accosted by Bones. He doesn't fancy the fight. This is going to let Spain get within 1 fight of victory, and a sound barrier is brewing.
This is Spain's to lose here. I mean, you have this sound barrier, right? A massive advantage. Graveyard over to the Lucio here. It's only a 3-player beat. This is actually not that bad for Canada.
And honestly, Canada look like they're able to wait it out to some degree. Cal is getting pressured down, but is still alive. Santi wants the fight. Desperate to challenge Astro as Graveyard eventually falls to Gala. Once more, a first pick off the Lucio play for Gala is huge, and it begins a landslide that Canada simply cannot avert. Alex, the only casualty here, or rather Gala picked off eventually, but with that level of aggression, I'm not surprised to find him on a kill feed sooner rather than later. It's Spain. Step up. into a must-win game and take Samoa.
Oh man, that's I actually thought they had an opportunity there for Canada. Like, that beat was not really that great there from Spain, right? 3-player beat, they use it really early. You're able to just kind of like kite the point for Canada. They don't really get anything with that sound barrier, but not able to come up with kills in the end.
It's a Soj gap, man. Zodial is 28
what we
and
saw in the
5.
Thailand game yesterday.
Noxious is 11 and 11.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
is-
in terms of the damage output too, right? 8,100 to, you know, almost 11K, right? That was one worry for Canada. You know, looking at that series with Thailand yesterday, right? You know, whether it be like Sojourn, Cassidy, things like that.
Graveyard does a ton of damage, but barely any healing in this game. Only like 3.9k healing. Cal has to do 14k healing on the Kiri. You mentioned
Yes.
Cal was basically M1 held down for most of the time. And Graveyard isn't maybe able to find that, strike that balance between offense and just healing output.
Yeah, just not. Obviously, the Wuyong can, you know, just kind of vomit out tons of poke, tons of healing. It looks like we're going to get a sub in terms of tank here.
Sub. I see False standing by with a mousepad keyboard in hand. Interesting.
Yeah, and I know that is one, you know, Astro, at least the games we've seen, has played a ton. So, you know, obviously played Demon at a pretty high level. So,
False is, man, a very experienced player. I mean, this is an Overwatch League alumni that's about to take to the stage.
Vancouver Titans.
Yep. In fact, much of this Team Canada, like the spirit of this Team Canada team, like their general managers here, they were also part of that Titans franchise towards the end of the league. So, well, False has certainly been around the traps. And tell you what, talk about a player who stepped into adversity during the later years of the Overwatch League. It was Vancouver Titans franchise that was still really looking for those wins. Never forget, Breadsticks. And he had to step up. He had to grow up very quickly and take on some world-class tank players and find his place quickly. So that'll be a very interesting substitution. And again, like we talked about how pivotal the tank matchup was going to be, and we did already hint at the fact that you know, Astro would be more challenged than maybe up against Ace in that Thailand game.
Yeah, I just think like you gotta get like, you know, hit scam play that's on par at the moment, right? I know yesterday that's kind of when Thailand started to get a little dangerous.
You feel like Zodial is creating too much of a gap
Yeah,
here?
and then Noxious like really kind of came alive, you know, towards the end of that Thailand series, and that kind of put it away, right? So you kind of get that same play at the Canadian hit scan player that we've seen at this event. A little bit more consistently, I think you win maps like this.
Hot take. The Jetpack Cat ban feels like it hurt Canada more than it helped them. Or at least the Wuyong approach on Samoa.
It was Spain getting rid of the cat.
Okay, well then that makes even more sense.
It was Spain getting rid of the cat. Yeah, if
Canada made the diva ban.
Canada got rid of the cat to play the Wuyong, I would have had, you know, some thoughts. But yeah, it was a diva ban from Canada early on. So wanted to get, you know, Sunta, she's really good at diva, so wanted to get that out of the way.
Yeah, who's the Lucio player between Graveyard and Cal?
It's definitely not Cal. But that's where I was like, okay, if you get in a situation where it's like, you know, Gala and Canale playing Lucio Kiri, I mean, they could do that in their sleep, right? You know, they've done that for years.
And the Gala Lucio looked great. Very aggressive, as we expect to see.
Well, that first point is the longest one with the sightlines that Wuyong could really benefit from. That's where they win.
They're playing
obviously.
every stage.
Yeah.
On.
Well, what are you going to play? You're not going to play like Kiri there. Not going to play Juno Kiri, right?
Yeah, we mentioned how like the Kiri's floatiness already, rather Juno's floatiness is already a problem. So Wuyong have to deal with that issue with the push-ups from both the Sojourn players looking for early picks at the start of these fights. So now we're in a situation where like False comes in, right? Obviously, someone who was played a lot of diva. That was like kind of his bread and butter early on, but we saw him play you know, a number of different sort of flex tank roles back.
But like, if you're going to bring in False, you assume this is Demon Ban to play something different? Or like, are we just kind of bringing him in to play Demon here?
I mean, we don't know, but if the Demon matchup is one that you're not finding success in, then this is a completely flipped script from what we saw yesterday between Canada and Thailand.
And if you're Canada and you lose this series, it better be close. I mean, you know, a little 0-3er here. I mean, you're...
It might make our tiebreaker scenarios a little bit easy to figure out. That's because obviously Canada and Germany went the distance here. So Canada hoping they can at least win a couple
booked their
of
flights this morning. They better hope they were refundable if they lose 0-3. I mean, they'd be in a rough
never
spot.
refundable. Hot tip.
Yeah, because Germany, it feels like the game against Canada, I mean, it's very close down to the wire at the very end. You know, I think Germany is going to deal with Thailand, you know, 3-0 today, right? Thailand is a little bit of a frisky team, maybe.
Yeah, winning the one map, I think, against Canada does give me some hope. Also, their DPS line is really good. Paraiso is the pick. So take that in hand with False getting subbed in. The Diva ban's already been utilized from one side.
It's like if you ban Demon here, do you believe that like False can come in and play some Sig into Sandeep? Maybe she wants to play Diva as a backup?
Possibly. I think like if Jetpack Cat doesn't exist or is banned, like I kind of want to see if we ever go to Paraiso with a Jetpack Cat ban, and then can you honestly play Demon on that map without a cat? Or do you really think that you have the mobility to cover some of those?
But I also think
gaps?
Canada, you want the cat in, so they would never ban the cat to like, you know, somewhat ban the Demon, right? So like Canada feels most comfortable when it's like Fury Cat, you know, with Graveyard playing that cat. This feels like Canada potentially banning that Demon, as we talked about False coming in here for Astro, so covered that swap in terms of tank. If you're Canada, do you ban Demon here? If you're Canada, I also would be worried about Sojourn with the way that Exodio played in map number 1. But
remember what the guy's Cassidy's like?
I know, it feels like a little bit of a...
Dude,
it's a bit of a throwaway,
he's
right?
terrifying.
It's not like
I wouldn't bother targeting his hero pool, frankly. I feel like that's a bad idea. Okay, Canada banned...
okay, so they play Ana. They play a ton of Ana. So this is Ana Cat here for Canada.
And again, this also like invalidates any other tank picks like the Malga that rely on healing as opposed to damage mitigation, because the cleanse is really important against the Bionade.
Spain do here.
I mean, I don't think Garland. We're talking about Garland Canal like that. They can play Lucio Kiri in their sleep. They also were the ones that played the spiciest support like duos anyway. Like they can, they really can kind of do it all.
They just like, hey, let's like pretend Cat Bastion's just not even going to be on, you know, a thing in this series, right? You know, Cat ban in map 1, now Bastion ban here in map 2.
I don't think it's crazy as well. Like Exodial probably prefers to get to play the more traditional hit scans, and you know, on a map like this, probably doesn't want to feel like he's forced into taking up the Bastion in order just to have that insane window of burst damage that his opponents might look to leverage. I'm a little bit nervous for Canada here. I feel like against Thailand, they were able to deal with like High Vision maybe being the higher output hit scan player in the server, because other aspects of their team comp were purring along. I thought their backline was looking really good. Their trace play was solid. Alex had a great series. They got to bring the Xion in later on. Here though, if they're struggling at hit scan and at tank rolls, that might just be too much. So False here really has to get them going.
And it's not like Gala and Canale can't match like a Cat Ana, right? No cleanse available, so that kind of like makes it very difficult if you want to play something like Maga. So
they're the kings of the greedy backline.
Yeah.
That's what they used to do, and they got so much mileage out of it. Like VP were playing like Ramatra, Baptiste, Iliari constantly during that era. It looked pretty good.
Well, when it works out, it looks really good. When it doesn't work out, then you're...
I mean, it is feast or famine, right? Look at Graveyard in that previous game. No shade, but only like 3k healing. I think the Lucio of Gala had like 7k.
Yeah.
So like there's levels to this, bro. Like
a lot of pressure on False coming in here too.
Yes. Yeah, but he looked pretty relaxed. I do kind of wonder what his function on the roster is. Like, is he like a pinch hitter, or is like, you know, because Astro clearly is the primary tank player here. Otherwise, you would have seen False maybe play in that previous game, the one that would sort of have qualified them potentially to BlizzCon. But curious to see what we have, what False has been up to, what he's been cooking. If he just wants to play into a Demon matchup, he has got years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, maybe like, you know, after yesterday's series, you know, with the Canada team, right? We obviously don't know kind of like the inner workings of it. Maybe they saw some stuff in that series that with Thailand that they weren't super thrilled about, and then it's like, hey, you know, drop map number 1. Maybe we need a little bit of a different look.
Oh. I wonder if we get this.
False potentially, to
my mind, was
Diva. This is
a Diva guy.
Oh, a Mizuki.
I told you, man. These guys.
So there is so much like verticality on this map that like Diva obviously is, you know, very strong, where Demon cannot really provide that access to that high ground. But with Cat,
I can't believe they're not playing Cat when Cat is available.
That's pretty crazy, right?
All right. Yeah, Mizuki and Baptiste. Canale on the Baptiste, I remember it well. Certainly going to be a threat in all aspects of the game. Defensive utility, healing, damage, he's got it all. It's just that little lack of mobility that can be problematic.
I will say this is not a fun comp to play D.Va into, though, if you are false, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like
The
Mizuki, Emra, Baptiste, very difficult.
Cal needs to get set up on some really favorable sightlines that don't leave him exposed to being dove by Santi.
A lot of poke here early.
I think Zodiel's living his best life. He doesn't have to do a whole lot. What's the plan here for Alex?
I think Canada's just trying to figure out how they can attack this, right? Like, okay, can we get the Tracer in?
The Mizuki's the softest part of this setup, I guess. But everyone's grouped up quite effectively. Mizuki obviously offering that healing aura to anybody in proximity, so...
But Mizuki playing around the Baptiste with regen burst and immortality
they have
fields.
so much AoE healing.
Yeah.
Noxious though's got a pretty safe sight line, but that damage fall off is a bit annoying for Caster to deal with. Zodiel has to make a quick about face. There is Alex steps up to challenge him. I like the grenade to the stairs that denies Alex that potential escape route. Grenade catches onto Zodiel though. Noxious already turns into a trade. Gala is able to strike. Now we're in a 4 versus 4.
Look at that positioning there from Santi. That's awesome, right? She kind of sits in the middle of where that, like, Ana, right? Cal is trying to get some healing on a fall to the distance. Just use that defense matrix to deny that sight line.
There's like an often overlooked, annoying part of playing Ana and the D.Va is that your healing can be mitigated by defense matrix.
Yeah.
Very annoying. So the same for Canale though.
Ah, yes. And right through an amp matrix. Exactly what False wanted to sub into play
That
against.
is disgusting. All right, here's the play.
This is a nano early.
Pulse gets up, but is he close enough to really strike at them? Canale doesn't have the lateral mobility to get out. Goes for a immortality field. Good pulse bomb, though. I think turning that into a trade at worst isn't terrible. Santi, though, was taken out elsewhere, so both Divas are demeched. Exodial somehow being kept alive, and the pulse bomb was kept for the Mizuki. Great timing for Gala there to use the TP to shrug that off. There's a vulnerability frame involved with that. Don't think immortality field was available at the time, so very heads up to avoid the Tracer elimination.
Yeah, Bones just contest there for a little bit of time. It'll actually be something. She'll come back. Just gonna contest there for a period. Oh, nice can-nap here.
Santi, she gets dragged out of the garage, out of the open. She has a self-destruct. A chance for a remake if needed. Caldo down to a grenade. Exodial, ooh, what a tight little sideline. Noxious does get clipped by this override protocol, but hey, there's a jetpack out here to ruin your day. Exodial usually pretty favored in that kind of matchup, though. A Graveyard got up close and personal. Santi controlling the high ground now. This is Canada. Remember, they need to get on this point. They're busy fighting up on the high ground and not contesting. Just one tick for them so far.
They're fortunate that False didn't end up dying there as well. Nice shot from Graveyard to get the D.Va back, allowing that mech to get back into play. Deadeye here available. You're going to have the Sanctuary, though, of the Mizuki.
Defense Matrix 2 buys enough time.
You can also just wait this out.
Yeah, look, I think Canada have time, though, to get set up in that window, right? They can get on the high ground themselves. Now it's down to Spain to re-establish themselves to try and find their way out of this small room, but it's hard against the defense matrix. Gala can use the Kekai Sanctuary to try and give them a way to push out and shrug off the poke here, but this is looking uncomfortable for Spain.
I think, though. Oh, so she loses mech. That's rough there.
Okay.
But you do get Cal.
Bones was able to get into the backline eventually. Gala under a lot of pressure, though. Not just trying to stay False off, but he's still looking pretty darn healthy. There's the Kekai Sanctuary that comes down. Pulse Bomb is used outside of the Sanctuary. Both False and Bones taken down by a Pulse Bomb. Noxious here playing that high ground, needs to roll into position, but Exodial is playing this one safe, playing it comfortable. He knows there's 10 seconds left here for Canada to get a
And Gala does a nice job getting a touch there. She gets a touch.
Points.
Oh, nice catnap from Graveyard. Just takes Santi off the point just a little bit.
Jeez, that could have gone either way, man. That could have been the end of the attack round.
Oh, Canada, and nice edge, able to get our first point.
They've lost so much time, though, on this attack side. This next phase of the map is treacherous.
Little cat drive-by.
A little drive-by, a little slash. Now with ice for Canale here. Amplification matrix ready. A bit awkward to try and turn this into something in a pinch. Might actually just use this out in the open. Yep. Pop that on the card. This is awkward for False now having to back away behind the buildings. Chased down though is Noxious. Exodial finds connection through that amplification matrix, and now all of Spain are going to surge forwards. False is going to be staggered here.
not the spot you want to be stuck with like a minute on the clock, right?
Kanail, I think, might be kicking himself there. Misses an opportunity to just throw the drone over towards Santi. She gets demeched and taken down. This does take a little bit of the wind out of the defender's sails.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to actually hold close now, right? But second point still has been pretty difficult for teams to cap here in Busan.
It's a beautiful map, this one.
Oh, the rework. I mean, you know, sometimes you hear map rework and it's like, here's like 2 or 3 spots that changes the whole like new map.
It's a different playing field. Oh, entirely! Exodial's able to fly on away. Still, by the way, in Override Protocol, still with an opportunity to make use of it. At least getting some back up into the higher ground. Here's a Cypher Blaster now trying to find Noxus up close is dangerous. And it's Graveyard who assists from above. But again, False, like you mentioned, playing to this composition is a nightmare. Bro has been playing Mini Diva Simulator 2K26.
Has not been able to stay in mech really at all. So what, now you have Nano Diva, that's what they've used the last time. But that binding chain, right, just kind of stops that Diva in their tracks, so maybe not the best value out of it. You're gonna get another image. Is it Nano on the cat?
Yep. Graveyard's going for it. The electric claws, baby. Kanail, nowhere to go. Eventually slashed to pieces. Graveyard is gonna have to dodge away, though.
I mean, come on.
I've seen everything now. Look at that false. Nice defense matrix to get Graveyard back out. Still, 20 seconds remain on the clock. Gala and Kanail going to be back into the fight. There's another Kekai Sanctuary at the ready.
Some really good healing here from the supports of Spain. Allowing Santi to play pretty aggressive. She's able to kind of contest this constantly. You're going to get everybody back in the fight here as we head to OT.
Exodial and Noxus have actually switched heroes now. We get the Ember on the Canadian side. Pulse bomb here. Santi potentially out of position right now as Kanail loses that immortality from a False with a self-destruct. Gala. Okay, he's able to slip away from it though. Santi picked Cal up before that. They want to pulse on Kanail on the high ground. For Canada, it's not bad, but it's not enough in the end. Exodial stood behind the defense matrix. Spain hold it down.
Santi, Gala, and Kanail do a great job buying so much time for Bones and Exodial to make it back in that fight. I feel Canada needs, like, they need a sick first point hold here, right? I think if you start to see that payload moving on through that second part of the map, Spain, I think, is going to figure out a way to get it to that point. It's not incredibly close to that second cap. Bones 15-1. You know, just really playing. It's like the DPS line of Spain is pretty nasty, right? I mean, we talk so much about Gala, Kanail, and Santi, like rightfully so. They're really tremendous players, but like, Exodial and Bones have played 6th this series.
Yeah, I'm not even looking too close at the Diva stats in this game because this is such a technical matchup.
Yeah,
I really think it's more about how defense matrix gets employed and how you fight for that space than it is how much damage the Divas do. But that does shift emphasis towards your DPS to get the job done. Whereas like your Diva, you're like 80% of the time you're peeling. You're doubling back, especially if you have a Mizuki Ana backline. Like, you have to keep them alive.
I gotta say, it's actually pretty impressive from Spain, right? Lucio Kiri, no cat in map number 1. Not playing the cat here. And no Demon in map number 2. Oh, yeah,
This might just be off rip for Santi. Nah, that's foul. Yeah, get back in there. Yeah, let's just fix this real quick. Back to the Diva matchup.
Like, Croc saw Santi in the lobby and was like, let me tell you, Roadhog, hear me out.
They're coming from the player that's abused only Demon this tournament. Okay, so Sim is the pick. Bones holding it down. Of course, no way to mitigate this damage. Okay, Alex tried to go early into the backline. I can see the temptation going after this Baptiste and Mizuki combo. Getting an early immortality field seems great value, but not if you die on the way.
The Sim look is interesting, right? We have not seen any Sim really at all here. After Sim has been like, what, a mainstay in competitive Overwatch for like more than a year, I feel like, at this point. It's a nice TP. They're able to collapse right on top of Cal. No way to keep that Ana alive. It's a nice chain there. False gets taken out as Freya Pharah, the response here, right? But I think this is just a first point play here for Spain. I think Bones, once Bones falls, will switch off of this, but maybe not. I mean, Bones takes out the Pharah.
I mean, maybe you switch off the Pharah here for Alex. Freya Pharah, they are 2 heroes designed to soften up teams from safe distances, but not necessarily to secure those eliminations.
And Sim can't really engage with either, right?
That's true. Bones can't interact with them unless they TP forward. So
Yeah.
this is obviously a hyper poker composition.
Well,
but who's
I'd
securing
imagine
the kills?
Bones is going to go play Tracer as soon as Bones dies.
I think you just try and dive Cal for the rest of the map.
Yeah, Santi really low. But this is going to allow them to get an Ant Matrix, also going to get close to a Sanctuary, and this is just free push
This is
for
nice.
Spain, right?
Yeah, Falsa's getting a lot of cooldowns drawn out, but I think losing a
False
mech
gets
there
beat.
again. Straight into the Ant Matrix, Matt. That's a little bit too far. False made a great play in a moment, turning around and seeing Exodial overextended, but then wrapped to the corner and ran into 4 players. Got chained, Ant Matrix in the way. He just fell into the trap.
And Exodial over to Tracer because Spain knows it's just one more fight. They have looked fantastic here early. Graveyard gets the benefits of the nano. The catnap there, going to grab one player.
Okay, got
drag
Bones.
Bones off the side.
That's fine, but what about the touch? Graveyard tries, False drops in, and ultimately, Paraiso represents a flop for this Canadian roster. They bring in veteran presence False, and they still can't slow these Spaniards down. Santi's emoting across the stage. She is feeling herself.
They've been awesome here this morning. Is Spain trying to give themselves a great chance to go to BlizzCon? Spain, you win this here, right? You put yourselves in a great chance to maybe even get top of the group.
You are playing a Baptiste Mizuki backline, right?
Yeah.
Your Mizuki dies once. Della dies once in this game. Like, if you can't punish this team for playing greedy backlines, Gala and Canale are going to run you over.
And now what does Canada do? Like, where can they find an advantage in terms of, like, style of play? Obviously, Bastion, Cat has been targeted by Spain early on. The Cat available there, but Spain is able to deal with it with ease. As, okay, so 2 subs are going to be happening here for Canada.
Wow,
We're
okay,
going to
so
get
Razor and Astro are coming
Razor
in.
and Astro coming in. This, I think, tells me we're going to Flashpoint. We've seen Razor come in for like all of their Flashpoint games, pretty much. Escort, we see them leave Alex in for a little bit more flexibility. But, are we going new? What is the? Are we going New Jump City here, and we're gonna try and play like a Xi'an hit scan, and we think that's gonna get us back in it?
Yeah, that seems like the most likely pick here. What do you think about that, that Freya Vara look there from Canada?
I think it's like just trying to, buy themselves, ideally, right? Like they get back in that fight on first point. The Sim can't engage with either of those heroes, right? But, that Vara role, right? Like other teams play like a Vendetta, for instance, right? Vendetta really good against D.Va. Really good, obviously, against Sim. They just don't go for it, right? So,
do Canada have a Vendetta play that we've seen so far?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting. I do feel like it's a little narrow. The Vendetta is a little niche. Yes. Some teams obviously using her a lot more than
But I think Spain would have swapped off of that comp. The play there for Spain was to not keep Bones on Sim and then Exodio go over to Tracer. Eventually, if they would have gotten team killed full stop, right? After that Sim wall goes, they would have probably just swatched Bones over to Tracer, right? And then now you have a sick advantage, right? Tracer with a hit scan against Freya Vara. That is, especially with D.Va in the mix, that's when you like. So Astro in for False, and then Razor coming in here as well.
Am I crazy for thinking that Canada's best bet might be trying to go back to a Demon Mirror and just see if they can be the better team in that configuration?
I think that's what we're going to get. And, Cat, Bastion both available here. But if it's New Junk City, which is where we've seen them kind of go to, not the best Cat Bastion scenario.
Razor is
a 3-0 is worst case scenario for Canada.
What's up, Boom Canada? Oh, okay, well, we're not
it gets very close to putting them Thailand would have to do some magic later today.
Yeah, I guess the map differential in that series will matter.
You'd be -1 map differential, right? If you're Canada at this point. And then Germany wins, right? I think, yeah, they would jump up to like probably +2, right?
So it depends on the round difference in that.
Well, it would be
Thailand
+2,
game.
right? Because the game against Canada goes to 5. Then you have 3-0 on the other side, right? So 3-0 here. So yeah, it would go be a +2.
Imagine winning 2 games in your group and still not making it to BlizzCon. That's heartbreaking.
Got the wrong 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that we're now seeing Spain come alive in the way that they are is just kind of a revelation. They have improved so much over the course of this.
City. This is where we see them bring in Razor all the time. I think we're going to see Xi'an here for Canada. What is Canada ban? We've seen them ban Kiri, right?
The Lucio ban's already been... No, it hasn't. They could ban Lucio. That wouldn't be bad.
But then you leave... Spain could ban Demon in that space. Spain could ban Xi'an. Spain could... You know... Yeah, they could look over and say, Exodia, what hit scan do you want to play? And just ban the other one. I mean...
It is funny how... Here it is,
Okay.
yeah, so Lucio. Yeah, as we kind of expected. Gala looked really good there. I think you just don't want to give your opponents that option. I also think like Sound Barrier against like Spree is pretty potent as well. Like you could deny like some of the more defensive utility focused options against those Shock and Awe Wombo. You know, DPS ultimates.
Do you just ban Xi'an
Oh.
if you're Spain?
Well, we might get to see more Razor's hero pool if that's the case.
Like Razor's come in and played when we've seen it Xi'an the entire time. Demon, okay, I like this.
I mean, if you're thinking, like, if Canada think along the same lines as me, and like they're saying, we're just going to try and win a mirror, a D1 mirror, because they looked okay.
Well, also, they just brought in False to play Diva. It's not like Asher can't play
That's
it,
right.
but still.
Right, Diva, very reasonable on this map, I think, in some instances. I think you're more likely to see Brawl tanks, though.
Maga.
Yep. Demon. Yeah, like, Margo, obviously, you don't have, like, the Lucio speed for Margo, so
You
it's
liked Queen the other day.
I mean, I liked it because I like Queen, frankly. It was interesting to see like that leverage on a couple of occasions, but we were speculating like what the Queen does in the Demon matchup. That was kind of why I was interested. It was not.
He was interested for 3 seconds.
I saw like at one team fight and I was like,
Yeah.
the eye test doesn't
Kinda rough.
really look favorable for that kind of setup. So I like the Demon ban a lot. I think I think both teams have made correct bans, if I'm going to be honest with you. Gala and Canale are probably the more flexible backline as far as we can determine. So taking that option away from them here, it doesn't really deny any brawl comps though. You absolutely can still play like your Ramatras, your Malgas. Again,
Well,
are you going to play? If
You
you're
could play, you
Alex
could play
could play
Mizuki
Orisa.
here again if you want. If you're Spain,
yeah.
right? Yuri Mizuki, and you know, if they're gonna be forced to play Diva on the other side, you know, the cat.
But Gala has 1 death on the entirety of that previous map playing Mizuki. Is it Mizuki Baptiste? And I think like the Baptiste dies a normal number of times. Like it's nothing crazy. We saw Alex try and dive them at the start of Spain's attack side, and he just died in the neutral, trying to approach them. Again, the way the Paraiso as a map changed means that Tracer, who lacks vertical mobility, can get up there a bit easier, but it's still a challenge for it. It's still a struggle. Because even if you are translating Tracer's lateral mobility into some, you know, verticality, it still takes her a while to get in position. It's not as easy as just jumping up on a ledge.
I also think if you're Spain, you can sense a little panic from Canada
I'm
at the moment.
packing my Dax, yes.
I mean, Canada is like, you know, they're a little like.
Thank God I predicted Australia to win this game.
Yeah, they're. You know, I think like even like, you know, I think it's just you're so close if you're Canada, you're a little bit of an underdog. There's so much like, you know, you're just anxious to like get it done. And Spain with some obviously experienced players, like Sewi highlighted, right? Like, you know, just a loss early on is not going to like kind of ruin their whole tournament. They're going to continue to kind of play on through it. And I think you kind of start to see like, okay, we're making all these like, you know, the subs at times. Like Razor, they brought in a lot, like, you know, and then you try and play False there and Paraiso, maybe get an advantage in terms of tank. But I think it definitely seems like, you know, Canada, sometimes these days, you're like, oh, we're first game of the day. It goes so fast, and then like you find like you're on the end of like a 3-0 loss, and then you're just kind of like, what happened? Like we were so good, and then like just one
blink.
series, and it's good, just gone.
Yeah. Which is why I don't mind that we saw like substitutions in map 2, because Canada are not waiting to try and like come up with an answer. Unfortunately, none of their theory is standing up to the actual, you know, ballistics tests, you know, across these maps. And so now returning to a configuration that we've seen from them before on on New Junk City. But the elephant in the room is that, okay, Canada find a way to win this map. What is the rest of this series supposed to look like? You have to reverse sweep this Spain team. You don't get any more map picks. Spain have carte blanche here to sort of stack the deck to favor them as much as possible. And they already have favorable matchups at tank, at hit scan DPS, and frankly, in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, you got like the escort here, pool of maps still available, right? So, I know like Spain would have pick of the litter there, and then worst case, right? You know, coin flip between Esperanza and Coliseo. But I mean, what? Canada, you're banking on getting to BlizzCon off of like 2 reverse sweeps, pretty much. The top teams in the group.
Hell of a way to do it. That's how it's going to be. And I'm supporting it. Demon and Lucio bands here. We're waiting to jump into New Junk City. Spanish team looking pretty good. I mean, Santi, she was flexing, literally. A big loud vamos at the end of the round for the Spaniards. It looks like Crocs is rubbing off on people.
I loved when we did one of the player pieces where I think it was with Gala and Canale. It was like, who's the loudest on Spain? And they were like, oh, Santi, she's always asking for healing.
She's stressing out.
Yeah. She's probably like, see what happens when you guys heal me? We're going to BlizzCon.
Santi, she takes any damage, man. She's calling for healing. Yeah. Heck yeah, man.
He's like, you keep me up. We're going to LA.
We're going to Anaheim. We are going to Cheesecake Factory every night.
Yeah.
Book it. Moments away here for jumping into New Junk City. This is Canada's last map choice. Last chance to be first in the pick ban, unless there's a deferral later on. In many senses, despite being only 3 maps into this series, it feels like their last gambit. If they win here, I wonder if they even know what the heck they're supposed to do after that. But we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it.
Try not to hurt yourself.
Getting the win here, like on this map, and then losing would at least give them a better shot in terms of map differential, right?
Sure.
Like just kind of keeping it close. 3-0, worst case scenario. All right, so Razor will come in. They're going to play Vendetta here. So we've seen Razor play like Vendetta. We've seen Xion as well. It'll be Xion Vendetta with the Maga. As this is an EMEA classic here from Spain.
Sigma Mizuki, look, here's the charge coming in from Astro. There is no damage being taken by Spain. All of that damage was eaten up by Kinetic Grass. Santi is about 1,000 HP at the end of that exchange. Those health bars did not move an inch.
This is such a good read from Spain. She's getting a little Crocs action, getting hype up on the stage.
She's ripping, she's tearing.
Yeah, she's dominating.
Damn, I mean, that was the most listless Malga push I feel like I've ever seen.
But we watched the Malga push, and
okay,
you're like, okay, where's the rest of the people that are pushing with Malga? You just like didn't see anybody.
Astro will drop to the point for a time, and then off. As I think the issue is positioning right now for Canada. They are completely spread. Also, that's part and parcel with having a Vendetta in your composition.
And we talked about
Razor is at the gift shop in Timbuktu right now.
We talked about in the pregame too, like this just sets them up to being able to play the Mizuki comp. And Bones playing more Sim.
Bro, I'm spamming the group up button right now. If I'm Astro, like, yo, get on me.
Canada looks so disjointed.
Stomp hits no one. Astro is in no man's land. Jojo does get brought down here. Bones on the Sim. Only able to get so much done. Razor able to pick him up. Finally, Canada getting a bit of an edge, and not a moment too soon now, as that point is beckoning. That encounter, not what you want to see. Santi just looked very comfortable back behind her shield. Canale has fallen though, and there's Alex. Good execute.
Well, Vendetta should be really strong into the SIG, right? If like there's no accretion out, you also do have the binding chain to worry about. But...
And the flashbang.
Yeah.
I hate it here.
Well, yeah, but like into the SIG, right? It is kind of good. You do have like the cleanse available for it, right? Like you want to save some of those. Like
you just told me 4 things.
Yeah, but you want to save some of that CC for like whether it be Alex,
sure,
or the Maga as well.
Okay, Kekai Sanctuary in play. There's not a lot of healing, but it's enough.
Goodbye.
Well, there goes Razor. Comfortable Deadeye there for Exodial, and now Spain simply move back to the point. There'll be a bit of a fight, but there's not a lot left in the tank for Canada. Ultimate-wise, there's plenty, in fairness. We need to see a big old Santarika spree here, but Graveyard's going to get caught pretty early on. They try and go for a catnap and a brought down. Percent health damage, pretty effective there against Astro, and it's a timely Suzu from Cal to prevent the big chunk damage. Still not remotely enough, not by miles.
I mean, look, this is a comp that has been an EMEA staple, it feels like, coming out from Spain. Canada searching for answers yet again. It will be Alex on the Mei. So we saw Alex pick up some Mei yesterday. I think this, like, I think there's less, so Mei is like, you know, you can wall off the SIG, right? SIG is like main issue is like mobility. But it feels like we're grasping at straws a little bit here for Canada.
Maybe find a comfortable setup. Something that just feels like it suits Alex. Here's the charge to the backline for Astro. Again, basically ignored. Razor, though, the second line of offense. The TP is going to get most of Spain out, though. Thundering Blade built here for Razor, but finds nothing on that first foray. Still no cap off the point yet, though. The Bones is sitting on what is going to be a very impactful wall. Even up against Vendetta and Mei. First going to get through the ice block, or rather the wall, and that's an issue. Nicely done. Razor goes in with a Sundering Blade that maybe not even was needed. It was just a really good Mei wall from Alex to split them up.
Yeah, and that's the Mei where you put it right behind that SIG. Nobody else can kind of move up through the choke. Exodio falls here at the end, so we'll see if Spain feels need be to make any adjustments, at least at the moment. Like, if you're Spain, you could just keep basically this shell and like match the Maga, right? Eventually you probably ditch the Mizuki as well, but
it seems like Spain are happy to have the Sigma here. Obviously the stomp is really bad for Sigma, but like, you can Suzu it. Obviously, there are ways you can try and like play around that form of crowd control. Canada's is still sitting on this wall, by the way.
Canada's trying to rotate chase.
Oh, cage fight. Yeah, Exodio has the Deadeye. Astro's going to be brought down. And you've got the Sim, so this cage is not the hardest to break through, but the Blizzard is well timed by Alex there. Nice combination. That is a perfect 1-2 punch, and that should be enough to earn them a point.
I think now you have to start thinking for Spain, yeah, making some changes, so it'll be a Mei of their own here. From Bones. No, Reaper will be the response. Curious to see if Santi stays on SIG. Okay, so we will get the Sigma still in play. It's a rotation here early from Spain. Over to the next flashpoint. Canada must win map scenario for them. Catnap comes on in.
Okay, Santi though.
She's in a lot of
Kinetic
trouble.
Grasp, yeah, she can shrug a lot of that off. Razor's brought down. Exodio just takes that 1v1. Santi is chilling. She's back to full health. Kekite Sanctuary was used, but I mean, if any place to find that value is probably going to be here. Graveyard indeed. Yeah, watch out for those flashbangs now, as Astro will also be forced to succumb. That's both your support ultimates here from Canada that kind of fizzle out.
And not only is the Reaper really good into like Mei, but also pretty good into Vendetta as well. Maga too. The Reaper, just a ton of like frontline damage. Now Reaper also inside of the Kitsune Rush, right? Here with the SIG. A lot of damage. Not a lot of way to mitigate it if you are Canada.
You've got to be tracking this Gravitic Flux at the moment. Oh, nicely done. Santi, she just waits out that unstoppable. Waits for Astro to pop another important cooldown and then hits them with a big accretion. Gravitic Flux to follow up. More than enough burst damage to answer the Malga.
Yeah, great play there from Santa. She sees that the charge is used by that Maga. The damage is crazy that they put down on the Maga with the Cassidy and the Reaper. The drop down there from Astro. It's a nice Suzu from Cal. Prevents a lot of that damage, but still not able to keep that Maga alive.
It's hard to get like team-wide value off this Cardiac Overdrive as well. I think Astro basically using it as a self-heal cooldown a lot of the time. Alex back playing close by. Sundering Blade. Oh, Carla caught by the edge of it. That's big, but Exodio trades it back instantly and gets the better pick. No Malga. No win. Surely not in this fight. Cal will be forced away. Kanao sitting on his Kitsune Rush and hasn't really had a reason to have to use it. Graveyard tip with the right click. Exodio, oh, he does not miss these. Stunning work. Spain once again dazzle us and pick up their second flashpoint of New Junk City.
Some nice adjustments from Spain as Bones goes over to the Reaper, and that's all they have needed to do to get this advantage.
Funny life is so simple. Just switch Reaper.
Go Reaper guy. It'll be Astro going Ramatra here. Razor back to the Xion. This is what we thought Razor would come into play.
Now picking up the Xion. Yeah, it was Alex on the Xion earlier. Canada looking still for a configuration that suits them.
You know, this is good for Canada into the SIG, right? The Ramatra. Can they execute it though, right?
Astro switching so many tank heroes here, which we know they like to do, get a favorable matchup. But he's going to cut the mustard against the Sig. Accretion there, no connection. Death Blossom for Bones, looking for a perch to drop down and dispense it, and that's a tiny little headshot there from Alex. Unfortunately, Exodial basically dispenses them as if he breathes them. Picked up by Graveyard though. Awkward spot for Santi to be. Kekai's Sanctuary, right. Is this going to get you the value you need? Santi's still alive. Eventually burst down, but Gala is having to turn that into a trade. Kanale was dragged out of the fight earlier though, and this has been a long, drawn-out engagement that has given Canada a 40% total.
Oh, Gala, though, finds Graveyard? How does that happen?
Aggressive. So aggressive, this guy.
You cannot let that happen for Canada. I mean, Graveyard will be able to get back in pretty quick, but now Spain realizes there's a moment here where might have a pretty sick advantage.
Good spot for Deadeye. This is the prescribed location to use his ability. Buy some time. Okay, that shield going to protect Alex. He does intuit his ice block timing well. The Death Blossom comes. Oh, okay, guys, a bit of overkill perhaps. Well, whenever you get to the result you're looking for. And 90% Spain are able to flip things back and spend pretty heavily.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Flux, Death Blossom, Deadeye early on. Now kind of hoping you can get like maybe a pick off here early, get an advantage, build up towards those support ults to close it out.
Oh no, the Annihilation being dragged in, but Razor's already gone down. Santi's trying to back up. Annihilation's still active, by the way. Can they heal this Sigma sufficiently? Santi up against the wall. Yes, Astro just gets a little bit too close to the sun, and Bones is there to put him out of his misery. Before there'll be a flip back, there's a TP onto the points. It's a little risky from Bones, but Wraith Walk's available. Plenty of invulnerability frame.
I mean,
that's a point flip that's averted.
That could not have gone better for Spain, right? Annihilation comes on in. The first kill that happens, Exodial just rips Alex early in the fight. This allows Spain, obviously, with the amount of healing they have to do on Asante to keep her up, get both support ults here with one fight left to close it out.
Good accretion. That's disruptive for Alex.
I don't love this sim here.
Nope. I can see it, but you get free charge off the Sig shield, I guess. I hate playing it against the Reaper.
Razor might die.
Yeah, dangerous, needs healing desperately, out of the fight entirely for the time being. Razor does get picked off, Bones is able to chase it down. 99% here for Spain, and they maintain control of the point. There's a Kitsune rush to follow this Kekai Sanctuary. It's an embarrassment of riches for the Spaniards, and they're looking for a clean win here. A 3-0 would throw this group into chaos, and apparently they love nothing more than have us scratching our heads. Astro with the Duke's Armor, not enough to stop the tidal wave of damage, and Exodial is going to plug away with the Peacekeeper. An avalanche here from Spain as they take a dominant victory.
That is as good as it feels like any team has looked. Wow. Throughout the group stages here, you see how excited Spain is. They know how important this victory is, right? That puts them in a great spot now to attend BlizzCon. And they came out on fire today, like they knew they needed to play at this level to beat Canada. And for Canada, couldn't be a worse loss. Now, obviously, a lot of these teams we expect to be 2-1, but to lose 0-3, really rough. And I know we have a shot of Exodial, just how much it means to him and making his way over towards Canada. But Spain, so exciting. The emotion of these players to be able to get this win is massive.
Showing some real heart in that game. And also, it's kind of wild that looking at this play, that Spain were in such a dire position coming into this series at all. They look incredible. And some of the issues that we saw creep in for Canada against Thailand, I feel like they got really exposed here, really exacerbated. You know, like, I think Astro constantly jockeying for a favorable matchup, and Tank just could not find one against Santi at any point across the series. You're trying to sub in, you know, a false here to give you like a safe, steady pair of hands to play the Diva Mirror, loses that one out as well. Just getting knocked out of mech constantly by this very high damage backline that we saw from Spain. And after that point, after Paraiso, they're brimming with confidence walking into this map. Spain look like they believe that there isn't really a map or hero band configuration, combination, permutation that could take them down, and I'm inclined to agree.
They didn't need to rely on the Demon, right? No jetpack cat use from Spain either, so really impressive. They pull out a comp here at the end. That's a bit of an EMEA staple. With some sim early on, Razor and Alex making all the adjustments, trying to make something work, but it's too strong.
This is so... I mean, for Canada, this is going to shatter your confidence. Man, I saw Graveyard's face after that game, and like you kind of mentioned it coming in. Sometimes, like in these 3-0s, you feel like like the game is just over before you have a chance to come to your senses and actually play. Put your hands on the keyboard and do something to influence the result. The Demon ban, I think, is heads up here for Spain as well. In that last map, they say, hey, like, we're not going to give you any chance to find an edge. We're going to take you back to this classic EMEA Sigma Mizuki comp, and we're going to make you work for it. We're going to make you beat us the old-fashioned way. And there was just no answer from the front line of Canada.
We thought that Spain could potentially top this group kind of coming in. And I think, like, when we look at, like, our predictions, like, I think we probably just got a little bit too high on Canada. I mean, really rough
my
series.
prediction was perfect.
I mean, we don't
Australia,
know.
Australia still got it. But,
got there.
but we said it as we were making our predictions, Matt. We did say that this is by no means going to be a one-sided affair. Like, Spain has been leveling up within this competition. They have shown us how close they can play it. And even though it didn't result in map victories, they always came just this close. And this was a fantastic showcase from this team, which... Have we run the math yet? Does that mean that it's going to depend on
I think
Germany
it's bad
as
for
well?
Canada. It does depend on that game. It does.
Yes.
But getting swept is very bad for Canada.
Germany's got to be...
swept. Losing
like
3-0 generally not great.
Germany's got to be Thailand.
True.
But
their map differential is terrible for a team with 2 wins.
This is really bad for Canada.
Have we mentioned that it's really bad for Canada?
It's not Daijobu.
I'm not sure if Canada realized. I mean, I think Canada does realize how bad it was when they were.
They looked when they came off stage.
They looked rough, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is rough because especially because what we've seen from them, right? Like they started things off really, really well in the group as well, playing it so close. And they're a very talented roster. It'd be a shame not to see them at BlizzCon.
Well, that's why we play the whole group, right?
Sure.
We were like, oh, hey, one game, all right, yeah, move them on, like, we're good to go. I mean, there's a lot of games, and sometimes it takes some time for some teams to get going here at the Overwatch World Cup, and I think you see Spain, right? Like, obviously they fall to Germany, but we think Germany is a very strong team, and they take care of business. That was a really impressive win there from Spain.
Just like in so many of the metrics we care about in Overwatch, right? Like how the tanks are doing, the backline output, how the healing is looking, just the DPS gap, like every box was checked here by Spain. They look like they've really made the most of their time here in Busan.
And they did that when it really came down to the wire, right? This was a do-or-die game for Spain. So for them to not let that pressure get to them, despite them having some more inexperienced players on the roster as well, for them to show up with such confidence. Santi was feeling herself on that stage. It's incredible. That's incredible. I love that.
They were farming. I mean, and they didn't have to rely on Jetpack Hat. They didn't have to rely on Demon comps. They were able to play so many different things throughout the series. And I think Canada thought they were going to get one on them, going to Paraiso maybe, and like kind of playing that diva type of style. But the great read by Spain. I mean, they were just also like Exodial just kind of dominating the hit scan battle really throughout it. Like, no real answer for him at all.
Which is good, because I feel like Exodial in their last match got shut down a little bit. It was a bit more quiet in the DPS department. So for them to turn it around today like that is phenomenal.
It was very hard, I think, for Alex to apply the level of backline pressure needed to keep Exodial quiet, right? The fact that like someone like Gala, I think, on the Mizuki has 1 death for all of Paraiso means that your Tracer is struggling to... And look, it's the kind of map that does make it harder. You play safer backlines. Like, that's why you play Ana, because you know it's a bit harder to come at you on a Tracer there, but like you have to do more. You cannot let Mizuki just run around and hold M1 and just get insane healing value.
And I think Canada, it probably just feels like to them they didn't even play today, really. Like, because like they were never really able to get any momentum on any of the maps really at times. Honestly, outside the first point on Samoa, right, where they play like the Wuyong and like just like kind of the map able to just kind of give them so much more space to be able to make that comp work. Outside of that, I mean, like, it was Spain from the jump. I mean, there was nothing really that Canada could do to really make Spain sweat. I mean,
the map differential is looking ugly.
That's a rough one there.
Would you say, again, that the 3-0 loss was really difficult for Canada?
It's extremely undaijobu right now.
Canada's asking for Thailand jerseys in the back.
I mean,
like, hard support in the first rank.
Map differential matters here because Germany, obviously, if they 3-0, okay, they're +4 as well. That makes that sort of top spot a little bit more complicated. But man, I can't believe how this group has opened up.
Yeah, no, this is such a competitive group. Santi joining us now. First of all, congratulations on the top and the dominant fashion within which it was gotten as well. You came off of a loss yesterday, short turnaround of course. What was the mentality heading into this do or die match for you and the team?
Basically, we said that we have to 3-0 them.
And you did.
And you did, yeah. Yeah, like it was no pressure because it was either 3-0 or 3-1, right? So we were like the underdogs, the one with pressure. So it was really easy to like perform good. You have like almost no pressure. They had like only to take the marks.
It felt like you guys had no pressure today. You were on stage, you were popping off, you were going crazy. What were the vibes like from the team? Like, did you guys feel like you had a really big advantage over Canada early on?
Not really. We were like not the fittest, but like we thought we were gonna like lose.
Yeah.
Right.
At what point did that change for you? What
Like second map.
Okay.
Yeah. In the moment, like everything started clocking in. Like it was nice.
You in your tank matchups looked excellent across this series. You played the Demon obviously in her first map. You looked really good there. And then you had to play against False, who got subbed in. You got to play this really technical Diva Mirror. How did you feel in that series? Because you guys banned Demon. Even though you were winning that kind of matchup, where do you feel like your strength is right now in terms of hero pool?
My strength is like Pocket Exodial and I counter tank. It's basically it.
Pretty good strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, with the way Exodial played today, I mean, dominate. We were talking about Exodial just dominated that hit scan battle today.
When you saw the groups after the group draw, how did you feel about the group? Did you expect it to be this competitive? Because quite frankly, like looking at the potential three-way tie here coming into this last match was really incredible.
Yeah, we thought Germany was gonna be like really competitive, but we didn't know like Canada can like pull off like a win against Germany. So we were like not expecting that. And Thailand, well, is there.
Yep.
But we love them anyway. That's right. Well, it was great to see you and the squad in action. Now, of course, got to cross the fingers here in the last match to make sure that you are, by all ways of mathing it out, through to BlizzCon. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Share some love to Santi and Team Spain as they just completed their last match of the Overwatch World Cup group stage. We're heading into a very quick break, and afterwards, we are back with our second match of the day. You don't want to miss it.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Simple from Team Korea after getting their first win in their group stage. First of all, big congratulations on getting the win. How do you feel right now? 자, 오늘 대한민국의 첫 승 이후로 이렇게 인터뷰를 한번 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 심판 선수 일단 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
나쁘지 않네요.
Not bad, not bad. Of course, I think you mean it's not bad as in like, yeah, sure, we got the win, right? And you guys definitely needed that win. Let's touch base about what happened yesterday, just really quickly. You guys unfortunately did lose to France. What were some of the takeaways? Like, what do you guys talk about as a team after yesterday's match? 자, 방금 이제 뭐 나쁘지 않다고 얘기를 했는데 어제에 대해서 살짝 좀 얘기를 하고 짚고 넘어가야 될 것 같아서 어제 경기 이후로 좀 팀적으로 어떤 얘기를 하셨고 좀 이제 배울 점이 있었나요?
솔직히 디몬이 나온 지 얼마 안 돼서 디몬 말고는 이제 다 쉽게 생각하고 있었는데 디몬이 그렇게 좋은지 몰라가지고 저희가 좀 헤맸던 것 같고요. 이제 디몬이 좋은 걸 좀 알아서 대처를 잘 하지 않을까 싶습니다.
I think the biggest answer that we needed to find was how to deal with the Demon. Demon is the newest hero in Overwatch right now, and we didn't really know what to expect when it comes to fighting against Demon. But now we sort of know. I think we have found our answers, and now we feel a little bit more confident going forward. All right. Well, now you guys are with this win. You guys are 1-1. Team Korea needs to win the next one against Denmark. Simple. How confident are you going into that match against Denmark tomorrow? 자, 지금 이제 1승 1패로 이제 내일 경기 굉장히 중요한 상황입니다. 덴마크와의 경기가 있는데 그 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각을 하시고 좀 자신감 있으신지?
다 잘하는 선수라 방심만 안 하고 하면은 그래도 이길 것 같습니다.
Definitely Denmark has great players. So honestly, if we just don't take it as too easy of a fight and just focus up and do our best, I feel like it would be a win for Team Korea as well. All right, that is it for the interview. Simple, thank you so much. Best of luck tomorrow. Fighting!
You know the system? There are perks in Overwatch, right?
Oh,
you pick
yeah.
a perk
Robot
for,
perks, yep.
For a hero. We're going to do that in real life. So here we are with Team Denmark's Calyx and Shockwave doing IRL perks. Let's get started with the first one. Would you rather never have to eat again or never have to sleep again?
If you can skip the downsides of not sleeping,
then that is assumed.
Let's say,
if not, I think you die in probably about a month.
yeah,
so.
exactly. So, no sleep.
No
Let's
sleep.
go
I
there.
agree with that. No sleep. Okay.
The food is just too good.
It's too good.
Yeah.
And sleeping is also nice, but you can try so many different types of food. You can really sleep many different ways.
Would you rather walk twice as fast or jump twice as high?
I mean, I think walking twice as fast is probably the most logical one to take, so I'm gonna go with that one.
Okay.
Same.
Would you rather speak every language in the world or play every instrument?
I feel like every language is way more convenient for just everything.
I actually would prefer to play every instrument because I really like music. I mean, language is nice, to speak everything, but I like music as well,
Okay, would you rather never feel hot again or never feel cold again?
Hot. For me, yeah. I prefer it ice cold.
Spoken like a true Dane.
Yeah.
And I'm with him on this one.
Okay.
I think we prefer the cold.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Bye-bye and hello also, because Denmark is about to play on this stage against South Korea. That's our second match of the day, and on the mics for it we have Matt and Mitch here to break it all down and set the stage for yet another match.
It is well and truly said. I mean, the controversy surrounding South Korea in terms of them not winning the video game has been thick.
The
video game, not that one.
This team feels like it's engineered to win the video game. So when they do not, in fact, win the video game, the effluence tends to hit the fan.
Yes, that is exactly what I would have said word for word as well. Now, let's talk about it, though, because they did lose, of course, the game against France. It was a reverse sweep. And it kind of looked like did they underestimate them? Did they just not expect them to come out this strong, and especially Demon?
Well,
like
France
it was
France beating everybody down with Crocs on the Demon.
Yeah, but we're speaking about South Korea here. Like, they still should have been the winners of it, like just on paper.
For me, it's a conversation about floors and ceilings. I think the South Korean ceiling is unbelievably high, but this is the best time to try and get one over on a team like this, because maybe they're just not adopting this meta as quickly as France, for example, right? And as time goes on, like, these guys are inevitable. give them enough time to maybe work their Demon into their, wheelhouse, and I think that they're going to be in great shape. Obviously, this wasn't much of a game, right? South Korea, we sort of expected them to look very, very strong here. Exactly, yeah. Keep the content vertical, you know what I'm saying? Keep it nice and snappy. But this is the must-win game for them. I think they've probably been pretty hard on themselves after losing to France.
Sure.
And they'll come back with fire in their bellies today.
Yeah, expectations are obviously high if you're looking at this particular roster, star-studded front to back.
I mean, this is a nasty team, right? I'm so excited to see Sunjin in simple play with this kind of, Crazy Raccoon core.
Yes.
I know those two players, we've seen obviously Sunjin on Dallas Fuel, then Simple on Twisted Minds have really strong performances. I felt a little bad after they lost that first one. They would end up taking up runs at the blame, but I think they're going to bounce back just fine. Obviously, Denmark is a feisty opponent on the other side of the stage, but I still feel pretty good about Korea here.
Yeah, as you should. I mean, especially with Denmark coming off of a pretty tough loss. It was a 0-3 against France. Now, you can argue, of course, France also won against South Korea, so transitive properties. Who made it closer, but no, France is in fact not our banana for scale. Let's talk about this Danish roster though, because we know what to expect from them, right? We've been familiar with a lot of these players. We know that they have an aggressive backline. We know that they have a lot of great pieces to work with.
I don't feel like these guys were nearly assertive enough against France. You really have to be. Playing at the French pace, I think, is really challenging, but SkyTour was constantly looking like he was being left behind just by the pace of play.
He was also Crox's target, apparently, heading into this one for absolutely unknown
for no
reasons.
reason. Hey, listen, you've got to pick someone, right?
I think that I agree with you. I also think that's what really worries about, me for Denmark in this series 100%. Is that, the pace from South Korea is going to be as fast, if not faster, than France plays. And they kind of crumbled under that pressure eventually. Are there some throwbacks here that Denmark can end up playing? Can we get slower comps in the mix, right? I would say South Korea hasn't really... I want to see them pilot the Demon against a really good team before we're like, okay, they figured it out. Yeah. Can you do some stuff that's more EMEA pilled here for Denmark to be able to take it?
Or conversely, I want to see Jonovic try and play at that same level of aggressiveness that we saw against France, but in a way that's not as punishable, right? I think that South Korea is someone who's going to absolutely just dial in on him. Stalker's just going to blow him up if he gets too close on that jetpack cap.
You went with Denmark.
Yeah, totally. I totally played that.
No, I went through that. I changed his prediction on the sheet.
Oh, you did? That's very nice.
Do that?
Yeah,
that's actually crazy.
Yeah,
I had Australia for this one too.
Well, he did pick a shy for every game, so I was like, you know what? He's rolling with the dogs.
I hope, but if Denmark wins, he's going to look so smart.
Yeah, but no, it's kind of good. We both look kind of good because I picked it.
Yeah, I'm just not. I just won't take credit for that pick. I do not think Denmark are going to win this game. I actually do not think it's going to be close.
Let's find out, Mitch, because Denmark surely has something to say about that. Let's head into. We must. That's not even a statement. We must. There we go.
This is the Denglish. Love that.
And a Resaban here for Denmark. Obviously, a tank protect here potentially as well. Jetpack Cat gone for Korea. So
okay. They got into this game real quick. They are not messing about. Yeah. We are live, folks, into the server. And Jetpack Cat ban here. But we're gonna have Lucio and Kiri for both sides.
I think this is okay. So it's gonna be tough for Denmark, I think, to find any advantages, right? But in comps that play like this, I think that's their clear path to win.
I mean, Jumbin's playing Malga, but this is just a throwback to 2 years ago for Crazy Raccoon. I don't know, man. Sunjin's having to play the Genji. Stalker's just gonna shoot everybody. These guys definitely feel like they're gonna look good here. So I want to look closer. I want to put Denmark under the microscope, Matt. I want to look at Jonovic's positioning, Shockwave's ability to win these duels, and SkyTour to swing and not take too much faceful damage early on.
Denmark is going to try and get control here over the bridge. There's a lot of pressure here on the Junbin. Going to try and move him out of that position. Grab does take a lot of damage, though. They're going to heal up Junbin, get him into the mix. Simple does find the Reaper, and now you're way less scared here to play these aggressive positions, right? The Reaper, that large source of damage up front. This has been all South Korea here early.
Yeah. They are going to drag us into the Bautista-verse sooner rather than later, I think.
I think you and Zoe have lost your minds, I think.
Oh yeah, and you were the beacon of sanity. So glad you're here to keep us keep us steady. Coming into this fight, of course, good use of that Kitsune rush for South Korea will be imperative. Rav has had a couple opportunities to find Junbin and pressure him down, but yeah, these stomps are devastating. And the pile-in from South Korea after the stomp is kind of the scarier part. Kitsune rush community for Simple, they really want to force back and not give it opening here, but Junbin lingers a little bit too close to those Hellfire shotguns. Rav, though, is going to be punished for it. South Korea at least able to exact their pound of flesh for the trade, and watch out. Skytor needs to make sure he stays on solid ground here.
That is nasty as the railgun shot there from Stalker. Sunjin finishes off Jonowich, and now you don't have this beat to respond to Chorong. Ended up using his. Now that'll buy time for Junbin to get back in the fight.
Blade, very much a solo endeavor, but look at all of South Korea are ready for this cage fight going to be thrown in, and Sunjin has full support from the rest of his squad. Rav is the first to fall now. The cage fight connects. Junbin, great use of that Malga ultimate. Sunjin eventually falls. Jonovic is giving as good as he gets, but it's not enough on aggregate here, as South Korea are set up to take the round.
Yeah, looked like Jonowich there, maybe just trying to sneak in, get a touch, but that will be round number 1. Flawless.
And this room filled up real quick.
Yeah, it did. We were talking about your predictions for a while. We didn't get a chance to take a look, and it is filled out here in Busan. Been an amazing host for the group stages here. Obviously, South Korea trying to advance past this point. Now on to BlizzCon, as this game is really kind of a decider, right? With France, you assume, obviously going to go undefeated in the group.
I feel like it should be said at this point that anything less than utter domination is unacceptable from South Korean fans.
Oh, yeah.
Anything less than making an example out of Denmark and booking a emphatic ticket to BlizzCon, albeit not in top seed. Yeah, well, that's bare minimum.
I think also, like, you know, there's been so much talk about how, obviously, I know EMEA has performed at international grad, trying to make a play, but not able to do so. But we've, you know, obviously seen, you know, like Twisted Minds, Katya, Geekay, you know, a lot of these players from EMEA, NKSA, you know, make it through internationals for OWCS and win. So for South Korea, you still want to show like you are, you know, the dominant country when it comes to Overwatch. And then like it's like, okay, one thing to lose to KSA at this event, right? And then it's like, oh my god, it's like how many of these EMEA teams, right? Like,
I mean, these guys lost to China in 2023.
Yeah,
they want to put that in the rearview mirrors.
Well, they got fourth at the last Overwatch World Cup. They lost to Finland
in that final. Yeah, dejected by that point. I think that you want to erase that from history, and honestly, you're not off to a great start here in 2026. This is still Team South Korea. This is still some of the very, very best. And look, they're not leaving any openings here, Matt. There's just no way in for Denmark. Door shut in their face at every turn, as Shockwave first to fall in this fight. Skytor is low and won't get any healing if Jonovic is going to get picked off. Johan doesn't have a sideline to his Malga player and has to use the switch step to get to safety, but he throws himself deep into the fray doing so.
Sunjin with just a nasty Genji play. I feel bad for the supports here of Denmark, as Jonovic and Johan, we've seen some great performances from them, but it's been rough really for all of Denmark so far. Trying to come in here with the Vendetta, change things up. Quite honestly, probably look a little bit better with the Reaper, maybe, or at least easier, I think, for them to play. Like the Vendetta is going to be punished so hard here by Korea.
Trying to retake with the Reaper, though, feels like a pretty difficult prospect. Got a bit of a divide to cross, and here's a blade from Sunjin. He wants to take this into his own hands immediately. Shockwave trying to slide away with the dash. He's paired perfectly with the Soak slide. Stalker falls. This is what I wanted to see from Jonovic. Still find ways to channel that aggression. Pile in and get elimination, but Junbin finds a big stop here. That was a very important Suzu deploy by Johan, and now Kitsune Rush. It's a layering of support ultimates, but this is the last chance really for Denmark. They've got to throw everything in, and even with the rush and the beat, it still might not be enough. South Korea had those analogs on their side too. And on the high ground, Denmark just are in disarray.
Yes, Sunjin just kind of slowly moving forward here. Jonowich, Shockwave, fall. OC, I mean, you don't even need it here.
This is the kind of day you make the 4 p.m. dinner reservation for, Matt. Rav is out of the picture. There was a touch there from Johan, but a switch step back towards the team is necessitated. It's a cage fight for Skytor now, trying to get some extra healing off the cardiac overdrive, but everybody on South Korea is going to use him as a speedball. Skytor has fallen. There's nothing more to say here for Denmark as Shockwave pulls up short. And that's an emphatic victory in the first map.
that is as clean as you can possibly get, right? But Sunjin died 3 times. Chorong, Deathless. 1 death apiece for Junbin, Simple, and Stalker. Just a buzzsaw that Denmark ran into here in map number 1.
I mean, the first exchange on this round map was really indicative to me of what South Korea are capable of doing. You see, Skytor running up on Simple's position, right? Charges in. Simple gets a ton of damage, stays alive with Suzu, and then Skytor gets shot in the back of the head by Stalker. There is always someone else. There are no 1v1s to find here against South Korea. And there are no windows. There are no ways to punish bad positioning. Whereas for Denmark, that's what South Korea are going to do. Sunjin just solo blades into the enemy spawn. And everyone all of a sudden is there with him.
See, do you feel like you let them off the hook a little bit by not playing Demon here? In map number 1, right? We saw an Orisa ban.
I mean, Cat's ban, so maybe you just don't feel like...
Ban.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really the best.
That's what gave South Korea trouble with France, obviously.
They have to master that, though. You're not shying away from that challenge, I think, here.
If you're Denmark, you should just, at least try and force them to do it. Allowing Junbin to just kind of go and play Maga, good luck, right?
Which is such a classic pick of his. But this is for me, it's a really fundamental brand of Overwatch we get to see from South Korea in that first map. The Orisa ban almost feels like Denmark were hoping to get a Malgamira.
Yes,
which is kind of wild. Am I walking into a room with Junbin and saying, I really want to play Malga?
Yeah, you're looking after their game against France the other day, and then the game against Colombia. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's actually just match Maga. I don't know. I feel maybe I actually thought it would be a good path to victory because it's a little bit slower, more stable. But after seeing it, I just can't stand by that. I think you got to go try and play Demon here.
I also just don't see South Korea being left behind in that kind of matchup here, though. Skytor, I mean, it's a race. It's a literal arms race to try and adopt this Demon and her associated compositions as quickly as you possibly can. And some teams, some players are ahead of the curve, right? In France's case. I talked about it's a matter of floors and ceilings. South Korea's floor is so high that, up against some of these teams who are just not really looking decisive or haven't mastered the Demon composition, they're just going to decimate.
It's not like France, they reverse sweep them, but it's not like those were blowouts. Right? Those are still really good games. That Shambali, South Korea is actually almost able to hold, get an even fuller hold on France. So it's not like those were...
They played that high ground Sigma on first point. Yeah, they did obviously opt out of a Demon matchup there as well. You also have time, as we head towards BlizzCon, if you get out of the group here, which is, so far looking likely here for South Korea, you have time to integrate that into your comms. Obviously, this is all happening, and the qualifiers are all happening around OWCS period as well. Obviously, with Stage 3 on the horizon, you've got to manage your time between the two formats, the two competitions pretty effectively here. But I think now South Korea realizing it's been a hot minute since they've stood at the top of the podium here at the World Cup. So
we also just see Spain obviously win a series without playing the Demon. We've seen KSA play a ton of just Diva, right? Ziad, just get the Ziad Diva out. There are teams that are having success without it. It's just we see a ton obviously running Demon at a really high level. Heesang in here for Sunjin. Looks like we're also getting a change here with Slay coming in here for Denmark. So a different look in terms of the backline.
Yeah, I mean, there's some synergy here between Slay and Jonovic as well.
Yep.
Having spent some time together. But yeah, my eyes are certainly going to be on this frontline matchup. South Korea have options as well. Max waits in the wings here for a chance to get involved. There's maybe one of those players have also been delegated to put in the extra work on the Demon when possible. It's just, we saw maybe some windows where Raph could pressure the Malga on Reaper in that first round. Obviously switching off that later on Village, the game looked just as unclose, to use a Matt-ism. So I don't really know what axis you're supposed to attack the game on here, Matt. Maybe
Matt-ism. Is that up there with Avril Theory and
yeah, sure. Yeah, we really let him have that one, didn't we?
Yeah.
I feel like if I had more energy, I would have been like, come on, bro. Can't be doing that.
Talking about Avril up there with Einstein and Isaac Newton.
Yeah,
you know, people. Yeah, people.
Honestly, like, I heard that they were this close to putting on the Mount Rushmore of New Zealand Overwatch talent.
New Zealand have a Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. We got some mountains.
Is this okay, Neon Junction. Okay. I'm kind of happy to see this. There was like a part of me where it's like, is Denmark gonna like double down and try and play like New Junk and like play like more Rush? But excited to see what do you ban here? Like
we just can't be mirroring Malgo. We just can't be running that down. I think if
you want to ban Soj to play like some Cassidy here, also kind of protects Bastion in a way. If you wanted to play that.
Yeah. Yeah, like obviously like Isang comes in here, so to tell you that South Korea are trying to make sure I kind of have all their bases covered, whether it's like, you know, what Stalker's hero pool is going to look like. You just want to like maybe run the Tracer in here is fine. You can play the Mei right on this map. We've been seeing that from a few teams. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Isang comes in, so I do think like you want to respect this a little bit. The Farah. I would not say prolific on this particular map, but much like the Freya, again, like kind of use on the attack side to soften up defenders and use Tracer as the other edge of the pincer. Reasonable, albeit a little odd here. I thought Denmark might be a little bit more targeted, maybe more concerned about setting up.
Korea could ban Demon if they really wanted to, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
guarantee a second map without Demon?
You could ban, like, even if you wanted to ban, like, Eerie here and play, like, yeah, I know it's going to be Demon. I was going to say, like, Simple can play a lot of other, you know, different supports, right? Get kind of interesting with the backline, but this feels really comfy for Korea, right?
Just run Amalgam in. Continue to run that back. It's gonna be hard to answer that.
They try and play like a Sig here and maybe like Sig. Are they gonna try and play like Sig, like Sim, like kind of comps, like EMEA comps here?
Find a way to fold the Mizuki in. It's the kind of map where you do see that from time to time.
Like Farah can be annoying into those comps as well. It also protects Sim, so like maybe that's the thought here for Denmark.
Still, like I think you have like the Freya is kind of the analog for this Farah, right? In a number of ways. So,
Vendetta, still an option.
Yeah, especially we do start seeing like Sim front lines, right? And you mentioned it earlier today. You know, those Sigma setups, like the Vendetta can be quite good as long as there aren't like 4 or 5 pieces of disruption against her. All of a sudden that becomes much more uncomfortable. And then there's also the question of like, you know, Slay, what is he coming in here to sort of play alongside Jonowich? Is there like a particular configuration they're looking for? Do they want to play like the EMEA coded Sigma Mizuki look? Could be what precipitates a substitution. We didn't see Slay in Denmark's previous series.
Like, is it like that Mizuki type of comp? Like, you know, something along those lines? Like, really bunkery? Like, this was a really popular map in EMEA.
Yeah.
You know, since it's been introduced, a lot of like Sim, Cassidy, things along those lines, but feels like that meta has kind of escaped us a little bit, at least early on here in Busan.
And even the very best teams on their road to sort of, you know, glory in Overwatch, whether it's World Cup or other competitions, they do run into speed bumps, right? The game moves quickly. God, how many heroes are like just being added to the game? Like it's at a feverish pace, and so our pro players have to, you know, adopt them, you know, at quite a high rate. And bear in mind, like a number of these South Korea players have been very tied up with like mid-season championship, with their OWCS competitions. Remember, like, you know, Korean teams play in Asia OWCS as well. It's like another layer of competition there for them. So it's very lively. We're gonna split that time, you know, with sort of World Cup.
I love
prep.
the new hero, like, kind of thrown into the mix though. Like, changes the game, gives a lot of you know, different variety to it, right? I think when you kind of like distill Overwatch down to like, you know, we kind of have a counter, and here we go. We got both teams on each side playing each team. I think like what really awesome about it is like when you get like kind of the, okay, France playing this crazy Devon comp, and like, can you even stop it? What do you do? Like, you're like searching. I love that.
This for me is obviously one of my favorite parts about being here in Busan. I think the Korean fan base is really singular in that there's such a reciprocal arrangement. The players deliver excellence with regularity. That's what's expected. But the fans always turn up. They are always here. They're here before the doors open. They fill the room. You know, I wouldn't call it a symbiosis, but like it's such a close relationship between the fan base and the players, right? Both of them spur each other on.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see kind of South Korean fans come out here to Busan, support their team. I bet you a lot of these people will be going over to BlizzCon, right?
Yeah.
Like, heading over that way.
It just feels like it means more to them, right? I feel like I see the same from the Chinese fans as well.
The French fans too, right?
Genuinely the lifeblood of events like this. And the players do know this. Like, they really do go to great lengths, I think, to acknowledge that, like, the fans are like a huge component of their success.
Man.
There's pressure that comes along with this, right?
Yeah.
But so gratifying when you can celebrate big victories with them. And that's what the hope here is for, is that, South Korea will get reinstated at the top of the global hierarchy, right? I think Saudi Arabia really disrupted them back in 2023. China got in their way as well.
We've seen, like, obviously when we got in Riyadh, like, the fans in Saudi, like, they love, like, the Twisted Minds, Katsias, those teams. And then I feel like Japan is dying for a team that they can, like, really kind of, like, get behind, feel like has a shot, like, at that international level.
The Varel fan base were there. They really turned up in numbers. I think that, like, the uncomfortable reality about that Varel squad is that, I think a lot of the power from that team comes from the import slots.
Yeah.
Right? Slay and Top Dragon really were able to take them to great heights. But I saw the fan base just adopt them entirely. You know what I mean? Like, it really made them a part of the experience as well. But yeah, obviously it's a blow for Japan once again to be denied the chance to sort of play at BlizzCon in front of those fans. But man, the competition has never been fiercer.
Oh.
Right? The era of Overwatch we're in, especially now with this infusion of young talent, we're seeing it like across Spain, across Denmark, for example, France as well, with these players that have been sitting at high FACEIT Master, OWCS.
But I think that's what happens, though, when you have these, like, regional leagues, right? Where, we have, like, the import slots now, right? And just, like, constant competition at that really high level obviously gets everybody better. Where you're seeing now, even NA, right? I know at the mid-season championship, they're starting to go a little bit further. USA looked really good here, right? I'm sure Varel would learn from, some of their players obviously coming to this event now, going back to Asia to compete.
Yeah.
Just, more competition globally and international competition, and more just opportunities to play high-level Overwatch.
I think the extra event, like the addition for me of, like, that mid-season championship is really given so much more to play for. South Korea, know there's plenty on the line here, but so far they've been demonstrated to be the better team. We still got more Overwatch to play, though. And now it's time for Neon Junction. And that's it. For every ounce of energy that the South Korean players deliver, the fans give it back 50 times over. This room's about to get loud.
For Denmark, signs of life. Even if you lose here, right, taking maps, we talk about tiebreakers, it would obviously be pretty rough for them to make it out, right? You'd start to get into, like, head-to-heads and stuff, and they don't have the right kind of map count there. They obviously need to win this, even get to 2-1, right?
Yeah.
So
we'll see on this defense side, a comp already starting to form. Junbin over to the Orisa, banned in the first map. Obviously something SkyTour didn't want to have to encounter as Malga. Now he'll have to reckon with that disruption. An effective zone control that Orisa leverages. He sang on the Xion here. And Stalker happy to take a Cassidy matchup. Shockwave here is characteristically, or unsurprisingly rather, not having to find too much action on the Widow out of the gates.
It'll be Slay coming in to just play the Kiri. So just like maybe something different on the other side, but at least right now, looking like just a different look. It'll be a Sigma-based Cat Bastion comp. Interesting enough, they're also going to play a Cassidy with it, right? So double hit scan in effect here.
Rav and Shockwave. Cassidy and Bastion look. It's a little odd. It also might mean less pressure on the back line here. Rav is more concerned about trying to chunk Junbin down. Once you knock that armor off the Orisa, she tends to fold like a lawn chair. Getting to that point, though, is after challenge. He's saying needs to evade away there, and Shockwave does announce his
Orisa's not a great pick into this, though, right? Like, Sig can just kind of constantly poke the Orisa back. The Bastion can kind of get that armor off. Stalker, though, with two. I mean, I know it doesn't really matter if it's a great pickup if the Stalker is able to do that.
So Sigma is also not resilient, though, to displacement.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a way to mitigate that, so Javelin is annoying for him. Brutal. If you knock Sigma in a position where his shield can no longer be useful to his teammates, it becomes really uncomfortable for the Sigma. Also, like, you just fortify when the accretion comes in because there's such a wind-up. If you can close that gap. Right now, Sigma is on the attack side here, so fundamentally, Skytor has to walk up into Junbin's effective range. Like, that's a little uncomfortable. You can't really just keep the Orisa at arm's length with this tank matchup. Ooh, Deadeye. Sky Noon, if you will. Junbin, just in time, gets out of the way. We'll get some priority, at least, here in positioning for Denmark. It's now South Korea have to make their way back in for the retake, but okay, Shockwave folds. Now Stalker gets his high ground spot. Skytor had better hold on to that kinetic grasp. As I say, he has to use it to stay alive. Rav gets a good matchup against Stalker, at least at that range, but the flashbang connects, and now
the haste buff from the Kitsune Rush also helps there. Get the extra shots off.
Yeah, I'll say that Peacekeeper recovery time is also sped up, so you can just go ham. Right. Not great. Not the most auspicious of beginnings here for Denmark. Shockwave. Was hoping maybe someone had pushed up here, but that doesn't seem like South Korea at all.
Sky Noon available here for South Korea.
Flux for Skytor. Doesn't really seem like the
Orisa can just fortify it.
Yeah, it's not the most exciting proposition against the Orisa. I think you need to try and catch the Cassidy here. Stalker playing back. Grenade does knock him a little bit. Grapple Pappy up to the high ground here. Sky Noon flies in. Shockwave, not an answer in the world to deliver to Stalker's question. Jolowicz also caught inside that Terror Surge, and in an instant, the fight is over.
Skytor gonna get staggered out here as well.
I like that he's trying this.
They needed that one to connect, right? I mean, give themselves a little bit of a window here. Under a minute to go.
We are dead-ass doing this.
Yeah.
All right. Now I think
was the last time we saw real like Widowmaker play.
Oh man, it's been a while. This does really change the game though. The paradigm's a bit different now. You got to play out of those sidelines as much as possible. He's has to go looking though for this Widow. I think we found them. Simple falls here. Oh, that's dirty. That is dirty. Shockwave fell down. He's saying here with a spree. The first activation doesn't give you much value. Up to the sky we go, and left a bit to be desired. That one. Junbin Ball. Okay.
Simple's gonna have a rush. Yeah, Korea,
there's no way.
So difficult to get them really out of these fights.
Been burnt down by Wheels mode there. Second tick picked up, rolls back in though. Here's the Kitsune Rush to try and empower him. And it's going to be tough to shift him, but he's low. Needs to duck behind. Still healed up almost to half and ready to fight again. Shockwave's going to be spotted off towards the side now as well. And he's accosted instantly by Stalker. Skytor's low. And it doesn't get better than this, folks. South Korea contests with the Wrecking Ball to deny the cap. That's some good-ass Overwatch, bro.
Can't happen, bro. I mean, that is just nasty work there from Junbin, and it's simple. Junbin gets on, gets a touch, dangerously low, gets back, allows Simple to TP to him. Kitsune Rush comes down. Junbin does like two little spins there over by the payload, and then just kind of sits behind the wall, right? Knocks some of those players back on Denmark.
400 health.
Yep.
And then somehow Stalker is in Narnia. I think Simple just we got dragged back into the fight, I think, by the cat and was able to flank the Cassidy.
Yeah.
And that's foul.
And then they had a Sim come back there at the end.
Oh my god.
That is
yeah, pretty impressive stuff.
Rough stat line there for Shockwave. We've obviously seen, I know it's been awesome to see Shockwave back in action. Just never really able to get comfortable. This is a Twisted Mind staple here from Denmark. The good old Reinhardt. They typically run it though with like a Cassidy and have it up on the high ground. This time they run it with a Bash.
Yeah,
instead.
it's a ground Bastion.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, again, we've obviously seen this in eras gone by. See, namely the London Spitfire. So how well are South Korea going to be able to intuit this this sort of reshuffling of resources from Denmark with a TP? Are they going to be ready for the Bastion to turn up in their midst? Assessing the comp here, Stalker's just waiting for some comps out from Junbin as to what we should be expecting to see. Okay. Okay. We're having a fun time. That's okay.
Grox is showing this footage to the coaching staff of France.
I mean, again, like this guy, Jonathan, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I mean, they're trying to ignore the Roadhog. I just don't see that as being a great option. And this is not good enough to trade neutrally against South Korea.
Slay is up there. I mean, poor Slay.
He's saying that was able to pick him off, and without so much as a whimper, Denmark have been felled on the Junction.
As good as it gets is South Korea. They are looking to make quick work of Denmark, and I mean, we're kind of sat like over to the side where you can see the Denmark players, and they just kind of they have like that smile on of like, man, what are we supposed to do here? The rough draw for them.
I mean, plenty of teams have had that attitude going up against South Korea, and I definitely felt it midway through the series.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of talked about France and how to get started against this South Korean team, you needed a bit of delusion from someone like Crocs. The belief that you could, you know, truly beat this kind of team. It's kind of hard to dig deep for that now after 2 maps and where nothing that Denmark have thrown is really stuck.
Yeah, typically at moments like this, you're trying to find like something you can be positive about, right? For Denmark, of like, hey, this went really well, or we want to play this now moving forward. No, maybe we think we had a little bit of an advantage there for a while. Just not the case so far here for Denmark.
It's like Johan is going to come and sit back down.
You know, looks like we do have a sub.
But yeah, okay, so we get the Roadhog out of the gates. I don't read into this too much, folks. This Ryan comp folded pretty quickly. I like the idea that TP up to the high ground and try and set up there, but they obviously didn't have much chance to get advanced notice on what that South Korea comp was going to be. And it was always going to be a little bit of a gambit.
Yeah. It's a Demon ban there for South Korea. You also saw them ban Jetpack Cat in map number 1.
They've gone after both halves of this composition.
Right.
Yeah, so obviously your options now for, you know, South Korea can't avert a Demon Jetpack Cat sort of scenario, but frankly, is it terrible for them to just have a crack at it? Get some more reps on the comp? That is definitely going to be part of the game, and it's definitely going to be present at BlizzCon too.
And I'm not even sure we're going to get a sub here. I think it might just be...
I'm seeing players come out. I'm seeing Sunjun return.
Okay, Sunjun's coming out, yeah. But I think for Denmark, it looks like...
Johan is staunching Slay. Like, bro, that's my
Yeah, I actually didn't see his stuff in his hands. I thought they were just like... Slay's like, are you sure?
Well, this is the only way this series is going to get out to a normal length.
Yeah.
We need these substitutions to, you know, get the...
He's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, he's like, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, Johan's like, I get it, bro. Yeah,
yeah, that is rough.
They keep shooting me in the head. What do I do?
Yeah, their Roadhog is flying through the sky.
Max
Max coming in. Okay. Is he the Demon?
Is he the Demon? The real Demon, please sit down.
Sunjun coming in as well. So, I think Sunjun coming in for Heesang. Yeah. So. We'll see Sunjun sit down there and he'll pick up that DPS role yet again as Slay is like now talking to Shockwave. He's like, brother, you believe that?
Believe these guys, bro? What was that go?
Yeah,
my Widowmaker didn't quite work. I don't know why. That was kind of my...
I feel bad. Shockwave has had such a great run through the groups online. It's been so fun to see him back and play.
He's so matter-of-fact about it. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's World Cup, so of course I'm coming back.
Yeah,
like,
of course he's going to play.
What do you like? Yeah. Like it was a stupid question when I asked him. I was like, okay, bro, fair enough.
Denmark has had so much like support, right? You think about like the online group stages. I know they've done such like a great job supporting this team.
I have the chance to work in Denmark once a month, actually, like on like esports shows, and like the involvement from like the local council, the government, like they really do get behind it. They were playing at the main football stadium. In that facility, which is awesome. They were. I mean, for them, I feel like that boot camp experience almost rivaled their trip out here in terms of just how much they were enjoying the chance to get together and, you know, really feel empowered by their nation to go and put their best foot forward. Unfortunately for them, they just end up in a group with South Korea and France, so that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at it, obviously they probably expect their game against France to determine making it out of this group, right? No, not their game against South Korea. Which obviously puts maybe a little bit of a damper on you know, Denmark, their odds here. But you think about we talked about so much coming into this, like, oh, like what's group of death? We were talking about Group A with you know, China and Japan. I think this group has become really tough. Obviously, with Thailand, I know they're a little feisty of the team that's like down there, you know, more towards the bottom. Yeah.
I honestly,
oh no, this is Colombia. Sorry, this is Colombia in this group.
Yes,
sorry.
that's right.
But no, I don't think anyone expected France to have this, you know, type of
they did
resurgence. Like they were good online. Yeah, they were actually pretty
games.
good online. Yeah, to be fair. It's kind of more of, I guess, like Group C, right? With Germany, Spain, and Canada. That's been the one with Thailand. That's been the one that's been a bit close.
And so many players, like on the French team, but also on this Danish team, are obviously like representatives in OWCS, right? We've actually seen them kind of become mainstays, but they've been outside of those top teams. Like they've not been VPs or TMs or Alcazias. Like they've not quite been there. Now with OWCS, it's 6 teams, right? It's never been harder to get in there. The competition has never been fiercer. So like many of these players are also like bobbing up and down, playing a season of FACEIT Master. Like Peps probably didn't belong in FACEIT Master, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like you don't go 45-0 in a league that you belong in necessarily, but that's the reality now. Like it is tough. It is easy to be gate kept out. And now we're heading over to Esperanza here. All right.
Okay, so we've seen obviously a lot of Demon played on this map. Not a available ban for Korea. They have already banned Jetpack and Demon.
Something I didn't love about the Neon Junction approach for Denmark is that they talked about they were playing double hit scan, had no backline pressure, and the result of that, Stalker didn't die.
Yeah,
didn't die on the map. 0 deaths. I do think that you really need to you have to force mistakes out of the South Korean team are not just going to make mistakes. They're not just going to trip themselves over. You need to apply pressure to the most susceptible parts of their team, right? And we kind of saw that in the first map. I did see pressure on the ward simple, but it's so easy for Kiri just to be elsewhere. You can't really punish positioning errors. Kiri can just play how she wants.
The faster the pace, the obviously higher opportunity for there to be mistakes. Mizuki ban here, coming in from Denmark. This might be, is it like a Kiri protect type of thing?
It's a protect.
Yeah.
I also South Korea aren't afraid to play slower as well. They can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't want to run at us, you don't want to play chaos? Fine, we'll just sit. We'll just sit here. And maybe Sunjin will just go and blade you every now and then. Get something going on. Do you know what I mean? Xion. Okay.
Yeah, they hit Hisang in to play some Xion, so Xion's been pretty good into Maga. Xion's been pretty good, in combination with other kind of flankers, right? So
high health, obviously, having percent health damage is pretty important, right? There are not a lot of examples of that in the game outside of Gravitic Flux. So getting the perk with an extra 20% damage against those low health targets can be really helpful just to try and get that critical massive damage on a very sort of stalwart tank. I don't know if Malga loves it. I don't know if he... Also, the fact that Xion can use that ability from pretty extreme range when you fully charge it. It's and if they're headshots, bro, people are just getting absolutely nuked. I mean, we saw that from South Korea actually in the first map.
Yeah. Denmark, obviously, they have to do a France here, reverse sweep, to try and keep themselves alive here.
Yeah.
Could you imagine this place we had a game 5 between these two teams? I mean, it seems like a...
It would be very quiet.
Oh.
Very quiet.
Based off the first 2 maps, that seems like a reality we may not be in. But
no, look, and we sort of talked about it with Soe earlier on here. None of us realistically... look, I think if Denmark can make a better showing against France and not look like they just rolled over, then the narrative coming to this game is completely different. It's hey, here's an upstart team that, loves that relishes the challenge to go up against these established names. They've got talented players that can actually win matchups in some of these roles. But pound for pound, you don't feel that way about this Danish team. As good as Shockwave is, I'm sorry, I'm voting Stalker in that kind of matchup. The guy is pretty absurd. And then even then, okay, so if there are teams that are not winning the pound for pound matchups, you can also move on to, are they better than the sum of their parts, right? Are they able to, are they super coordinated? Are they very good at peeling for each other? Are they, excellent at identifying the weak points in opponents at mid-rotation? Is there a chance to catch someone who's a second too slow? But those windows to exploit are razor narrow for a team like South Korea. They just don't make those mistakes. Can you force them? We talked about earlier.
You got to amp the pace up, right?
But this
I mean,
is not,
that's the only way.
Denmark. They are not a fast-paced team.
They're not exactly EMEA outside of like TM.
Jonovic low-key, they'd like maybe, you know, follow his doctrine. They'll play a bit up-tempo, but you know, it was...
Just haven't seen it.
It was even more obvious, I think, against France. I think it was exposed in the Demon mirror. The difference in like preference of like pace of play. Like, oh, I'm like, oh my god, like these guys are, you know, definitely running at different speeds.
I mean, I felt so bad for SkyTour in that France series, right? Felt like they're trying to pilot that Demon, like give them an advantage, never really able to kind of stay alive. It's also going to need, obviously, some better play just from the whole of Denmark to make this one competitive, as potentially their final stand here in the Overwatch World Cup will happen on Esperanza.
In the final stand for Denmark. Strong team in their own right, but being thrust into a group with two of the potential front runners, two top 4 competitors, decidedly, as we are heading into BlizzCon. It's not an enviable situation at all. This Young Hopper would be quite interesting.
I mean, that would not be good. I think this is, you know, early on I was like, maybe it's the Maga, you know, slow the pace down, and clearly not for Denmark. I think this will be more interesting, right? Seeing if their take on the Demon can come out on top.
Maybe the D.Va, Cat Bastion. South Korea. It's probably no surprise now. Obviously, your Jetpack Cat ban's gone. Your Demon bans have been exhausted. You know, at some point, Denmark's going to try this. I applaud them for trying this. I think this is the one axis that's not been tested in this matchup. And Max can't really stand around and fight SkyTour at length in the front line. However, when Sunjun cracks this shield, starts to force this ugly positioning, now you can start to pick your opponents apart. Now you can start to punish.
Not
there's the D-suit.
SkyTour alive. It's a lot of damage. Now with Stalker obviously coming in playing you know, Cassidy here as well.
And the pain point for Denmark here is, what are we supposed to do when Sunjun rounds the corner in Wheels mode? We don't have defense matrix. We don't actually have any form of damage mitigation, so we need to disengage. Okay, right. Where do we disengage to?
And SkyTour's shield is like not infinite, right?
It's like 600, 650, right? It's
the Bastion gets rid of that in seconds.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sunjun's flanking. He's flanking him. Okay. Johan shows himself here, but Sunjun is going to be out of Wheels mode now. So you survived that, but then Stalker's able to find another pick. Rabba's gone down. You're at the risk of being pincered. I see Chorong making a beeline for all of these players. Johan doesn't have Swift Step available now. It's an easy pick-off.
Yeah, and it looks like SkyTour is out of mech over by the objective. Is that his checkpoint? So, this one might be quick.
You are figuratively digging deep. I see it.
This one, look, there's not a lot here. This is South Korea just showing, like, you know, obviously in a must-win scenario here against Denmark, playing to their absolute max.
They need to do that. They need to do something about this Bastion, Matt. Until that happens, I'm not even going to be getting a conversation about win conditions. It's just anti-loss conditions. Skynoon. Oh, that's a dirty angle. Shockwave and Johan go down. And this is looking like less and less of an Overwatch game and more like ritual sacrifice by the moment.
They had not, like, you know, they get Max demeched and gone. But obviously they're not able to up that pressure. This is Kitsune Rush and Catnap going towards the spawn. This is...
Alright, we're going to start with Kitsune Rush here now. Shockwave, nobody go. Sunjun just really loving playing inside the rush here. And there's nowhere for SkyTour to really be either. Honestly, like, playing this matchup with that D.Va is so challenging. Every time Sunjun throws that Wheels mode on, it's just devastating.
Rab was alive somewhere. I don't know exactly where he is. I think he's behind them for a sec. He does have a pulse bomb. Artillery available here for Sunjun as well. You like artillery catnap? Stun, artillery. There's the artillery.
Now Johan has to switch step pretty early. Switch step forward into a bit of an aggressive spot. Sorka, always an issue. Hit with that limit break now. The dive comes in and still Skytor comes up short. Capnap to make sure that Stalker remains deathless in this game. And at 134 meters, folks, this is about done. A speed run of a series. There'll be a touch on John, which tries a catnap but taken down after the fact, and so the sacred timeline is preserved. South Korea will be at BlizzCon.
I mean, that is as much of a beatdown that we have seen. I feel that Denmark has obviously had some great performances in EMEA and here in Busan, but that is a motivated South Korean Overwatch team that they just went up against, and that is the level we expect that this team is able to get to constantly.
And behind that result, there's a strong statement emerging. That is, we do not need to play Demon, we do not need to go for the new shiny thing in order to exact a crushing toll on our opponents. We can do things our way, the way we've always done them, and still get there.
I want to see that be true against some other teams. I want to see that be true against KSA if they ever decide to pick it up. Team USA, right? Maybe another game against France. That would be quite fun.
I've seen that rematch.
See those teams go at it. Yeah, I want to see if that is true. We can just kind of play our style and we're able to get past it. Because it also saw, like, we saw Denmark try and play this against France, and they got railroad. I mean, they got annihilated in that series too.
South Korea, KSA, and France. Who's the fourth for you in that big four?
USA.
Definitely.
Who else?
Well, I mean, that was a pretty close game in Sweden. Yeah. I don't know if there's a decisive four necessarily. But we do have some front runners that have emerged after this week of play, and I'm very glad that South Korea remain among them.
There's a clear top two. I think KSA and
there isn't, is there? I saw you pull that face.
South Korea are the top two.
Who put France outside of that bracket after what we saw?
France is right there, but
as soon as I saw you say a clear top two, you pulled a face like you'd made a grave error.
Yeah, because I love the French, but I would want to see them have, like they destroyed Denmark, like they were not really stopped. And look, if that's the style of play we're going to have at BlizzCon, France is going to be in that conversation to win.
Yes.
Like, that's how good they have been on that Demon. If, teams now have a week or two to kind of craft, get into it, they'll see if there's some change there.
Yeah, I think that's my caveat here, right? Now, obviously, I think some teams have been caught by surprise at the usage rate of a Demon. I think not every team had it on the radar to be that impactful. And then the teams that practiced heading into this, such as France, they were obviously having a bit of a leg up, right, heading into the competition. But I don't think a team like South Korea is going to get tripped up twice by the same thing. So they will be prepared in a different kind of fashion when we're heading to BlizzCon.
It definitely felt like there was not a clear answer for the Demon comp against a Jetpack Cat Bastion look. You were simply forced to disengage and put yourself in a disadvantageous position. Now, maybe if Denmark rotate back more wisely, I guess they can fight against it. But South Korea have an answer to this newfangled comp.
Could you ask for a better layout of a series, though? I mean, no Cat, no Bastion, South Korea is able to get rid of, and then also Demon for a game, right? I mean, it's look, there's not really many answers for Denmark, right? It's not like, oh, Denmark, yeah, they could have done this and it would have been completely different. It's just nope. And I think that's also where, when we go to BlizzCon, you get later into that tournament, right? We have a final, and you have a first to four scenario, right, or whatever. Yeah, that's when you start to get a little bit scarier. But.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, the teams can prep differently as well, as they know more what to expect. There's going to be more footage on those respective teams and how they got there, their road to BlizzCon specifically. So I think we're going to see another level of gameplay heading into BlizzCon. For now, though, South Korea obviously redeeming themselves with a good performance the last 2 days here in the group stage. Yeah,
look, I mean, it's a relief to me, honestly. Obviously, I love to see an upset, but I don't necessarily want to see the global order of things rearranged to that degree. South Korea, I think it's a big blemish, right? There's a bruise that's going to be left with a loss suffered here on the road. But for them, it's about being results oriented. It's about thinking about getting on the podium and regaining that gold medal. So for me, that plan is still intact. Every great team faces a bump in the road on their way here, as long as they can land the plane where it matters in Anaheim at BlizzCon.
Yeah, and one of the pilots, Offset Plane, is with us on the couch right now. Chorong joining us together with Danny. He's a flight attendant, I guess?
Flight attendant?
We're trying to rock the analogy a little further.
No, I only specifically translate for Team Korea now. I'm just,
that's crazy.
Okay. I love that. Love that for you. Love that
Danny,
for you.
okay.
Yeah, we have so many questions, Chorong.
Yeah.
Obviously, the obvious ones are regarding Demon. Like, what was happening that first game against France? Was it the Demon just catching you guys off guard, or was it France in general getting going under the radar?
일단 여기 이렇게 앉아서 인터뷰해서 너무 감사드리면서 초롱 선수 그 첫 번째 경기에 대해서 좀 많이 여쭤보고 싶은 것 같아요. 이제 그 프랑스가 문제였냐, 아니면 프랑스와 디몬이 문제였냐, 아니면 디몬이 문제였냐, 세 가지 옵션이 있는 것 같습니다. 좀 답이 뭘까요?
이게 큰 사고긴 했죠.
네.
저희가 디몬 상대로 연습을 많이 안 한 것도 있고 계속 한 팀이랑만 연습을 했어가지고 디몬이 뭐 그 정도일까 해가지고 좀 그냥 넘어간 것 같은데 좀 처참한 결과.
Chorong said that he does agree that it was a huge accident. He was a huge accident. They haven't really faced off against a lot of demons in scrims. They didn't have a lot of scrim partners for the World Cup, and they unfortunately didn't have a lot of opportunities to face off against Demon. And that was probably one of the big things. So that how to fight against Demon, they didn't really know how to do that when the time came against France.
We noticed in the last map they weren't able to ban Demon anymore, right? That they'd already banned her prior on in the series, but they played like a Jetpack Cat Bastion composition that worked really well against it. So I kind of want to know from Chorong, do they feel like it's necessary to play Demon, or if they feel like they can stick to their own style and not have to adopt that composition like everyone else seems to be?
좀 경기들 몇 개 보면은 디몬 밴을 벌써 쓰고 나서 디몬 밴을 못했을 상황에서도 캣이랑 캣바스 이런 거 잘 사용해서 대처를 잘하는 걸 보면은 초롱 선수가 보셨을 때 지금 오버워치 월드컵에서 꼭 굳이 그 디몬을 사용을 해야 된다고 생각을 하시는지, 아니면은 지금 우리가 보는 한국 팀만의 스타일을 계속 이렇게 밀고 나가도 괜찮다고 생각을 하시는지.
이게 일단은 저희가 무조건 이겨야 되긴 하잖아요. 오늘 블리즈컨에 꼭 갔어야 되기 때문에 일단은 저희가 좀 그냥 해본 조합, 저희가 일단 제일 잘하는 조합을 해본 거고, 일단 저희가 기본 체급이 다 어느 정도 높긴 하니까 일단은 딱히 그렇게 막 큰 전략을 세우지 않고는 했는데, 블리즈컨 거의 미국 가서 대하게 되면은 더 빡세게 준비해야죠. 어떻게 될지 잘 몰라가지고.
As for today specifically, it was the Team Korea really needed to win, right? So it was not so much that they were against using Demon or anything, or they think the hero's special. It's more so they are great players. The Chorong said that everyone knows that Korea has great players, so they have the capacity to win. So it wasn't more about focusing too much on strategy for now. It was believing in their strategy that they already have, something that they're good at, and using that to really win and lock in BlizzCon. So when time comes for BlizzCon, that's when they will try to focus more on strategizing and try to come up with newer stuff.
Feels like they really played to their strengths today. Yeah.
So is that what we're can expect from South Korea heading to BlizzCon? Is that what you're gonna work on the next couple of weeks? Is it just coming down to strategy?
방금 말씀하셨다시피 지금 이제 확정이 났기 때문에 이제 블리즈콘 가기 전에 몇 주 정도 있을 때 좀 준비를 어떻게 하실 것 같으신가요? 방금 말씀하신 것처럼 좀 이제 전략적으로라든지 좀 어떤 준비를 대한민국 좀 어떻게 하실 것 같으신지.
일단은 신캐 위주로 좀 연습을 해볼 것 같고, 이게 그리고 이제 또 연습을 하기가 또 힘들잖아요. 환경이 지금 또 다른 팀들도 또 가기도 하고 그러니까 일단은 최대한 신캐 연습을 최대한 하면서 그렇게 맞춰 나갈 것 같아요.
Basically, they're going to try to focus more on utilizing the new heroes and coming up with strategies with the new heroes. It is kind of difficult currently to set up scrims because some teams are getting knocked out. Some, we don't really know what's happening, so they have to wait it out. But for now, Chorong says that as the captain of Team Korea, he says that they will try to focus more on utilizing the new hero.
Well, you guys qualified, even though it's not in the #1 seed, but we will be seeing you and the entire team again at BlizzCon. We're so excited. So thank you so much for sharing some insight and joining us here on the couch. Danny, thank you so much for your translation. It's always such a pleasure
Love
having
you guys.
you with
It's
us.
great being here. I miss you guys.
Why are
Hi.
you missing that you're still here?
Yeah, why?
I
We're just
wanna
heading
be
into a
here.
short break. Don't worry.
I
We'll
wanna
be
be here.
right
Yes.
back after a break.
I'll be here, maybe. Bye.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
This time around, we got Aku from Team Germany. Yay! Aku, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Great. Big congratulations, of course, getting the win today. You guys needed this win because you guys were 0-1 and now you guys are 1-1. How do you feel about the win?
Yeah, I mean, super excited. Obviously, like, we kept the hopes up that we can still make BlizzCon. Like, obviously, devastating loss. Like, we're all pretty down, but been on the grind, been practicing, preparing for this match, and happy it all worked out. Yeah. So we're here now. We're happy that we all win. I think pressure was super high, but everyone was like really locked in, focused on the game, and managed to pull off the win. So.
Yeah, we could tell you guys were very locked in, and that's how you guys got the win. I mean, with this win, you guys are 1-1. You guys do need to win another one for your chance to go to BlizzCon. You guys are facing off against Thailand, right? How do you feel about that match coming up tomorrow?
I mean, looking at the scores, like obviously they've been losing to Spain as well, and we've beating Spain now, so I think we have a good chance in the match. But obviously hard opponents, they're a great team, so gotta like really focus on the game. We're gonna like go prepare for the match now as well. And just got to see what we can do.
Right. And also, we were talking a little bit before the camera lights came on, and you told me that this was actually your first time in Korea. Did you get to do anything fun at all in Busan?
Oh, I mean, so far we've been like only practicing, and most of us got like sadly back home sick from our boot camp. So we're still like a bit on the recovering side. So we've been taking it a bit chill, staying at the hotel or like using the preparation rooms, been at the PC coffee and like preparing for the games. And that's like mainly what we have been up to. But in the evenings, like we got to taste Korean barbecue yesterday.
Yeah.
It was really good, actually. Yeah, it was insane.
Okay. Did you get like a chance to like learn any Korean words?
I think some of us did, but I certainly didn't.
You did it? Well, you're in luck because that's my job. I'm a Korean translator. I'm okay at Korean. So do you have any words that you want to learn?
Hello and thank you.
Hello and thank you. Very easy. Hello. 안녕.
안녕.
And 사랑해.
사랑해.
안녕 is hello, and then 사랑해 is I love you. Okay?
Okay.
I think you could do it to the camera, right? First 안녕.
안녕.
And then?
사랑해.
There you go. All right, Aku, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
And we love you too, Aku. Actually, her entire name is Aku Faster, which means batteries almost empty. I hope she got something in there, though, because they need a convincing victory today. Zoe here, back on our desk with Jack and Maxi.
She almost called me Jake.
I did not.
She almost called me Jake.
How dare you? How dare you? I just tried to make it a grand opening, a grand intro, because you do my favorites. Yeah, what now? Feeling pretty bad
Okay,
now,
all
aren't
right,
we?
Zoe, all right. Never makes mistakes. But Germany can't make any mistakes, Zoe.
Such
the segues. I learned from the best.
The
I learned from the best.
The segues.
They need a 3-0 here. A clean 3-0 to make it. Thailand literally in this series to upset them. They take one map, boom, it's done.
Yeah, let's talk about this German squad and their strength. They came as a big surprise, obviously, through their qualifiers. They topped it, and even here, like they've been really, really strong. I think a lot of teams have underestimated this German team. We obviously know, Ice Gnome at the helm of it. He's a star player, despite how quote-unquote new he is, but everyone else was following suit, Moxie.
Yeah, Aku as well. She's been popping off, being one of the best Jetpack Cats, especially when it comes to survival rate. But that loss to Canada, that grueling 5-map series on day one, that could cost them that chance to get to BlizzCon. Like Jack said, they have to be absolutely perfect. Drop one map here, and that's them out of that group.
I think what stood out, of course, is if you're looking at their previous matches, 1-1 their current scoreline in the groups, but they had to dig deep in all of those matches. So we know they can go the distance, they just couldn't always close it out.
Yeah, and being such a short group stage 2, only 3 games, it does demand perfection, and as soon as you kind of start slipping, series ends up getting close. That map differential can really bite you, and that's exactly where Germany have found themselves here.
So Thailand could do the funniest thing, Moxie. Yeah, I mean, Thailand, this is a team that we're always excited to see because the players are always high energy. They're always just so lovable, and they can back it up with so much skill as well. In the Pacific region, they're making waves. But here so far, especially in their last match, it was, I have to be honest, a little underwhelming.
I will say this though, Thailand don't really bend to the whims of the meta. And because, as Jack said, there's only 3 matches that you have, that means that you're really having to dedicate a lot of your scrim time to very specific things, right? Demon surprised everyone by how powerful it was. So I think the fact that Thailand play some out-of-pocket stuff like the Winston that we had a little bit earlier on Busan for their first match, that might mean that Germany, the time that they've had to spend scrimming, practicing versus that Demon composition, they've been a little bit short-handed in terms of being able to practice for some of the other stuff. And when it's a case of it has to be a 3-0, if something slips by, if they do slip up against that dive composition, Thailand could find that upset.
Okay, Ace on DPS this time around. Ace definitely has been pulling out lots of different things out of the bag, right? We saw Ace on Maga, on Demon, on Sigma, you name it. So there's definitely some depth to it. Also, of course, their DPS duo is definitely something we need to highlight here with Yoshinori and High Vision. They both represented Team Thailand last time around in 2023. And High Vision is always going to be a standout player.
They're the strongest in the team right now, I think, the DPS lineup for Thailand. Kind of always have been, and I'd say if you look at previous World Cup performances, they have been the flashiest on the team too. Very easy to be flashy on DPS, of course, but right now, High Vision and Yoshinori, those are the players that you want to take maps here for the team. And yeah, like I said, Germany, they got to be careful. Look,
that's the thing, right?
One upset map.
Thailand cannot qualify for BlizzCon anymore. They are mathematically out, but they can also just ruin all the fun for the Germans and the fans. So there is that. Oh, also, of course, we have to highlight that Korea, although we already mentioned it, but Korea are definitely through. They will be making it to BlizzCon alongside Spain as well, because regardless of the results of this match now, Spain is going to be through. It just is a matter of which seed, I guess, at this point. But they have officially qualified. So, you know, we're starting to really get to the end of this tournament. Yeah. But we kept it interesting until the very end. I love that the last day still has so much movement within the groups.
Yeah. Sometimes you get to an end tournament, it's like everything's decided already, but there's a few little bits here and there. And I love the math. I don't sort out the maths at all, thankfully, but the mathematical, like you have to 3-0, you have 3-1 in order to kind of get through. Canada obviously want Thailand to take a match as well, or a map, sorry. If they do, guess what? They're chilling. They're going to go to BlizzCon as well. And I will say,
Canada in the front seat.
Yeah, actually, just like the little things that you spin around, just making noises. I will say on that Korea point too, my goodness, it almost felt like the skin of their teeth, although that last series was fairly one-sided.
They were convincing in the end, but obviously, like, as in typical fashion of an Overwatch fan, we just completely overreact after one lost series, like as we do, as one does, Moxie, but they redeemed themselves.
Yeah, they redeemed themselves, but what we've seen from the 2026 World Cup so far is that there's not just 2 regions competing for the top anymore. We're not just a 2-team region tournament!
It's 3 regions! It's Korea, KSA, and Crocs as its own region.
Yeah, but looking at the mid-season championship, I think the other regions also stepped it up again, so I think just in general, it's getting more and more competitive each and every single year. There's no guaranteed victories. I think the group stages here have shown that very much, right? Like in each group, like we obviously had like Group A, like that's the group of death, but like really the other groups played it so very close. Now here we are, very last day, and still so much to play for our teams. Germany need to make it clean. A 3-0 is what's going to get their journey further down the road to BlizzCon. So please take it away for this 3rd series of the day.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, look, Moxie, one map. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Sometimes you can fluke it, or sometimes you get a reverse sweep against Korea if you're France in that case. Yeah, it's going to be an incredibly exciting one, but also, well, for us at least, but for Germany, it's going to be incredibly nerve-wracking. Like, the amount of on-stage experience that Team Germany or, like, the individual players have had, it isn't really there compared to a lot of kind of franchised Overwatch players. So playing at this point where you need to be perfect in a series is definitely going to be weighing on their minds a little bit, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and as we said, right, playing a team that plays off meta stuff is Germany will ban out the Xion, so also keeping up those DPS slots available. But this is what I was talking about, right? The fact that we'll have to see how exactly Germany can handle dealing with, well, more meta. It looks this time like we just have the Demon versus Demon mirror.
Yeah, that does feel like Cat, Demon, hand in hand. Yes, agreed. We are both Parma meta. Nice little force the recall there by Ice. Pretty damn low. Good shield juggling though. He's able to kind of keep himself alive in the 2v1. Cat's going to try and swoop and help Ice out, but Yoshinori ends up getting the DMAG.
Yeah, Ice out of the fight. Lumi's out of mech though, so no tank advantage just yet.
Oh, Aku dangerously low. SXJ dodging out of the way of that railgun, has to hit recall, fearing for his life, but it will be Thailand taking the point. I do see Akko off to the side, but I think she's going to be fine. Yeah, she's floating away now. No chaser. No tracer to chase her.
Yeah, but no high ground position currently held, and Ice is going directly for the point instead of being airlifted to hit the backline.
Icestone's going to try and force Thailand to try and deal with him on the point right now. And there it is. They're going to send the cat, but just straight juice to mine. There's way more backup there than I thought the cat probably thought. Lumi also just going to try and turn the tables on them slightly, but it looks like Germany are fairly reinforced in their defense, and they end up just kind of wiping Team Thailand off the map. There wasn't really a fight there, Moxie.
No, it was the Tracer going to contest the cap, then being ran over by the entirety of Team Germany. Lumi tries to go for the Cassidy when the rest of the team aren't there to peel and can't find the kill, as Ice will be now lifted up onto a high ground position to be able to shield the angle, but also cut down the rotation. If Talon try to go directly to the point, also allows you to keep up with Lumi's positioning, right? And shut down Pele.
Yeah, Pali very, very low, and had to kind of drop Lumi off, afraid of kind of going down, but looks like QRXU is going to find the kill anyway. They trade DPS for DPS, but with Lumi's mech dead, and a limit break perfectly placed on high vision is going to force him down to kitchen side, and unfortunately for Ace, no chance really healing that up. The damage amp is just almost too much without a Suzu.
It forced the power slide as well, right? With the lack of the Kiriko there to be able to cleanse it, so Propulsors just kick on off the Ice to be able to stay on top of the Soldier's position, as SXJ has the Pulse Bomb. Ace with the Kiratsune Rush could be the difference maker within this fight, as Thailand will try to rotate through Kitchen and walk on to, it looks like Ice.
Yeah, Ice almost coaxing them in. Just on this high ground, making Lumi rotate to point. See if QRXU can get something done with this high noon. Cat available, so it might be a Sky noon. Well, speaking of which, the Cat Nap's going to come in for Argu. She does end up getting dealt with there, with both Demons picking up large kills in this fight as QRXU falls off the map. Okay, curious. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe just a swift roll away. Should be easy pickings for SXJ. As Germany are going to lock this round down.
Yeah, that's job done. One touch from Pele on the cat. Tried to keep the overtime clock burning. The cat nap to continue it, but there's not really a lot left that Thailand can do.
High noon. Oh, QRXU. Yep, that's the W. That's the W. 99%. All good. I'm curious what happened to the Cassidy, but it's all good. They won the round anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's rough for Thailand, it feels, because Ace has first Kitsune Rush, but you can't go just directly onto point to be able to clear off the players from Germany. You have to first clear out Ice, which then allows Dockley to be able to build up the rush to match it. And while Aku does get killed during her catnap, she does do enough, right? She slams directly through that rush right on top of Lumi so that the Demon can't just sit inside the rush, use all of the advantages of it to pummel damage on through into the German side, so they don't even have to scatter off the point to give up the flip to play for a retake.
Yeah, almost guaranteeing the tank support DPS like can't use any of their abilities is enough really just to focus fire. It's really good on the tank as well, thinking about not even like a Demon, but like a Diva, for example, just making sure she can't use the defense matrix. Oh, Ice, hello. Lumi not expecting Ice to be there whatsoever. Ice in a good spot, taking a very proactive approach.
Lesson learned, always check your corners, especially when Cat is in play to drop the tank off.
Oh dear, Hyvision in trouble. A lot of healing being pumped in him thanks to Ace right at his back. But the double ding, okay. Hyvision taking down the Kiriko really early on. SXJ is going to have to play scared at this point. Looks like they're trying to push them onto this mega health bag. This is not where Hyvision wants to be whatsoever.
SXJ actually still able to potentially thread past the Demon and hit onto that vulnerable Kiriko as Ace falls lower and will fall entirely.
Oh yeah, that perk does so much damage too from Ice, the heavy cannon. All right, with Ace dead, SXJ is free to cap.
That's insane because that started with Dockley going down and then Germany are able to find the trades and stop Talon from getting the cap for free. Now they can stop the choke. You'll have Limit Break around corner soon for Ice. And that's a huge advantage to be able to deal with Lumi.
Yeah, that's going to be their game plan here, is just kind of pull back slightly, make sure Ice doesn't go too low, but bait them in and bam, hit that Limit Break. Looks like Pali is trying to turn Ice Gnome around or distract him a little bit, but a very good push in. Limit Break's going to connect as well. Wow, that looked simple. That plan executed to perfection there for Germany.
Yeah, Pele tries to go to be that distraction force, essentially the mosquito on the sidelines, but gets dealt with very quickly, and then Ice with the movement propulses in, Limit Breaks the entire team. Everyone from Germany walks to be able to back with the 3-2-1 as SXJ now lane controlling, making sure that Yoshinori does not manage to get past with that pulse bomb. No early advantage at the moment for Thailand to be able to brute force some of these ultimates to bypass the choke. Dockley has the rush to be able to match. The big thing is that Lumi has Limit Break.
Catnaps available too from Aku and Pali. There will be a Sky Noon initiated here for High Vision. Oh, Aku's movement there was just nice. Oh, but unfortunately, the Catnap drags the Cassidy back in. God, these cats. It feels like you need to deploy some max repel, honestly, to get these little pesky flies away from you.
I guess Suzu's somewhat of a repellent, if you think about it. There was also an early Suzu from Dockley, which was not present for when the High Noon actually connected, as Thailand have been able to find the flip and also still sit on one-sided rush.
Oh, the silver bullet. Just a missed position there from Pali, it's got to be said. Sky Noon, High Vision, kind of coaxing QRXU to go for the large swing. Will be a pulse bomb thrown on the ground here for Yoshinori. And it Diesel onto Ice was playing on that rush initially there, so it just took too much upfront damage. Catnap on to Lumi, not able to get the kill though. Shield deployed, the rest of Thailand group around the tank.
Oh, but the rush was off the point, which allowed Germany to actually sneak the flip. Thailand flip it back, but it's at 90% for the side of Team Germany, and Dockley will have rush ahead of Ace, so Team Thailand have to find something, some way of just delaying out the battery of the Kiriko ultimate to be able to walk through. High Vision on the cast at least now has the space to be able to poke the team from afar, but no one's really reading into the cast's position just yet. They're playing it so slow.
That's a really early recall there from SXJ. Kind of scared and getting double tapped by Lumi, but Lumi just loses mech. Oh no, this is disaster. Oh, High Vision's going to buy some time here. Hopefully the spawner's going to come in. He dips around the corner and oh, the flashbang from QRXU. And a headshot to follow up too. Yoshinori down. That's both DPS out of the fight.
That could honestly be round 93%. You can see QRXU scouting at where Pele could be. No cat to be able to close up the distance onto point and touch. And that's round.
That's round. That's map. All right, Germany. They have to be perfect. And that's one way to start off a masterpiece.
Oh, cardinal sin, cardinal sin. Using Kiriko all off of objective. It's so rough. It feels like sometimes on Sanctum to find value with a Kiriko ultimate, because sometimes you use it the way that Talon did, where you're sort of like sitting on that side lane and you want to provide it to your casty to be able to have that additional focus fire of spamming down the team as they try to walk through from choke. But that comes with the downside of leaving point entirely undefended. So Germany just do exactly the right thing, which is ignore the goings-on of the rush, send someone off to heist the point, which finds the flip, and then, yes, they lose the fight because one-sided rush, they've lost some of their players, but they're still sitting 90%, and the moment that they find a crack within the next fight, they can start widening it until the entire foundation crumbles.
And Lumi is losing that mech. So like
Chasing a
early
tracer.
on into that fight too, yeah. Not good, not good. It's a bit of a mistake there. Although it feels like Ice was kind of doing his part there too, where, yeah, he got demeched, but he was fighting against the rush initially on the left-hand side of the map on the little ramp. So it was Lumi kind of trying to trade for Ice, but ended up with Ice kind of surviving, Lumi going down really quick. And
Kiriko undefended as well because of that, right? Kiriko gets left out totally to the wayside, not a lot of people close by to be able to peel And then Team Thailand, they sort of get desperate. They've got the High Noon. They try to send out High Vision with Pele on the cap, but it gets punished right there from this moment of QRXU, who just dinks the headshot, finds the kill, takes out the threat, and Germany just have to deal with the potential of the cat touching for extra OT.
All right, yeah, Xion and a Malga ban in that map. All right, Thailand. Maybe a little warm-up game. Good. Just kind of locking in. See a couple of smiles on the faces of the Germany players too. We'll see how Thailand end up kind of pivoting the maps. And I'm going to play the random block game again. That looked like New Junk City to me initially, but I want to say Watchpoint Gibraltar, but that's not in the pool. So I'm going to guess New Junk City still.
Okay, Jack, I really am starting to think you might be colorblind.
I'm not colorblind. Am I crazy? People in chat, what is that map?
Watchpoint
Zoom in,
Gibraltar is
screenshot
like
that, zoom in.
primarily white blobs off of how scientific, like lab-like all of the buildings look.
It's New Junk City.
There's also a blue
Again, I
blob
can't
for
cheat. The
sky.
screen that we cast off is right behind, so I could just look that way. But I'm not gunning. I'm a man of principles and
I
a man
don't
of
trust
honor.
you. You tried yesterday. You sat here. You said that you would
Yeah, no
guess.
one saw me look, and then you dobbed me in. That wasn't fair.
No, you admitted it yourself.
Yeah, you're right. I was afraid I was going to get caught. That's the problem. Always admit you were wrong before you get caught, so you look like a good guy. There you go. Life advice. Life advice. I'm just getting word in. Matt actually does that between matches. To look. There you go. So Matt does it too. Matt does a little bit of cheating as well. All right, map number 2 coming up soon. Obviously, it'll be Thailand's pick. And Germany still needing to finish this series in a 3-0 to guarantee themselves a spot at BlizzCon. Thailand are out of the competition right now, and these group stages, they provided quite a few little upsets. Obviously with Spain and Korea kind of advancing now. Yeah. Not in the way that you'd expect Korea to advance, but they looked, at least today, fully locked in and kind of on form. BlizzCon is going to be so damn close this year. I can already feel it in my bones.
Yeah, especially because we're probably going to have a few more changes before that patch is within
there
play.
Should be like a small patch in there.
So as we've seen from the Demon hotfix, everything can change. And yeah, it won't be New Junk City, it will be Neon Junction. I think Thailand don't play the Demon, and they don't really like playing the Malga as well, right? So going for New Junk City, a map type which is more predominantly brawl, I don't really see them opting into. Neon Junction though, that's much more up their alley. You can play dive, you can play rush, you can try to swing by for early pressure with the Cat Bastion or the Cat Cassidy. There's a whole array of options. I just want to see if there's a substitution from Team Thailand, because they do like to rotate that tank line.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I can just turn around. Looks like no one stood up, so it looks like it's going to be the same 5 locked in for Team Thailand. Same with Germany as well. They're not going to be changing anybody here. We're not going to see Ken, at least not for now. Yeah, Neon Junction has been the map of the tournament where if teams aren't as comfortable or they feel like the Demon is a lot stronger on the other side, they'll go to. And in fact, Thailand's just going to ban it outright. Okay.
Yeah, banning out the Demon also, though that will burn the Demon ban, they can still depower.
How do you feel about that though? Banning, you're going to a map that's maybe, I wouldn't say favored because the hero is kind of broken, it's kind of good everywhere, but definitely one of the maps that you couldn't pivot to other things that isn't Demon. How do you feel about banning on a map that you go to that, you know, you can kind of force something else on?
Second type, like second point is actually pretty strong for Demon.
Yeah, it's just last point.
Especially defending too, being able to sit around those corners so that you can swing
sit
with
the
Saber,
underpass.
then shield, sit on the underpass, and limit break as well when they're about to walk into you or they have to use an ultimate to be able to clear it. That's pesky.
Very normal ban as well on the flip side of things for this kind of map. If you want to play static, we're going to take away Mizuki. So, Demon ban and Mizuki ban.
Sigma, Mizuki, and Mei composition depowered.
I love poke. Double shield heads be like, I love poke.
Yes. Also, we've started to see, with Demon being out, right, Diva could potentially come into play.
Yeah.
So taking out that Mizuki, having a tank who, especially for Ice plays a lot of the D.Va, and it means that you have more verticality attached to your own self as opposed to having to rely on Aku's uptime, which then frees her up to go off with the rest of the team, right? She can go for SJ to be able to enable something like the Tracer, or she could potentially go with QRXU to be with the Cassidy or the Bastion, depending on the DPS line that Germany want to choose.
All right, got to clock in some hours on the D.Va. Again, yeah, like you said, Ice, not exactly going to scoff at the idea. I think with Germany now, how are you feeling? I wouldn't say it was like, oh, smackdown, like you actually destroyed them on that first map. It was pretty, like...
back and forth.
Yeah, a little back and forth, but Germany definitely felt like they were in control, definitely strong in that game type. Like, your confidence probably rising here?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there was, like, any weird plays from Germany that raised eyebrows, right? The ult usage investment was good. No one was really drastically out of position or overextended. I think it was just clean Overwatch. And they were able to sort of punish Thailand, go for some really good baits, especially pulling Lumi's attention, having to chase down targets that can still escape things like the Demon, like Wild Goose Chase versus a Tracer almost, it feels like. Plus, we did not really see the connection of the Demon alongside the Cat outside of attempts of it on Village, but again, Germany felt very much on top of things, quite literally, with Ice just holding the high ground and being able to shoot Palais down to the point that the Cat panicked and tried to drop the Demon early so that he did not get badly split. Like, it feels like Germany know what they're doing at addressing this Cat Demon composition.
I was just thinking, the Cat, a good Cat skin would be like a DJ Cat skin, because she kind of has the
Cat
little
piano
control
or bongo
things.
cat.
Sure, yeah, like an instrument of some kind. I think that would be a kind of a fire skin. Maybe a little double DJ set with Lucia.
That would be really cool. The emo.
Free skin idea. Love giving out my free skin ideas. All right, here we go. Germany on attack. SSJ with a quick pop, but it will be Ice on 6. So just kind of a clean, classic SIG matchup. But now SXJ, no Tracer, banned in the first map, back on the Xion.
Yeah, back on the Xion, able to flank on through, put a lot of pressure onto High Vision as Ice is already utilizing those spheres to get damage onto the backline past the tank.
Yeah, we'll see what SXJ, left side, force Ace out, get the high ground, we'll see what he can get popping.
Oh, that shift force so early.
Yeah, I was going to say, just kind of shooting the Sigma at the side there for free. Scallywag behavior from QRXU. Rock dodge from Ice as well. Wow, feels like Lumi just outplayed that.
Yeah, Lumi just, again, burned hands super early off of the poke from QRXU, who was entirely uncontested. Suzu has to be used to Ace to be able to save themselves after that flashbang attempt. And without the Sigma there to be able to anchor Team Thailand back, they just have to give up point gracefully and close hold for second to try to find a fight win off of Ace having high heal sustain from all of the poke and having first rush. But Dockley will have soon to match too.
Kind of funny when defenses crumble like that, you lose one, it's like, well, that's over. Time to retreat, they're already in a good position. Nice headshot onto Yoshinori.
Oh, you don't even have to match Rush as well. You can use Flux, or you can just go for Flux before support.
Yoshinori's already dead. Aku gets the solo kill, no problem. Lumi down. There's the flashbang. All right. Enough said, enough done.
Corner's broken entirely. Ace losing the opportunity of using that Rush, trying to out-tempo out the attack.
Oh, nice roll.
Yeah, Accretion hits the Kiriko directly, and that will be potentially not just corner broken, but halfway through the map if Thailand aren't able to regroup cleanly, as Germany is so far forward, pushing for more. Getting that late kill onto the Kiriko just means that they're not ready to regroup just yet, and no one's contesting the point too.
Yeah, it's felt like it's been a bit of a non-fight here from Thailand. Not really finding their own footing. They got Skynoon. Doable, but this point in the map can be quite tough sometimes. QRXU ends up getting pulse bombed. There was an attempted steal on the Kiriko, and in fact, with SXJ dead, I mean, this rush has to be massive now, with Ice Gnome kind of leading the charge against Lumi. And maybe a little bit misplaced. They've lost their Kiriko, and yeah, rush for rush, sure. They managed to at least get Ace to use his, but it was a 3v5 there.
Still holding that Deadeye though. Pele was playing with Yoshinori instead of setting up High Vision's Deadeye up in the sky. Uses the catnap actually to play off of the pulse bomb placement from the Tracer. And they're able to find the kills. Now you have to cast the ultimate to be able to try to zone out the approach, also potentially play off of Lumi's Flux setup. But here comes QRXU. And Germany want to be able to push through.
Oh, there's the spree. Wow, High Vision. No way near the rest of his team there. Yoshinori's at least able to secure one, but a nice little flick of the wrist. A stylish little headshot with the Peacekeeper. Oh, and another one as well. Woo-hoo-hoo. QRXU. Okay. What did your boy have for breakfast? That was kind of filthy on the Tracer follow-up.
I don't think they get a recontest unless Pele goes.
There's just no
for
way,
it,
right?
Because the Tracer goes down. Lumi's on the Wrecking Ball. There's no way you have the opportunity to touch. You're using Wrecking Ball on third?
No, there's no way. I think there was probably an idea that maybe we get a final touch, but yeah, into the switch back. But it's Zarya this time.
I mean, at least you'll have Bubble to try to absorb the impact of the Flux.
What a rock!
Within this next fight, potentially allow High Vision some extra survivability. Plus, you are taking a whole chunk of poke off of both the Shion and the Cassidy. High charge to be able to melt through Ice's hands.
And a Suzu off the screen there. Ice with a Flux, a good connection too. Lumi's got one bubble, they're going to try and break it. Now he's got 0. But meanwhile, while this kind of mess in the front line when it's happening with this 1v1 versus Ice, it's Yoshinori with 3.
Tank's just not helping the rest of the team. Lumi has to use all of his abilities to keep himself alive through that Flux. The rest of his team just gets hung out to dry. As Yoshinori, still though, the Tracer, the Cassidy, able to take advantage of everyone looking at that Zarya. Still have that flexibility as Ice goes onto the ramp, so okay, you want to move fast, you want to just run through past the Zarya.
Oh, the pulse! Woo! Yoshinori almost stepped on his own pulse there. Almost laid an egg. All right.
Here's the Deadeye.
Skynoon, TP from Kiriko's already been used. Saw the little after effect there. QRXU's on this high ground too. Lumi's, oh, surely this is a kill on the Zarya. Yeah, it's just so damn easy. Didn't even wait for the skull. Knew Ice could easily follow up. That's a rush on the wrong side of the map, Moxie, by the way.
Yeah.
Is Germany are just going to flip the whole thing on Thailand, and this is going to be a dunk.
Oh, they're on the wrong side to be able to contest the payload too, Jack.
Yeah, well, Lumi's back. Okay, maybe, just maybe. A nice little boom. Oh, there's just no way. They pushed him all the way back. And Thailand don't even get a chance to touch.
Yeah. Wrong side of the map. They hide attack side away from the flyby with the Skynoon. And Germany sees the opportunity. They've got rush. They've got their back to the point. Thailand have to wade through the players before they can contest. Lumi's walking back from spawn. And then when you try to go onto the point, you just get fully pushed off of it. Fast time bank as well. It feels, we've said this so often it feels this week, that we so rarely see a full push through Neon Junction, but multiple times now we've seen teams just be able to brute force down with tempo. It was what, 2 good fights from Thailand's defense? We don't count first. That fell apart at the drop of a hat. At the drop of a cowboy hat with QRXU getting that angle for almost absolute free. And then second was just as snowballed, it feels like. Just no opportunity for the defense to be able to leverage greater ultimate economy or find kills, stall out the attack with the threat of the Cat Cassidy pushing Germany back. Something that we've seen done multiple times on this map to make up for falling over on first.
Yeah, 2:27 is quite the time bank for this map. Normally finishing an OT. All right, Lumi starting out on the Zarya. We'll see if SXJ can kind of abuse the fact that they're playing Zarya, unable to defend a couple of angles at once. So SXJ is going to be able to poke if Yoshinori kind of allows him to do that.
Lumi's getting absolutely destroyed as well. They're trying to cross to cover of statues so that if he goes low without a bubble, he can at least try to stabilize. But that Zarya is not controlling multiple angles.
It's like I've got 100 energy, guys. I could push, but I've got no bubbles. Then the bubble comes up, and then
He also
Iso's
has
already
no
chunked you
range,
half HP.
Right, he's just not getting close enough to be able to use that high charge. Then it gets shielded off by the Sigma. He's
Yeah.
been able to go cover to cover now to get within distance of putting the pressure on the Sig and
Oh.
bubbling his DPS onto the backline.
Focusing somewhere else now. Good teleport and Suzu there from the Kiriko on Germany's side. Lumi's found and managed to stick to SXJ. Okay. Ignore the Sigma. You kind of saw the game plan changing in real time there. It was like, well, we're going to ignore Ice, just run at the backline instead. And hey, it worked out.
Hats off to Ace and Pele as well, keeping Lumi up through the onslaught of Poe. As it will be first point taken almost as quickly as Team Germany. We'll see if the defense will be able to stand their ground this time though. As High Vision with the Deadeye, but all eyes will fall to the Kitsune Rush trades.
Skynu? Or maybe not. Now we go. Oh, there it is. Okay, they're swinging in. Aku, oh, the Suzu is so damn good. Donkey ends up hitting a massive one on 3 people. High Vision in trouble. Already had a bubble on him. But Ice lands a perfectly timed rocket and spheres. And that is the rush for rush trade. But still, Germany invest a little bit more. But Moxie, I mean, with this grab from Lumi that's coming up in a minute, it's going to be tough to actually stick that to somebody. Everybody's playing so far back on this point.
Well, Sig Shield hands as well that you have to sort of wait around. CureX U2 almost untouchable with the Cat Cassidy up within the sky. There's a lot of defense potential that Germany have as Lumi, he's looking for the grab zone. He'll try to wait out the shift, so Ice is holding on to it. Just sitting there, eating all of that beam damage for Duckby to be able to ball back rush.
Can that? Uh-oh, there's the grab. Oh, weaved it past their hands as well. Suzu manages to hit a couple, but they're all in one place. They're all stuck. And Yoshinori, I mean, that's the easiest pulse bomb of all time. Everybody's grabbed up, bam, put it on the floor, no problem. Beautiful team kill from Lumi.
Good old Big Bang combo in 2026. You love to see it. As that will allow Team Thailand to keep this payload moving, but still look at the amount of ultimates that Germany have. So all of that space that Thailand just had to fight so deservedly for with the ult bank, that can all be eaten right back up the moment QRX2 pops the ult.
SXJ's gone all of his own. In fact, both DPS ults for Germany. Now this point specifically really gets dangerous for the tanks. And a lot of people, if the Cat Cassidy is anywhere near decent.
On the left side of Team Thailand. I think it might be High Vision.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like he's going to go back to the train. It's all good. Didn't die just yet. Oh, yeah, just burst through the shields with that high noon. Then they're trading tanks, but QRX needs to win this fight on the side and needs to read it desperately. High Vision's going to take it to him, though, with a spree from SXJ. At least evens it up. A good execution kill onto Ace as now Yoshinori is going to fall. Nice wraparound here. Initially there from Thailand, and High Vision looked like he was just going to wipe the entire team, but SXJ comes on with a big spree.
Yeah, it's also a very long rotation that Thailand have to take, right? Taking into account if they play 2 out in the open, that Deadeye will eat them alive as swaps will come out now. High Vision, more mobility on the Sojourn to be able to slide around Ice's shield position. Lumi on the Diva, having that verticality, he can start challenging on main, force Ice's position to have to deal with him, float up to the high ground, bait the Ram's position, then try to walk onto the rest of the team on objective instead.
A insta-pop rush trying to run over Ice Gnome. Suzu, Nemesis form, done. Here comes the return rush, thanks to that health being healed up onto Ice Gnome. Yoshinori already dead. High Vision taking a little bit too much damage, and Nice Gnome not afraid to fight on the point, despite the enemy rush in play.
Rush match was better value for the side of the defense. Ice now as well, having that annihilation as it feels like Thailand, they don't really know what to do to be able to break this one, Jack. We're seeing a lot of different hero swaps now that we have the Mauga in play. Yoshinori onto the Reaper, still having to deal with the ultimate bank on the side of Germany, though. Pele has one catnap, potentially able to grab Ice, shove him out of position when Annihilation's bleeding through so it doesn't just shred down the team. Speaking of Ice shredded, that time bank shredded too.
Yeah, 1 minute 15 seconds to go. And that kind of not really sure how to approach the comp has led Lumi to change up to the Mauga instead. A bit more back to front now. Harley does end up going for a catnap here. It looks like it's going to be on SXJ. Aku misses hers, unable to save SXJ, who was
plopped into the backline. Ice Gnome has got 2 with the Annihilation, and that's another 3rd, and that means there's one more fight now for Thailand.
Uh-oh.
Ace is going to get not quite staggered, should be able to make it out alive despite Aku chasing him.
Okay, phew. That would have been curtains if the Kiriko went down that late. 74% to rush as well. As yeah, now you can play the Malga with the front to back on the objective, but you also have to worry about the zoning potential of the Deadeye, the Spree when overtime's about to hit and your hand is forced. Thailand have to clutch up with ult here. This overclock, this rush, have to find value and fast because they have at least 2 more fights to cap seconds.
The strongest aspects of the team need to come alive, and High Vision's already found SXJ, who was mid-spree. We'll call that a Spree Jax. Aku 1 HP, but no, pure XU with an unbelievable Deadeye over the top thanks to Aku's grapple. And now Lumi fighting on the rush can very easily dismantle this front line as Ice is on the retreat. Aku's there to heal up the front line tank, but this payload is still moving. OT for Thailand now, as we do see Yoshinori jumping onto the Reaper. Way more back to front like we mentioned with Lumi picking up that Malga. There's going to be a rush in play now for Ice. He is just swinging fists at the front line. Lumi's got no more health to deal with. And this should be wraps. It should be curtains for this map. Germany up 2-0.
We said 2 fights. 2 fights left for Thailand to win. They won the first, but at the cost of everything they had within the tank, which means there was a separate win condition coming into that last fight. Kill the Kiriko. They had to get Dockley. They had to deny that second rush from the defense onto the objective within the overtime when they don't have ultimates to be able to try to overpower it, and they don't have the players to spare to go disrupt Germany, consolidating their defense around it. And they tried. Yoshinori, we saw the Reaper so deep in the backline, fully chased out though, critical health, has no choice but to just say, I can't find the kill, I have to back out. I'm required to be there with my team so that we have the front to back damage to pummel through and find kills on objective. At least I've been able to temporarily chase out the Kiriko, but temporary, sadly, did not allow them to hold their ground when Dockley hit the ult after.
This is the map choice, Neon Junction, going to somewhere that Demon can be played a little bit less, or you can play other things. Then obviously banning the Demon too, so now I think they're going to have to suffer the wrath of Ice back on the Demon. Epic again. Can't go to a hybrid map this time around.
It feels like we said, they got totally stalled on second. And it was that case of, okay, let's try this. That did not work. Now let's try this. And despite a very fast, decisive push on first, things fell apart on second, and that time bank drained away alongside it. Like, you have 30 seconds more. You're able to bait out that rush, you can play it slower, you can disengage, you can wait for the rush to be done, then you can swing back through. Having to go through the whole cycle of let's try this hero, let's try this hero, let's try this hero, it really did cost them. So headed into third, I would hope that Thailand have a decisive plan for them to stick through.
Now the nerves kind of settling in maybe for Germany, considering how well they played Neon Junction. A place at BlizzCon on the line. They need the 3-0 here. Canada hoping for the opposite. Canada hoping Thailand take a map.
Well, you say that, but I feel like some aspects of their defense were actually worse than Control. Look at the Spree. You can't say that was a good Shion ult. Line of sighted by Overclock?
I mean, the SXJ Spree when he insta-died? I mean, that was just a good shot. Get popped.
It was that, and then also just how fast they lost first.
Yeah.
Right?
That was a bit of a crumble, yeah.
That was very much a crumble. It felt like they were on top of things, being able to deal with the Zarya for the first 20 seconds or so. And then Thailand just started absorbing the pressure and playing cover to cover, which, by the way, please, if you're trying to like play tank, take that into your games. Your support players will thank you for it. Like, learn how to play cover to cover, especially if you're playing something like Azari, who's so reliant on having those bubbles up when you want to be able to push, or even if you're playing a tank who has a shield. Like, it's great being able to just not take hits so that you have the shield health to push, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do on the Zarya, right? If he hadn't played cover to cover, Thailand probably still gets stuck on that choke, and it turns into a full hold as they have no way of being able to close up the distance.
Yeah, that was kind of an ignore the enemy tank strat as well with the Zarya. It's tough in this situation where I think Ice's hero pool just kind of covers everything that Thailand wanna kind of play anyway.
Yeah.
Has got a lot of experience playing online, obviously OWCS, but Ice in general has been a very solid tank player for a hot minute at this point. Obviously playing on a stage is a little bit different, of course, but the dude's pretty calm all the time. You speak to him any day of the week, the guy's, yeah, all calm and collected. Nerves don't, even in this series, don't appear apparent at the very least, despite the situation they are currently facing. Now with Germany, sorry, Thailand, they now need to pick the map. They have their first ban as well.
Do you want to take a guess before you even have a spot to color?
No, I just don't think it really matters where they go. It feels right now Germany are just gonna run this home. Like, I don't see a world where this isn't a 3-0 at this point.
I think you avoid push. I think, honestly, I think you have to try to avoid push, just because I feel like if Germany win that first fight, it landslides from that. I think, especially off of like how much slower Thailand have wanted to try to approach those fights, staying away from a map type which forces you to have to continue to fight around an objective, especially when Demon and Jetpack Cat are potentially free. You stay clear of a map like Esperanza and you try to go to Junk City.
I'd say as well, avoid Escort in the same kind of regard, maybe. New Junk City is the pick for Thailand. Okay. See Nozarino up in the crowd as well, one of the backroom staff for Germany. Shout out Nozarino. Yeah, Thailand obviously out of contention for BlizzCon, just here to play upset. Here to play a few more games on stage as well. Playing in a different country, always kind of nerve-wracking, I'd imagine, playing in a different kind of climate.
There's the Jetpack Cat ban that we expected. Can't ban the Demon. Let's take one of her tools of mobility instead. So Cat will be sitting out this map. Also locks up that support role too. So Germany, what did they decide to try to target? They could go for something front to back,
I don't mind it.
Yeah, there we go. Taking out that Reaper.
Take out the Reaper guy.
It was one of those options, right, that Thailand tried to turn to as a last-ditch effort to be able to break their head versus the wall of that second hold on Neon Junction earlier. Puts a lot more freedom onto your tank lineup as well. If you're playing the Mauga or the Demon, you don't have to worry about those shotguns constantly being within your face. You also don't have to worry about the DPS just teleporting past, ignoring the tank and trying to hit the backline, which forces you to have to play more reactive to peel your team, and means that you have to slow down your aggression, which, as we've seen from Demon, players like Crocs, yeah, Demon just sort of wants to keep fighting instead of playing more passive. Dial up the speed instead of slow it down.
All right, let's lock in. Thailand still looking for the map win in the series. I mean, Germany making it to a BlizzCon like this would be fairly historic as well. Thinking back to all the way to like 2016, when they did very well, making it to the BlizzCon, although kind of getting eliminated at the group stage after winning the qualifier in Europe. I was going to see Iceland a long time ago. My word, that's the happy cool days back in 2016. An age ago, Moxley. Let's have a look at Lumi though. Oh, Queen action. Okay, we've seen sprinklings of this.
Yeah, Colombia as well try to run the Junker Queen, as Yoshinori will teleport the team out before swapping onto the Tracer, so a very go-fast composition on the side of Team Thailand, being able to push on forward with both the Junker Queen Shout and Speed Boost, and you've already been able to find an isolation on the cast.
Yeah, can they actually secure the kill though? That's the question. There it is. Okay, finally. Good rundown there of the backline. SXJ and Iceman, the only ones left alive for Team Germany. very fast and furious. Dominic Toretto will be proud.
I do like this, right? Because it also means your knife, as long as you're accurate, you should be grabbing people out, because that Demon Shield, it's so thin, it's so narrow, it does not cover the squishies. So it's very easy to actually grab someone outside of the Demon and deposit them within the range of everyone else from Team Thailand just running atop of them. Someone, SXJ, I would assume, is threatening that back cap to try to split the rush stack. And it's worked. Pally's already dead.
Pally down, High Vision gone, all your damage cut in half. Well, Lumi can do a fair amount, but against the Demon, it does seem a little bit unfair, despite your axe being able to obviously go through that shield and smack Ice Gnome. Fairly decent percent start though, again, but they have to be quick.
Yeah.
They have to make sure. Obviously, Lucio staying alive is the most important fact there of kind of getting one kill into the next, kind of snowballing the fight.
You've also lost the surprise factor now, right, of the go fast composition. So Team Germany, this will test the discipline. Poke up to keep Lumi low, and then when you see the shout, when you see that speed engage, try to kite it out before someone gets grabbed off.
All right, there's the knife. They're not going to give them a free entrance. They're going to want to make them burn something first. You can see them testing the waters now. Axe swing, there's the Suzu. Lumi decently close to the Rampage. And with SXJ going down, this might be a good start, but with Ace dead, now you're relying only on the Lucio heals. But unfortunately, yeah, that Rampage, while only hitting 2 players, it might be enough. Lumi gets healed basically to full HP, but there's just too much sustain still for Lumi to get through.
Yeah, Germany perfectly kiting out the real peak window of the engagement composition on the side of Thailand. Rush at its finest as SXJ. Pulse Bomb connects onto Lucio. Sound barrier speed boost denied. They're still going to try to win it with the rush though.
Yeah, they're going to try. Oh, those headshots were so damn clean. High Vision out of there. What? Just unloaded a couple of clips into everybody's heads, and yeah, that's going to shut you out of that first point. Done and dusted. Germany up 1.
It's rough as well for this composition because there's only one way that the Queen really can play, and that is engage off of the shout. So once that gets kited out, she's just too vulnerable. So Lumi now will go for something that has a little bit more staying power, opting for the Mauga instead. High Vision still going to be on the Xion, has that spree, but Aku with the sound barrier, so Germany's timing, if they're precise, should be able to survive.
Has to be perfect here. Well, the sound barrier. Oh, goodbye. What a boom from Aku. Lovely stuff. That cost you the fight there. They staggering the Mauga. Yoshinori just go 2. You can't be staggering the Mauga like this. Come on.
I mean, the Trace is still up, actually has the recall to be able to remain alive. And will still be close by. They're going to try to hunt him down. And Ice with the Saber slings through both the Lucio and the Tracer. This is really bad for Thailand. They are not getting the chance to reset. They've lost the Tracer for the early pressure to stop Germany from just close holding, to deny more map space. And you're still having to wait for Pally with Sound Barrier.
SXJ just killed Ace as well, Moxie. I wouldn't even call it really bad. It's very, very, very bad. I mean, now Ace having to respawn, Ice playing super far up like this. I mean, this Sound Barrier has to be perfect from
Well, it'll be shredded by Ice with Limit Break.
Sure.
If they Sound Barrier first, Aku 1 has the match, or 2, you save Sound Barrier and you just use Limit Break to shred.
All right, Germany coaxing them in. Almost 5 ults. There's the charge. No one to be found, though. Down on the low ground, Yoshinori already got a kill. 5-man beats there for Germany. Okay. Partly not quite so lucky. Spree from High Vision, but he's already so damn low. That Limit Break, he's just getting chased down. And this is Team Germany playing at a different level. That's 2 points back-to-back. 1 more point. And they lock themselves in at BlizzCon.
Yeah, that Limit Break pressure onto High Vision through the spree just forces the Xion to have to try and bail out of the fight as, yet again, Thailand back to the drawing board. Swaps, Pally off of the Lucio, so no speed to be able to disengage the tempo that Germany have been playing for. Much more poke, and also punishing the overextensions with the chain.
Okay. Oh, Lumi's already kind of low. Pops down the cage. There's the pulse. SXJ says, yeah, sure, bring the fight to me. I got no problem with it. And that should be a QRXU with a free firing range. High Vision is going to try and get out, but I mean, Germany are just dominant right now. I mean, it doesn't feel like Thailand are in the game.
I mean, I don't like when teams late swap onto Mizuki because you don't have the perks to have the higher heal capacity. And that means that there's a lot of weight on Ace's shoulders with the Afuda to be able to out-heal the damage that QRXU is pumping. This cast is two-tapping, shredding through players with no chance for them to be healed back up before the kill comes out. Lumi, off of the Malga now, onto the Demon to match.
Swap
it feels
after
a
swap
little
after swap.
bit too late.
Well, here comes the rush. Couldn't have come at a better time, honestly. Up to almost 50% here at Team Germany, but they've disengaged fairly well. Taking a little bit of damage on the exit, but they're going to be able to wait this one off and maybe even get back to the point. They're not even going to let them cap it.
Yeah.
Here's Icegnome back on it, and Aku's got the beat in her back pocket too. I mean, there's just too much, really. What can the backline of Thailand do now? It feels like absolutely nothing. Just going to get run over again, and this might just be it, Moxie. 80% online. Lumi's going to get staggered too. I mean, this is it. 10 years in the making here for Team Germany. The last time they touched that BlizzCon stage was back in 2016. Yoshinori chased out of the fight. SXJ pure focus on his face as Germany shut out Team Thailand. A 3-0 to book themselves at BlizzCon.
Elation for Germany, celebrations I am sure this night. The pressure is off. You do not have to worry about being perfect. You were perfect. With this composition too, they look so comfortable. Thailand, again and again, a rotating carousel. But no fairground here, no fun to be had. No ultimates to be built up as well. No perks to be able to try to out-damage, hinder, find a way of dealing with Germany's composition. We said avoid going to push because it feels like it would snowball away from you, but that flashpoint was an absolute landslide.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Germany there. Having to come away with a 3-0, and they do. I mean, this is a big achievement for the team. Thailand, unfortunately, they're not claiming a series in the Overwatch World Cup here in Busan.
Still, it feels like Germany, they're one of those teams that we now really do have to think about being within. I don't think it's even really like top 3 anymore. I feel like all of these teams, they're adapting so quickly. Some adapting to the new meta, playing this very fast tempo. The EMEA teams that do so love to go fast, and we're perfectly disciplined to anticipate Thailand trying to go for a very fast composition too. The fact that they swapped onto that Mizuki, that Aku was able to remain on the Lucio, so a lot of the time on that third point, Germany just perfectly kite out when the aggression, when that burst window, when it's Team Thailand's turn, before swinging back with a rush of their own to cement control of that point. But then we also have teams like South Korea who've just decided, well, we're so good at what was good before, we don't have to play the new stuff. We can simply just kill you with our own skills. So it will be a true melting pot at BlizzCon to see which of those ideals is able to prevail.
Yeah, it's got to be elation from the backroom staff as well. Look, I think, yeah, BlizzCon is going to be, and it's fairly close too, but it's going to be a heck of a tournament. I'm obviously extremely excited for it to be back in Germany, finishing their run here in Busan on a massive high.
Absolutely. A clean 3-0 victory. That's what was needed to punch the tickets to BlizzCon. And Germany has done just that. What a phenomenal tournament it's been for them. Starting already really in the qualifiers, right? Like we talked about how they came out as the biggest surprise of the group. People didn't really have them on their radar. Just like obviously the individual Icegnome, which we hailed during the OWCS as like such a standout, such a glow-up player who's really come into his own. And the fact that we're now seeing that from the entirety of Team Germany is just so freaking cool. So I am excited that they managed to do this feat here in Busan. I'm pretty sure they are too, as just see smiles across the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I think with how hard they've seemingly worked here and beating out a group where everybody was thinking Canada were going to come in the #1 seed. I mean, it's them and Spain advancing from this one. I mean, I don't think anybody really expected Canada to be in that third place.
No.
Kind of ridiculous. A lot of these groups surprising us with, you know, oh, it's the group of death, it's the group of death. And then we see upsets, we see teams that we thought would make it cleanly just being eliminated in the group stage. Yeah, this is a World Cup to watch.
Yeah, it's also like a lot of these teams have done all of this work here at Busan, because we talk about, you know, how good ICE is, but he's also had to split time with Virtus.pro in terms of being able to scrim for OWCS and not always be there for scrims with Team Germany. That and the fact that the meta changed day one surprised a lot of people. The hotfix caught a lot of people by surprise. They have, what, less than a week to start thinking, okay, Demon's actually really strong, we have to work out how to play her. And we're playing at a really fast tempo of Overwatch as well, which forces a lot of support players to have to adapt, DPS players too, suddenly have to play without a tank always there to be able to give them that sort of larger body of cover. You saw from QRXU there on the flashpoint, he's playing entirely on an island a lot of that time, having to be self-sufficient and hope that he's accurate enough to be able to hit his shots and kill them before he can kill him.
You're making a great point, though, about that splitting time, right? Because a lot of the key players for these teams that are, you know, not lesser known, but like just the ones that we don't like have really on our radar for the Overwatch World Cup to make it to BlizzCon, like the Germanys of the world. Their key players are the ones who didn't potentially join them in those scrims, right? They're the ones who had to split the times, get ready for the mid-season championship and focus on the regular season as well of OWCS. And with such a short turnaround for them to look so gelled, so synergetic on the server and also adapting to that meta, that's a fantastic feat for any team that made it here.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the new hero coming out too.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, the turnaround's really quick. We were just in France, so yeah, it was not even like 2 weeks ago that we were there. So yeah, it's a really cool thing to see, especially with regions that maybe don't have as much representation in OWCS. And yeah, I'm excited to, the Colombian fans already popping on. I'm excited to see how well they can do on the big stage, because it's going to be a bigger arena. There's going to be more people and more weight on their shoulders as well to do well.
Yeah, I'm very excited for them and what they have accomplished. Of course, the day is far from over. This was just, what is it, match 3 out of 6, so we still have 3 more to go. Still some more things to be decided before we're heading to BlizzCon, which is coming up soon as well. Love the recent BlizzCon announcements as well. You know, like, we're going to be popping on the OWWC stage. We're so back.
Oh, yeah.
So back.
It's been 3 years.
You're a big fan.
I'm a big fan. What? Do you want to specify what I'm a big fan of?
The halftime performance,
the halftime
yes.
I can't wait. And new skin reveals, please. Please, please. Give me more reveals, as many reveals as you possibly can.
All the good stuff. And of course, amongst the good stuff is Team Germany and Team Spain. And we now have the one and only Ice Gnome joining us for a quick word here after this incredible run through the group stages here in Busan. Ice Gnome, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. Und natürlich Gratulation. That was incredible. Like, I think a lot of people didn't really have Germany up there to make it out of the group or like be this impressive. Why do you think you went under the radar?
First of all, thanks for having me. I felt like we were like rated pretty highly in our group as well. We got sort of an easier group than some other groups, like if you're looking at Group A or something, for example. So we got a little bit of an easier group. But the first match for us was a bit of a struggle. It was like the first LAN for a couple of people, and I myself didn't perform like I think I should, or like how I would expect myself to play. So that's why we lost. And then the past days we kind of locked in. We had like a day break that was really good for us, because we were able to like practice and get used to each other a bit more. So yeah, I think that's it.
I did want to ask, obviously you're kind of a household name at this point in Overwatch Esports in EMEA. Who on your team do you think needs more attention averted to them from the audience?
Honestly, I think everyone. I've been like super impressed with how all of my teammates have like developed across this year. You know, we started like the tryouts quite early in this year, and I actually couldn't be prouder of how much they've like improved in like such a quick span of time, and like how good they've all become. So I mean, it's kind of a shit answer, but like all of them, all of them deserve all the attention. Yeah,
good answer.
So talk us a little bit through the timeline, because obviously the meta changed just before you came here. Were you ready for that meta change when like Demon drops? Did you think, okay, we're going to have to play her? Did you suddenly have to start learning her after the hotfix drop? Because you're the tank player, right?
Yeah.
How has it been having to learn a hero this important, this close to such an important tournament?
Yeah, so I was actually on a vacation right before the tournament, and then went from there to here.
That for you.
So so I was hoping to not have to play Demon, like don't have to learn a new hero. But then like it appeared that she's quite strong, and maybe you have to play her like almost all of the time. So I did need some time to adapt, because I've only been playing her for like 5 days. This is day 5 maybe of playing Demon.
Yeah.
So I've had to adapt, but the hero is actually quite similar to the release Hazard, you know, like strength-wise as well, like super powerful, and I'm really comfortable on that Hazard from the release. That's kind of what got my career started.
Of course,
the OP Hazard.
Yeah.
So
It shows on the server. She seems within your wheelhouse. Like
Yeah.
you seemingly very, very comfortable despite the short turnaround. Now looking at the group stages here in Busan as like a whole, just like the experience. What's your biggest takeaways that you can head into BlizzCon with?
I think as a team we kind of just need a lot of time. Like we need a bit more time than we had for this tournament, so we don't get what happened in the first match. We didn't really have a long boot camp, and on our boot camp a lot of team members got sick, so it wasn't really like we didn't really have a good boot camp and not that much preparation going into it. But I feel like if we get the good preparation, we can hang with like the top team. So that's my biggest takeaway from this.
Well, that's our takeaway too, because you guys performed so well. It was so great to
Thank
see
you.
and learn more about Team Germany and all the members in it. So thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to see you and the entire squad at BlizzCon. 3 more matches to go and some more things to decide. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our next match after a short break.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Oh, this is a known one, but I just don't know it.
Bro, I have a clue with that.
API? I mean, the P probably is per. Korean practice intercom. I always like watch these things and I'm like, oh, these guys are idiots. And then I'm just the idiot now.
Keyboard, placement invalid. You cannot work here.
Key performance indicator.
Ah, it's never getting that one. What?
Worked in corporate before?
I'm an engineer, yes.
Oh.
I have no clue, just exit, out, department.
End of... This is not a question that you want me to be answering, I can't lie.
I have no clue, dude.
End of, downstream.
Oh, end of day.
Day? End of day, bro. Let's go, bro.
No, I swear I have no clue. I have no clue. PTO. Performance, team, out, maybe? They go outside, they do little workshop, you know, and have fun.
Paid time off. Here we go, we got one.
Oh my god, I mean, that's because I'm not English, I swear.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup group stage here in Busan, South Korea. I'm Ash, and Zoe gets a break for the rest of the final day now, and we've got another match underway. Guys, Group D has already solidified its standings, who's going to be going all the way to Anaheim. But we still have to wrap up this group with this match between France and Colombia. Colombia is this team with so much heart behind them with the community, and they have such loud fans in the crowd supporting here as well.
Yeah, I saw someone with a giant flag the other day too. They'll be rocking that for sure. I'm trying to pick if they got it now. Oh, of course they do. Yeah,
I see the jerseys.
Yeah, they've been fun to cast as well, because yeah, the audience really does make half the cast sometimes with cheering and chanting and all the signs and everything else. But yeah, they've been a fun team to watch. A little unfortunate, obviously, a region that hasn't really had so much success at World Cup or in Overwatch. But yeah, nonetheless, experience on stage is going to be good for the players.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear the crowd already starting to ramp up the support for Colombia, which I'm sure when we get ready to head into those matches will continue. I feel like Colombia's one of those teams who, again, got caught a little bit short by the change of meta, which really did catch a lot of people unaware. They've had some good fights, especially when we were seeing them with this sort of default composition they love to play here, the Mauga, the Reaper, the Sojourn, but with the Kiriko and the Lucio. And I feel like even though that's a very speedy engagement composition, we've now hit a composition which can move even faster with the Jetpack Cat, and the fact that they don't really play it is making it much harder to make the Mauga work.
But this is still a really great learning experience here for these players on Team Colombia. The opportunity to play up against a Team France who has been honestly driving the meta thus far with that Demon. There's no better competitor that you can really get those reps up against.
Yeah, beast mode. They have been so good. Who expecting? People, I guarantee you, as co-streamers out there that went to bed before the Korea-France game and were like, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Like, Korea are going to win this one. And then France comes out of the gate, reverse sweeping Korea, and I mean, internet exploded. The Wikipedia blew up, socials blew up. I mean, oh, dude, France has been so fun to watch. And yeah, I'd be a little scared if I was Colombia. Can't lie. Crocs' hog is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think as well, like overnight, that victory versus Korea has just ballooned them to superstardom.
Yeah.
In the eyes of the Overwatch esports community. Crocs for sure. Everyone is looking at him to see how to play this new tank hero. Demon really, really strong, especially with the Jetpack Cat. FD God made a name for himself going for that Lucio, but he's really starting to put himself as a cut above our Cats as well.
He has been looking really good, and Crocs, he wouldn't be able to do everything he's doing in the server without that backline of Zerian and FNFP God being that support that's absolutely necessary. We got to talk to Dip a little bit yesterday as well about what it's been like playing with Crocs on his team, how much of a difference that kind of player can make with bringing the energy to this squad. And France, they're not looking to slow down anytime soon.
Look at that smirk on Crocs' face right now.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
honestly.
you telling me these were taken before they won against Korea, obviously, a media day. You're telling me that smirk doesn't tell you everything you need to know about France's run? They're probably going to end 3-0 in the groups, like #1 seed, like boom, going straight into BlizzCon. Man, if the fans aren't loud enough here, they're going to be even louder for the French at Anaheim, California.
Oh, for sure. We have our predictions, though, for this matchup. Guys,
I gotta say, buy the Team Peps bundle. I'm
So
going with
true.
France for this one.
So true. She's spitting. That's going to be the first thing Crocs is going to say when we have him on the desk as well, of course. Yeah, I went with France too. Ash, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, straight up. I think they're just too good right now.
Yeah. It has to be France, right? It has to be France. I think we're all expecting a free, the Jetpack Cat, the Demon. France has been absolutely unstoppable. They've been leading the charge literally in terms of how to play this new meta, and they've looked the best at it so far.
Yes, France have cemented themselves at the best, being the best right now within the meta, like Moxie was just saying. In Colombia, they've got a lot of loud voices, though, looking to cheer this team on. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything in this matchup. Let's get straight into it.
All right, last game here for France and Colombia in Group D. It's a first of 3. France picking the map first, but I'm expecting some silliness here. I'm expecting a few shenanigans from the French. I want to see them pulling out something silly.
I'm expecting a Jetpack Cat ban, which I get. Colombia will go as it looks like France actually deferred the ban. They pick the map, they defer the ban to Colombia, and they will ban out the Mauga. So even though the Jetpack Cat was removed, Mauga follows suit. Demon is still available on the server for Crocs to be as aggressive, just pressing W, even without that Jetpack Cat. But now Colombia do have the opportunity to pounce on the overextended tank without the lifeline support to airlift Crocs out of those situations.
Remember during Media Day, I think we did show it, but FD God saying to me, like, look, if I want to face somebody, I want to face Funny Astro. Look, at the end of the day, there's always been a big French-British rivalry, of course. He's like, Lucio, I used to be better than him, now he's a little bit better than me. But I think his cat is really, like, kind of where he has shined, like mentioning on the desk. I think the cat has been such a good tool that France have utilized almost to its fullest potential in this meta, which the meta right now just seems to be, boom, you drop your Demon into the backline, you have a Tracer to back you up, and then your Cass is just almost a solo operator, but chunking people and then fending for himself with the flash.
Well, Lich likely going to be swapping for the Vendetta that we've seen him play multiple times once the Sim teleport has been ticked off the checklist to send the team forth. Set up a little bit faster on the angles, but no, decides for the Tracer instead. The difference will be the Sojourn versus the Cassidy. More positioning power for Temp with Power Slide, but here with that Deadeye can still be just as detrimental with the 2-tap-2.
Yeah, on this map as well, very open space. Lots of cover on the point, of course, but you can get caught off real quick. Speaking of which, Super Gomez, already about 25% HP.
Temp's been forced off the angle. He has the rail charge. He will discharge it, but he can't quite land onto FD God. As, wow, France already capped the point. No contestant lit.
Trying for CDs. Wow, both TP and Suzu already used, and now they know Change is going to be very vulnerable. Same with Temp, to be fair, as well. Well, there's FD God going in. Ends up, Super Gomez, yeah, he ends up going down, sure, but realistically, as long as you've got Super Gomez alive, Crocs alive, sorry, it shouldn't really matter all too much. Again, they forced the TP from Change, and France still in control of the point.
Kiriko's so close to dip. That's Suzu gone too. That should be a dead support.
Yeah, there it is, instantly. Caught it perfectly. Dip with a little schmack to the face. Super Gomez at least picking up the ones, but you need a lot more than that.
Well, they did trade for Zerion though, so no Kiriko advantage here for France, but Croc still alive on point, full health with shield on hand, will be able to defend it handily, and the attack is pushed back. Colombia forced to regroup and re-walk in. Temp just firing shots or trying to build up that charge, but now that he has to play properly to retake to clear those angles out yet again, no one from France should be within distance for the Sojourn to shoot.
There's the limit break already earned. Super Gomez now is, what, 3% away? One's autoing, if that. Oh, there it is. And an instant Suzu. Now Crocs could maybe have his way with Super Gomez. He's already dangerously low. D-Mech is going to come in too, and it's a trivial cleanup. FD kind of farming on Lucio. Makes no difference, to be fair. He's always been a farmer.
I mean, they did lose Kyo very early on to the disruption shot from Temp, but Zerion's able to buff back the damage missing. Absent Cass fine present Kitsune Rush. Does mean that Change, though, has one-sided Kitsune Rush, but Crocs with that limit break can just play right through it.
Oh, really early rush ball. Crocs has already killed Temp too. Really does give a new meaning to Big Tracer. Well, Super Gomez is at least going to secure a kill, but this is all falling apart now for Colombia. Looks like a pulse bomb, just going to hit the ground. Oh, it kills FD God anyway. All good. Lich got his. Overtime though. Yeah, not re-triggered. 100-0 on the first round.
Yeah, France very much just feeling fully in control. A few kills here and there on the sides of something like Sojourn, as to be expected, right? She's one of those heroes that you don't have to be able to keep winning fights, building up ultimate economy one-sidedly to still have impact within the fight itself with the one-shot potential of that rail charge. But it's not something that wipes the team all within one go. And it punishes the fact that the Sojourn's finding kills onto the DPS. No one's really killing Crocs. In fact, Crocs pretty much just lifts the whole round. He's having a time this meta, as Colombia have tried to match the Demon. Now they'll directly try to counter it. This is what we've seen from them before in Control. Zarya bubble engagement with the Vendetta.
Yeah, going back to a couple of metas ago with the Vendetta. Feels like a couple of patches behind here is going to be a bit of a problem. Crocs, the backline already. I mean, look at this. Oh, it's just dirty work.
Yeah, Q on that Xion just has the damage to be able to puncture those bubbles with things like the execution. So Lick denied his engagement, shut down with a motorbike directly to the face. No helmet for safety. As strap in, Colombia in for a wild ride as they now have to walk back in against Crocs around corner.
Super Gomez is already burning one bubble on Lich. There comes the overhead slash. Another bubble used, and well, Change is already dead. Temp secured a kill on the enemy Kiriko, so Lich is not going to receive any heals anytime soon, sadly. Temp behind them, last player alive for Colombia. FD God's going to go in and get the proof and escape with, what was that, 5 HP? Or something silly.
We've all been there. Lucio players, the hubris, they think they're immortal with the speed and how hard it can be to try to shoot one of them down. As at this point, Colombia is trying to ignore Crocs, pretend that the Demon does not exist, and go directly for the squishies with Lick closing up the distance.
They can't even see Crocs right now. The front line, like you said, doesn't exist. Crocs is just going in. He is the flank character in this situation.
He really is just large Tracer.
Yeah, large Tracer. We always use call well, Deep is also a big Tracer. Maybe Demon is large Tracer. We're gonna have to find different words for it.
Sword Tracer.
Sword Tracer, yeah. Credit Sun goes down to none other than Crocs. 10 very low. Dip also kind of trading in the duel, somewhat honorably. Someone's got to heal Dip at some point. Up, and there's Gear again. And the cleanup's going to come in. This is going to be a flip, of course, but it looks about over. Yeah, Super Gomez going to bite the dust. There's Crocs up to a 10 kill streak.
I don't think Crocs has died yet.
I think so.
As Super Gomez will be close to a Graviton, but this is sort of like the issue for the Zarya, right? You just don't have the range to be able to keep up with how spread all of the fighting has been, so you're not actually beaming down players to build up the grab, which means that Sundering Blades there, so too is Soundbarrier, and so too is Crocs.
Yeah.
You might have the grab this fight, but you don't have the Vendetta to follow up.
I mean, Foxy, it's over.
Touch the spawn door challenge.
They're gonna Doom, achievement unlocked. Perfect. Dip's gonna do it too. That's 2. All right. Oh, the grab. Oh no. Super Gomez jumps in. And Lich to try to get the ult off as well. Would have been the perfect time to use it, but unfortunately FD got topped everybody's health bars up with that beat. Kratos Sun down. OT here, but they're just gonna be a pile of dust now at this point. Limit break. All good. France, I mean, this is just an unbelievably dominant showing here on the final day of the Overwatch World Cup group stage in Busan. Only granting, what, like 19% to Colombia?
This is also them being very smart about how they play the Demon without the jetpack cap, right? Because when you sort of look at Colombia's game plan there, especially on Volcano, it's very obvious. Ignore the Demon, try to send Lick with Zarya Bubble to engage with overhead slice stun to just be able to CC one of the squishies for the rest of the team to then pile on 2. without the cat there, the Demon cannot very quickly go from playing aggressive in Colombia's backline to playing closer to his team and being available to heal with things like the shield or that dash. So what do France do? They go for a very fast-moving composition, which means that the Demon can play separate, and everyone else on the team, they all have their own means of mobility to escape when that Vendetta closes up the distance. Xion has the bike, Trace has the blink, the recall, Kiriko, Suzu to be able to cleanse the overhead when it tries to hit her, as well as the swift step to teleport away, and Lucio with the speed boost. So that's why it feels that even though Colombia are able to get past the chokes, which sometimes slow up teams trying to play retake on control points, they have map space, but they have no value from said map space. It sort of just becomes this game of cat and mouse throughout the entirety of Volcano, with no one from France playing ball.
Yeah, that is the big benefit of playing the Vendetta, sticking to people, building up the 5 charges and then just running people down. But, I mean, you're almost playing a different or even a better game with the Demon because you have more health and you still have a big sword. Beautiful stuff from France to start off this series. Still 1-0, and Colombia, unfortunately, not quite finding a grasp of this series. Although, considering how the group has gone, France are the scariest in their group at the current moment in time. Looking to make this one a 3-0, not even in this match, I mean just overall in the group, 3-0, to make it to BlizzCon.
I mean, honestly, with how well France have been playing the Demon, it's almost like we can say they're looking not just the scariest within their group, but they're looking one of the scariest within the teams as a whole that we have going to BlizzCon. Especially because Korea don't play the new meta, we're yet to really see how they adapt to the Demon. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, likewise, they don't really like leaning towards that Demon. They still play their own style, so it feels like we have rock, paper, scissors Overwatch meta yet again.
Hey, there's still time. There's a little bit of time between now and BlizzCon. So they're going to be locking that in.
Once this LAN is done, guarantee that those two teams are scrimming Demon non-stop, triple blocks. I know a lot of these teams here because, as we said, not a lot of turn time from hotfix to official playtime. Teams with triple blocking, absolutely exhausted. 6 hours of scrims with about 1 hour break in between to eat and rest, and then go right back into scrimming. It's been a rough work time for these players. There has been no holiday, no vacationing. It has been work, work, work.
Yeah. I was actually speaking to Chungshik, ex-Vancouver Titans player, does the Korean broadcast now as well for OWCS and Overwatch World Cup 2. And I was saying, like, look, Korea, what's happening, man? Like, they're not playing the Demon right now. And he's like, don't worry. As soon as you start playing it, could be pretty damn easy. No issue. So yeah, that little bit of time there. Yeah, Junbin, Max, they're going to be practicing and they're going to bring their A game when it comes to BlizzCon. So Chungshik believes, I believe too. I think that small, or this kind of, I was going to say small tournament, but like this group stage, there's been 4 days, there's been a lot of games, but with how quickly I think Demon has been shown to be, or how quickly she's been shown as how powerful she is, like there's no choice in this matter at all. There's, you play her or you don't. You're going to get crushed or you don't. You know, it's...
You get one chance to ban her.
Exactly.
And then you have to also worry about
You can't force another comp.
Yeah.
It might be rock, paper, scissors, but right now it's all Demon. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's rough as well off of just how entrenched Cat is, because you get one chance to ban the Demon, then potentially you get the second chance to sort of weaken her value by taking out the Cat. But Cat's tied to all of the other comps that you've been scrimming. Yeah. So if you take out Cat, you're also sort of shooting your own foot by taking away the potential of the Cat Cassidy and the Cat Bastion. It's not like, okay, we're playing something that we would not touch unless Demon was within the pool, like, say, Lifeweaver, which means that we're seeing the Jetpack Cat stick around for a whole lot of these matches.
Absolutely. I want to see where we go next. Colombia and the fans are raring to go. Every kill, every single map, it doesn't matter. They're always cheering. We have a substitution coming in for the back line. We're going to see Mixby back in for Colombia. We've seen this a couple of times, being subbed in and out. And it's going to be a new Junk City pick.
Yeah. Colombia, we know the composition they like to play on New Junk City. Do France decide to replicate history and go for the Lucio ban? or the Kiriko ban rather, to force out that Moira? Or do Colombia, since they have the chance to ban first, instead of banning Demon, this is the conundrum. If you ban Demon, you take out the tank, but you also do leave yourself open to being forced onto that Moira Lucio. If you ban the Kiriko, you do get to, or rather if you ban a support, you do get to safeguard your backline option, but you do still have to play into the hands of Crocs on that Demon.
Getting the final player sat down and changed over. Just an empty spot in the lobby waiting to be filled, but we'll be underway in just a moment. And doesn't matter the opponent. I see Crocs right now, headset off, earbuds out, almost taunting the Colombian fans.
Well, that's
on
why
the opposite side of the stadium.
they just banned his tank.
There it is. It's got to be done at some point. Got to be done.
This is a must-win map now for Colombia. If there is one time for you to take a map here, it is when this Demon is out of rotation. We'll see how France decides to respond. If they will try to force that Moira Lucio. Nope, they'll take out front to back angle. Reaper banned away from Lick instead.
There was ever a time you could play the Hog, Crocs, it might be here. You don't have to worry about the Reaper. Short Ana's there, but you got a Kiri, it's all good. He did say that, you know, playing on the biggest stage for the World Cup at BlizzCon would be quite the sight. So maybe he's saving that secret weapon later down the line. Now, New Junk City, there are your bans as we jump into map 2 in a second.
Yeah, no Demon. So options to play the Diva, but I think we're both expecting this to be Mauga versus Mauga. At least out the rip, but Colombia have lost parts of the default composition they play alongside that Mauga. No Reaper to be able to teleport on through. Follow up off of a player who gets stunned. Take advantage of everyone turning to shoot at the tank and letting that DPS slip by unnoticed. Temp, what does he go for as well here? He's like to go for the Sojourn. I feel like you have to go for range to be able to match the poke potential of France. But Colombia seem almost averse sometimes to playing poke, and instead like to really go for this Tracer Xion outlook a whole bunch of times too.
Only one way to find out. Let's get into map 2. France versus Colombia. This group has been decided pretty much, so France already booking their ticket to BlizzCon. Colombia unfortunately unable to make it. New Junk City with Crocs not able to play Demon. We'll see if Super Gomez ends up just pivoting Mauga as we've seen them do before.
I think this is the time for France to make a statement that, hey, we're not just one-trick ponies. We don't just do well when Demon is on rotation and Crocs is able to play her. We can still play other compositions and be one of the best within this OWWC circuit. What will the compositions be? There's the Mauga that we expected. Crocs.
And there's the Hog, which I expected.
20 seconds or so left.
I think he's doing it. He's
It
got a
does
smile
look
on his
like
face.
he's doing it, especially with FT God on the Jetpack Cat.
I wish I could disable my sense of smell.
Looking at his DPS, like, look, just play distraction. I'll hook, I kill, all good, no problem. FD God, make sure you just float me around. It's all good. Just hang me from the sky like a chandelier. I'll hook people and kill him. There it is. Okay, we're doing it. Crocs on the Hog. Super Gomez deciding, nah, not today. Gonna play the Mauga. Here we go, over the top. Crocs, you gotta land this hook, buddy. This first one's gonna be the most important. He's already used that breather. He's gonna get lifted up to the sky again. Spots the Lucio initially. Now maybe even looking for Lich. Oh, easiest hook of your damn life, Crocs.
Oh, look for the Vendetta too.
He's gonna get a kill. That's 2 dead already. Oh, I mean, this is just unfair. Giving Hog this much mobility. Yeah, he's for his end game today.
What are you supposed to do versus this? You can't go Reaper because that got banned out, and now, oh no, Crocs will just sit on the rooftop with the Jetpack Cat to scout
He's
when
gonna
they're
roof
coming.
slide?
And
Yeah.
he'll roof slide with the hook available.
Oh.
Okay, flashy hook denied, but still Colombia have to gain entry onto this point past the Roadhog. He's emoting
My
now.
guy was emoting. Third person around the corner. Oh, the Lucio. Getting subbed in like that and immediately dying to the Hog 2 fights in a row. You got to be feeling a certain type of way.
Oh, Super Gomez. Oh no, not that, no. Hook into the Aura Taker Breather.
Thumbs up.
He's emoting in real life now. Crocs is the canonical Roadhog, I guess.
They're dropping him in again. They're dropping him.
Oh, he's just behind that spawn, trying to catch someone late on this rotation. There he goes.
Please.
He's playing a crane machine.
The Lucio's
at
had
this
enough,
point.
please. All right, dibs down. Hang on. Oh, there's the hook again. I mean, what can Super Gomez do?
Observers, we have one job and one job only. Crocs POV.
Get the hook. Hasn't got it for a couple of seconds.
Oh, he wants the melee kill too. He tried. Liquid Solo, he's doing the Taker Breather.
My guy's emoting. Did you know Crocs actually did the capture,
mocap,
the
yeah.
mocap for Hog? Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that. Hot lore tip. Put that in the other details in on the Liquipedia profile.
I'm waiting for the headbang.
The headbang,
He'll get the whole Hog off map. That's when we see that one.
Straight out of the cages, straight off of the map. Oh, he charges away. He's looking for someone else here. He's going to try for it. Oh, but the spree. Okay. Someone else has to take a couple of kills here. It can't all be Crocs.
Oh, the cage just broken instantly by Whole Hog, and probably the spirits of that fight broken by the spree shortly after. Crocs, yet again, about to be airdropped. Probably this time looking at Temp's position to deny the overclock, since no Lucio, no sound barrier. This could be the opening for Colombia. They have the kill potential.
You've been bullied so hard on the Lucio, it's hard to build the beat. And the fights have been going so quick as well. There's the pulse on Skio though, okay. 4v5, Crocs. Yep, still on Hog, so he's going to be a danger. Hook over the top. Oh, whoa, okay, I think that was a grapple hook actually. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, Temp ends up going down as well. And, well, I mean, at least they got the point.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be for too much longer. Croc standing in his face. Super Gomez says, nah, ain't no way.
Okay, I take it back. Earlier I said Crocs is a crane machine. That has elements of RNG. At this point, he's a gachapon. You're guaranteed to find something with your money, as this Roadhog is having so much value, plus the fact that Crocs is playing out of line of sight of Temp. You're not trading off of the Roadhog's health, soaking up Sojourn shots.
Sorry, Moxie. They have to look in the sky just in case Crocs is on the roof.
Is there? Yes. Roadhog has become dive now, Jack, apparently. Or I guess more fittingly, air is what we call the jetpack.
Oh, there is
meta.
Oh, straight out of spawn. Oh, surely Crocs dies here. Looks like FD God might be the one to suffer in this instance. Catnap. There's the Lucio dead already. And this is going to be the points. 2-0 currently for France, with Crocs still going. Oh dear, just give him a rest, man.
Oh.
Give him a rest.
Do they get the chance to walk point? Because here's the thing. They have good ults, right? You're about to have double support ults. You have Mauga Cage Temp on the Widow in case Crocs is sticking closer to that spawn. Yeah, he's behind them with Whole Hog and a Hook, which is terrifying. You can see the pings. They're trying to work out where exactly the Roadhog is before they can walk point to use that rush. But finally, they will touch feet onto point to gain value from changed ult.
I mean, this is really their only choice here. You can't run around chasing a Hog.
No, and with Temp on the cast as well, if Crocs gets close, you should be able to split the lifeline with the flashbang, at least.
All right, double support ult now. Crocs trying to go for another hook. There's the cage. Whole Hog, though, is going to delete it real quick. Look at that. That's the counter to the Mauga, apparently.
Yeah.
The Whole Hog in the cage. Nice Suzu. Very big value there, actually. You managed to hit multiple people. Well, the sound barrier is so good for 3 or 4 players there. Will Hogs die? That's the question. Crocs, no, he doesn't. He just sits there, takes a breather, and that was that. Super Gomez going to extend this capturation for a brief moment as they get 45%.
Point at least closer to the side of Team Colombia as FD God sets up Crocs on rooftop yet again. Nope, he splits. FD God's looking for the opposite angle to be able to land the catnap as the hook lands from Crocs, pulling Super Gomez out.
Yep, dead. Alright, cute then. Both DPS down. FD God kills Lich. Catnap's gonna actually take away that Kiriko. Easy TP usage though, and now Crocs in pursuit. Oh, gotta run, Tim. You gotta get out of there. They're gonna try and get the flip, but they do so successfully. They're up to 50% now, with Crocs looking for another hook.
He has to be so careful with this Deadeye too. No cat. If he gets hooked out to cancel the ult, it's curtains.
Good hook. Better boot though. Mixby ends up going up massive with a boot onto the Roadhog to make sure he can't connect the left click. Crocs still not dead though. Ends up running away.
See, Colombia found the solution. Do the maths, right? Crocs, FD God constantly split. 3 players on core left. Everyone from Team Colombia, they have 5 players. Ignore the Roadhog, ignore the cat. Just walk point, just walk on the rest of the team.
They might have to give up this point, you know. Well, they do end up touching. It's the Tracer on point. Dip is there probably for another one. They're going to cage on the point. They're going to solo cage the Tracer. To be fair with you, don't blame me, because Crocs has been deleting it. Nice headshot from Tim. Oh, and he gets in the bag as well. Okay, yeah, come on. Lifting the spirits here for Team Colombia. FD God playing off of the map. And there's the point. Colombia fans on their feet at the moment too.
1 point picked up for Colombia, remaining within this map. I mean, at this point, you're just trying to force Crocs to swap off of the Roadhog. As Lick will have that pulse bomb, good flashbang, but I mean, the Roadhog has the health bar, plus 2 supports right beside him to be able to survive the impact. Colombia, though, set up on point, but without that cast, they don't have the Deadeye to zone out the ult dump that's available here for France.
Wholesome Lich. Gear's really... Oh, nice 2 clear. There's the hooks on Super Gomez go. Here comes the rush and the whole hog as well. Super Gomez immediately ejected from the fight.
No chance of winning that one. Even if you try to rush match, you just be pushed off of it by that whole hog as here comes the Roadhog hook yet again. Temp. Hasty retreat from the cast, but not fast enough. FD God on the cat chases him down.
Swinging a miss, but it's fine. I mean, Hog's main weakness always has been very big, beefy target. Like no armor, kind of hanging around. Oh, the hook misses. TP though for the Kiriko. It's going to have to force the Suzu. Crocs very low, 60 HP. Still healing up. And there is the kill. Okay, Crocs finally put down.
Yeah, Super Gomez just body blocks, locks the Roadhog into the 1v1 to allow the rest of his team behind him to go for that cap with the rush. And there it is. Colombia not going to lose to Roadhog shenanigans. Crocs onto the Mauga to match. Colombia found the solution, and now adaptation has been made.
We call that a sampling platter, an appetizer for what's to come for France at BlizzCon. Crocs isn't going to give us the whole show, at least not just yet.
The amuse-bouche, you could say.
There you go. There's the stomp in from Crocs. Oh, he's on his own. He got no heal though, by the way. He got a cardiac overdrive, sure, but no take a breather. Nice little railgun shot from Kyo though. FD Squad's already found 2. The sound barrier from Colombia is going to hit 3. This cage is going to get deployed, and definitely got Zerion just locked down.
Yeah, defensive cage. Because of the vision of that overclock, so 2 ults for the price of 1 Sojourns. That's good value for money for France, but Colombia have been able to hold on to the point. 93% last fight territory for them to be able to find the flip.
Yeah, they're not going to have Dip for a long while now off France. They lost him at the very end of the fight, but Lucio doesn't end up falling though. Crocs has got his one. Flip. Patience for Colombia. They got time to play with.
Not a lot of time though. Crocs coming up to that cage. Zerion pretty close to a rush as well. If you take too long to wait, Dip finds a pulse bomb, delays out the fight. You're looking lost by territory here, as they have 0 space to walk right now.
They're going to try and make some space of their own, a vanilla style, top right, or top left even. High Noon deployed now for 10. There's the catnap from FD God. Cancelling that High Noon and securing the kill. A pulse bomb from Dip chunks out Super Gomez, but it is a Mauga after all. Crit stomp there, change dead. Good overrun by Crocs. Cage deployed too, and that is gonna be wraps. 98%, and France claim that second map and get match points.
Yeah, the cast just too vulnerable on the low ground with the Deadeye when Mauga is in play. Charge cancels out the Deadeye and cancels out any opportunity really for Colombia to find footing within that first part of the fight. That's the risk when you don't run the cap. They had to rotate away from main off of how close France were holding. And they were delayed enough too, having to regroup outside main, then wrap round to the side, utilizing that Caster-Cobb space to walk onto point. No kills, no ults built up, and you allowed France to be able to hit rush for the overtime fight as well. So your chances of being able to stall out the OT to have more players feed back in to keep that time bar burning, they just go lower and lower until eventually they drop.
He is having the time of his life in Busan. Not the food, it's not the atmosphere, it's just Crocs just enjoying playing the game, playing Roadhog, playing what he wants, upsetting Korea. Like, I mean, France really are just, they're living it up. They're living their best lives right now.
It's a Crocs world, Jack.
Yeah.
We're just spectators here, getting to see the whimsy.
It feels like, thank God we're not living in this.
Yeah, horror game, I think.
Yeah, actually.
If we all had to play versus Crocs as Roadhog, Overwatch for sure would be a much higher rating, as I would be absolutely terrified to walk a corner.
All right, here we go. Colombia with a single point on that last map. France looking to finish this one with a 3-0. They did manage to force Crocs to swap though, so that's something.
That is something. You can have your head held high that you did not lose the map to the airlifted Roadhog. What's the cat equivalent of pulled pork? If we had the Orisa, do you remember Orisa Fortify, not Fortify, Holt?
Holt?
Holt with hook combo, right?
Holt
pulled
hook.
pork. So what's the jetpack cat equivalent?
With Hog?
Yeah.
Or Sky Hook? Yeah, it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Crane claw, I guess?
Yeah, sure. I like that actually, yeah. Crane, claw machine, like crane, yeah, I get it. I don't mind it.
That's also the Demon Band burn.
Yeah, Demon is available now.
So Crocs will be, yet again, a demon within the server. As that's also the jetpack cat ban that Colombia invested earlier on Control. So Crocs flying full strength when we head to our third map here, as Colombia will have that chance. You want one more attempt, Jack? This will be your last opportunity to try to find that color swatch correct.
That is still New Junk City. Now it just changed.
Yeah, it swapped. What do you think?
Looks like oh, they changed again. Neon Junction.
Ah.
Neon Junction.
You sound very
No, I got it that time, so I recognize the splotch. I recognize it. I saw it in the last series because I tried to guess, and now I've got it right. Oh, show.
It's like the test that they have. Is it what's the ink?
Oh, the
test
ink.
called?
Wait, the ink blotch test, or are you talking about the one that slows the little colored dots and then you can see like numbers or whatever?
The ink blotch.
No, I have no idea where it's called. Rorschach test.
Rorschach, that's it.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of like that. What do you see in this image? A neon junction. That would be a crazy thing to say for a Rorschach test. I see
Out
neon
of
junction.
context. I see neon junction.
So you're a Sigma player. I see. I see. Interesting. You're a Mizuki player. Ah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it's very hard to try to narrow down a cat player's main map that they play, because
it's just so
that
good on
hero
every
just
map.
plays pretty much everywhere. So for sure we could see some of that Sigma, but I do feel like it does just get heavily out-tempoed with the pacing that Demon plus Cat brings to the match.
It's up for France by the looks of things. Got support swapping out. It looks like Zerion's leaving the stage. France with a single map left, potentially, in this series and in this tournament as well. This is the final day, obviously, of the group stage here in Busan.
So what did Colombia ban here? As we said, they can't ban the Cat. They can't ban the Demon. Do they try to ban something like the Kiriko to move away from the Kiriko Cat? Potentially play a slower version of the Cat Ana? Because that also takes away the opportunity of playing things like the Mizuki as well. And you could go for a sort of double heavy poke backline, something like that, Wu Yang.
have the shift to be able to disengage the propulsors from the Demon, potentially push back as well with the wave when shield's not up. Haven't seen all that much Buyang this tournament, mostly because when people see him, they pivot to the Diva to be able to directly counter it. As, yeah, your Rorschach test, your spotch of color was correct. You did indeed
got it right.
see a Neon Junction.
Yeah, they banned the cat. This being Colombia, they banned the cat, they banned the Demon, so we're going to see Demon again, I'd imagine.
Yes.
I don't know what go for here. Cassidy. All right. Okay. Yeah, don't hate it. I spoke about it over the last couple of days, but it feels like a safe ban. It's like, okay, that's very default, like, sure.
I also feel like it takes away one of the main ways that the defense wrestle back control, and the attacking side too, creating space, forcing you to have to respect the damage potential of that flyby with the cat cast, as France will remove the engagement potential of Colombia, removing that Lucio for this team to be able to go fast, speeding away from Crocs when he's at full strength, and yeah, punishing the fact that Colombia very, very reluctant to play the cat Cassidy or the cat at all.
Yeah, I mean, FD God's just going to rock the cat. No problem, no shocks there, no hidden information. I mean, Colombia now just give us a good showing here. It feels very one-sided up until this point with France and how well they've done so far. But you never know. We'll see.
The crowd's behind them, for sure. The fans here have been going absolutely crazy every time that Colombia players find a kill or win a fight. So they have a lot of energy. The chant starting to pick up as we head into what could be the final map within this series. Neon Junction for our hybrid, so no rework, no Iconvold, no Terroriso. Very similar playbook. I feel like Neon Junction, a lot of teams have already cracked code in terms of, especially taking first fight, right, on the attack. It feels very much just splitting your team, being able to take away those high ground positions, pinch the defense, force them to be very uncomfortable and have to pull back almost entirely to have their tank touch point the rest of the team, the backline especially, backed all the way up to second point already. And it feels like for the defense, a lot of teams just give the ground, right? They prioritize not directly contesting first. They're more than happy to let it slide, just to be able to cement having an easier setup, a faster setup for that first fight of second, which a lot of the time we see them win and totally stall out the attack to sometimes even a full halt.
Yeah, this map has been quite, I'd say, eye-opening for a lot of teams, where it is a much more defender-heavy, slower map, whereas the metas over the last couple of patches or last season or so, or a couple of seasons maybe even, have been like Zarya with Vendetta, like bubbling her in, and just a lot of Mauga, obviously, like just a little bit more quicker, a little faster comps. So Neon Junction being thrown in there to slow things down a bit it's been quite fun. AES obviously subbed in for Zerion on the French side, just warming up, make sure all his settings are good, and then he's going to join the lobby. He's about to log in now, so shouldn't be too much long before we get into Neon Junction.
Yeah, especially because what was the last map before they added Neon Junction? Atlas, right? New flashpoint that we had. That's a very go fast, kill everything before they kill you sort of map. I'm trying to think the last time we really had a map that forced teams to have to play that slow.
Sure, not released. I mean, I don't know. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
To be honest. Like a slow pace map? I don't know. We've had a lot of push maps, obviously, because it was the new mode, so.
Yeah.
Which are inherently quite quick.
Unless it was Colosseo, which, I mean, that's just camp mid.
The record for like no kills is like 3 minutes or something.
Yeah,
2-3
peak
minutes.
Sojourn meta, when you would just like exchange Sojourn one-shots.
No, I casted that. Did I cast that with Matt? Or maybe Johnny? I can't remember who I casted that with.
I remember having to coach the drop, like the release Colosseo, and have to tell players like the discipline that you had to have to not greed peak a fully charged Sojourn. Like back then, the comm cycle was so weird because you did not just have to ult track, you also had to railgun charge track. You had to call out when the Sojourn had high charge that people would not peak, then you would bait the peak, and then you would go with your own Sojourn. So it was this back and forth and back and forth. A time of old, for sure.
Yes. Release
Also-
Sojourn when she could one-tap you
Oh,
with
it was
Rail.
gross.
It was a little busted, I'd say, a little broken. All right, here we go.
Probably the most broken DPS hero on release, I would say was Sojourn.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ridiculous character. All good. Here we go. Neon Junction, map 3 in the series. France leading 2-0 already. Everyone who's joined us, well, you just missed Crocs on Hog on New Junction.
I'm sure it will show up on socials.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like,
of course.
for sure.
He was emoting in real life.
After this match, Crocs himself will be going back and clipping some of those moments. As we'll see, what did Colombia decide to mix things up with? Mixby is now with the roster. Currently playing that poker-heavy backline that we talked about. They will be starting on defense too, so this Wuyang will remain, at least for the first fight. And I do like this. It feels like we haven't seen a lot of teams attempting the Wuyang in response to the Demon.
Yes.
So this will be, I think, a good test for a lot of teams who don't want to play the Demon themselves, who want to be able to play a composition that can react to it.
Here's going to jump out real quick on the Widowmaker. I want FD God to go for the grapple. It looks like, is he going to do it? Yes, there it is. Okay. Widow peek. Whoa. Those water orbs getting real close. Little change though. Only a little bit of damage on Super Gomez.
No Cat Bastion, dip swaps onto the Tracer, Kyo the Shion, so yeah, split push potential here. But just overwhelming, walking onto the point, already forcing that Mei wall, not for isolation, but to just provide disengage opportunity.
All right, Crocs up on the high ground already. A very quick reaction there by Change to try and get a Suzu. However, now this wall navigated quite quickly, actually. Super Gomez just falls over. Again, that's all on FD God, kind of putting Crocs in a position where he can force the CDs of the Kiri, and then that is really that.
Yeah. That's the thing about Wuyang as well. He runs out of heals very quickly, and you also have to be heavily within line of sight of your team. So if Super Gomez is out of position or dropped onto very quickly by that Demon, not a lot of help will come from his backline to keep himself hale and hearty, as Ramatra experiment has ended. On to the Demon match we go.
Yeah, I don't think Colombia would have really expected to let go of the point that quick. Super Gomez forced into this, not 1v1, but head-to-head. You've got to dodge the train first before you make any more moves on that high ground. Crocs has already got that limit break though. No, you've got to be scared. Trying to force Lich's block first, and then throwing it in would be ideal for Crocs. Straight over the top though. Oh, the Kiri's in trouble. Forced to Suzu and to TP at the same time. There's the limit break on the high ground. Kiri dead. FD God with 1 kill, and Super Gomez is going to get demeched. Should just be it for this small little defense.
They got the most value they could, at least from the defense, right? You know, if your Suzu gets forced, if your Swifter gets forced, limit break will kill your team. So at least Lick, with his final moments, is able to stall out Cart and allow Colombia 1 extra fight potentially before France are able to cap second. Change will have Rush as well to send the team forward. Lick swapping into the Reaper from more front to back.
All right, there's Super Gomez dropped in. It's actually dropped straight on top of Crocs. FT God going to go for the catnap, manages to steal Super Gomez away, dragging him around that corner. He's going to get stuck on the roof there for a brief moment. Both rushes have been utilized already as Lich finds a solo kill onto AES in the backline. A stick from Dip though, a decent amount of damage, which is going to require some healing onto Super Gomez, but unfortunately Super Gomez ejected from the mech and immediately dealt with. And that is going to be second point.
Yeah, Q spree softens everyone up. France coordinate, take them down. Head into third, but not with the ultimates to be able to snowball. If Temp's able to come up clutch with this overclock, still like France's approach, Colombia might be able to hold their ground for more fights to come. So far though, the Surge will be chased off of the high ground both by the Cat and the mech.
2v2. Both Cats and both Demons. Super Gomez has eventually managed to force Crocs off of the aggressive angle.
Limit breaks in hand for Super Gomez as well, but he will be grabbed in position to use it on the back line.
Yeah, he's going to try and find an isolation, but realistically, against this comp, it's just so difficult, and Crocs is just way quicker finding a pick.
Yeah, the mobility, right, from France. They see the Demon coming and just run.
Oh, well, Crocs gets hit by that, but an immediate Suzu should sort him out. Should sort him out proper. There goes the Cat, and that is going to be a Super Gomez down, meaning this final push is going to be fairly trivial for France.
I mean, you've got the overclock, but you don't have the space to be able to use it. FD got 2 of the catnap, can slam down onto Temp's position, shove the Sojourn's ult away.
Okay, there we go. Straight up the high ground again. Temp's in trouble. Lucky got the spawn doors right behind him, but he's not quick enough. Well, they trade for Keo. Catnap's going to come in as well. Now Crocs just playing on the point, and that's really all he needs to do. FD's just getting destroyed. Oh my goodness. And there's the Cap. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in that time bank is just sublime.
I mean, we've talked about Crocs being so good on this Demon, but it really is the synergy between him and FD God, being able to just clear Temp out multiple times. When we head third, Temp has the overclock for what, 3 fights? Denied the opportunity to use it every time, being cleared out early from those positions where he could snipe someone. When the Demon mech is not there to be able to provide that form of cover for the backline. Totally cleared out, especially that last fight too. FD God Crocs lifts that Demon mech up on top of Temp's position.
Yep.
And they just clear him with the catnap as well. No overclock, allows that payload to be so close to the checkpoint. Like you said, all Crocs has to do is split the backline, force the tank to have to peel his supports. No one's there to be able to hold the fight for point long enough for Temp to return.
Oh man, I have to tap Johnny on the shoulder in a minute. He's going to be on the cast soon. That 3-hour makeup session is going to have to get cut short, Moxie.
I need to buy some model
We'll see if this is a full hold or if Colombia will be able to match the time bank. As we've seen, we haven't seen a lot of full holds on Neon Junction. We've seen some so far this week, but not as many as you would feel. And it does feel like more teams are starting to be familiar with the way of fast sweeping out first. Temp not finding that first kill off onto Dip. The Tracer too mobile. The Lick will remain on the Pharah here to just hammer these different chokes. And they've already forced Ace to use that switch step out.
That's what Sonjin and Stalker have done in the past. Play this Pharah into this comp. Don't hate it at all. It's such a massive range disadvantage with Keo and Dip. Still, though, that can be negated, of course, with FD God kind of just lifting someone in front of the fire and saying, okay, you kill now, and then dropping them off once the job's been done.
But there's no real hit scan here on the side of Team France to be able to deal with the fire.
Got to hit these directs, though, on FD God. Oh, that's a couple. Nice little kill, okay. Backline dead. This is going to be point.
Yeah, I mean, Lick hits enough rockets for Mixfeed to be able to find the follow-up kill onto the Cat. 1 tick picked up, split on Team France. They're still close enough to go for a contest, though.
Yeah, Dip's going to play around this statue. They got 66%. That should be the 2 ticks. As they do lose Lich in the meantime. But Super Gomez gets the 1v1 versus Keo. Oh, it wasn't 2 ticks. Yes, 66.2%. Not quite enough for the second one. And they actually managed to hold on. That is a miracle.
Somehow Dip kills the Pharah.
They weren't touching a lot of that time too, Colombia.
Everyone from Colombia was just off of the point. They don't have the Tracer to be able to anchor it, find flips or separate from the main fight to go hit the backline pressure the way that Dip was able to. So he picks off Changed after he deals with the Fire threat, which then frees up Crocs to now do this. Touch Spawn Door challenge, take 2.
Spawn Door touched again.
Click off of the Widow onto the Reaper that was banned out previously. Should be able to just teleport past this Demon, try to put more pressure onto Aze's position.
TP in, now they're going to try and force the points. Reaper guy pretty good against the Demon. Sometimes, if you get the support, it's decent. Oh, the stick. Can nap as well, actually. They're throwing a whole bunch into this fight, and the limit break, ooh, swing and a miss. Not quite Crocs. Try again another day.
I mean, they might try again now, unless Aze falls here to the Reaper, hitting in deep onto the backline, denying France playing slow for Aze's rush back onto point. Second tick picked up, potentially the third here, as we will not have a full hold.
Yeah, no full hold. Even with FD God getting 1. Recall for Dip's already been used. Surely not another. Going to stall for some extra time. All good. Let's make it a little bit more painful. You're going to get spawns in.
How impactful now is the fact that France tried to fight at that point instead of setting up for first corner hold here on second. Crocs denied the angle of holding versus Super Gomez, and already Colombia have been able to see themselves past underpass. Can't quite engage too far forward though. You have to have the room to run away from Aze's ult.
Oh, 10 pens are going down to Crocs. It's not good. Train's gonna come in a second, so can't play on that high ground. Goes in the backline, by the way, still has the spree. Execute's just gonna hit the body of Super Gomez, but he shrugs it off all that armor. There's the limit break being popped as well. It's a good catnap from FD. The stuns were really nice. And now Crocs, yeah, not in the soup, it don't matter. Super Gomez, 1v1. Oh, he's gonna punch him to death. Croc gets the single kill there. Ends up getting railgunned in the face by Tem.
Great catnap from FD God, disrupting the follow-up of Super Gomez's limit break when they're all confined in small room. Temp does have the overclock. No one's currently scouting out or marking that Sojourn. So he will be unleashed. But at the moment, no one challenging him means that he doesn't have anything to shoot. So Crocs will already be able to close up the distance, take high ground, and drop behind the team.
Well, there is the rush from France. Lich taking a brunt of the damage. They're actually forced to raid form really far back in his own backline. Limit break from Crocs as well. And with 10 going down, same with Chains. I mean, this death blossom from Lich is just massive. FD God, AES, dead, and yeah, don't think Crocs is going to survive too much longer. Dip isn't going to have any sort of hero play either.
They should be able to snowball as well. This next fight second. Overclock buys you the time, stalls out France from being able to keep this part contested, allows limit break to be built for Super Gomez to have when the second checkpoint's available. Live 2 spawn camping, just totally stalling out the push from the defense.
Well, there's the overclock. He's already sent FD God scurrying for cover, but 10 ends up going down anyway. Crocs using that large health ball of his to get super close to the Sojourn. Force the raid from Lich. Super Gomez threw out the limit break, but didn't manage to get a kill.
FD God going to put Crocs into position 2 on that high ground, so Super Gomez just goes directly past the Demon Mech onto the Sojourn, forces the power slide from Kyo. So the Sojourn at least is repositioned, but now you have to get past the tank.
Yeah, they gave Colombia a little bit of time there to push that payload, but they really were just waiting to get healed up to full HP again. They're just going to hit that raid form. Oh, Dip's full HP. Pulls around the corner. That's Suzu. Kind of long range there from Change. He's going to assist in the kill onto Dip. That's a double kill for Lich too. They're pushing this one in, Moxie. I mean, this is point cap. Limit break's going to come in, and Super Gomez. Looked like he ducked under that one. Those are Crocs loses mech.
FD got mixed view. And the closer respawns are hit. This might not be point cap, Jack.
No, Super Gomez. Oh, he's going to lose Meg, the execution. Oh, they're actually just going to leave him up as well. There's only 20 seconds to go. Oh, the stagger. No, Super Gomez. 15 seconds, and yeah, that just might be it. The stagger should be enough.
I mean, it's all up to just people touch, but they don't have the health bars. Lit will go desperately for a death blossom.
Lich, high in the sky, ends up teleporting as well. Krogs, though, has got a kill on the cat already. Lich has only got Ray Form to worry about, and Keo is just going to be the nail in the coffin. The cherry on top. France are going to 3-0, and a clean sweep in their group, picking up a 3-0 scoreline as they move into BlizzCon.
Yeah, Krogs denies the cap, sacrifices his life, lays it on the line to set up that limit break, have the damage, and hit the players of Colombia on the payload, so that the rest of his team regrouping with the closer respawns push through the fight. Deny Colombia having Death Blossom, Kitsune Rush, coordinated setup. Time bank was just too low. Being able to stall out the kill too onto Super Gomez, deny the tank to be able to keep that fight stalled out. France complete the hold and complete their group at the top of the seed.
Yeah, real nice stuff. A lot of surprises coming out of this group. I think France has just been so fun to watch. Player cams have been great, and they're going to play in front of a bigger audience at BlizzCon too, so they can actually kind of keep that momentum rolling. BlizzCon is not too far away, Moxie. I mean, a couple of weeks. Like, we're going to be in Anaheim, California. Well, I'll technically be in California next week, but everybody else will be in Anaheim, California very soon as well. It's going to be a good time. I think France, they feel like a team that is going to play up to the crowd as well.
Yes.
They're not going to be...
Krogs especially.
Yeah, Krogs especially. They're not going to be phased all too much about the crowd being even bigger, and on a very historic stage too.
No, I feel like Krogs will have the Goku buff.
Sure,
where it's
yeah.
like people will just lend him the energy and he'll just perform to even greater capacity, as if that New Junk City was anything to go by. He's been enjoying his time here, having fun, getting to just play super aggressive, fast-paced tempo. Very little downtime, no opportunity really. Punishing a lot of the forward positioning, right? Colombia, understanding they were short in time off of how long it took capping up first, really sort of feeling that pressure, trying to play much closer to the defense side of the map, which just allowed the Cat and that Demon constant free entry past the chokehold, since no one's shooting the Cat to chunk Krogs low enough.
Yeah, it was definitely tough in that regard there for Team Colombia. It's such a great job on the side of France to be able to provide Krogs that support when he's going in. He's having a great time.
Loving his life.
Dude, we saw him playing Hog into Mauga, bro. What are you gonna do? At Colombia, I think they did try to pull out a couple of ideas to slow the roll there from France. Not quite finding the success that they wanted to. But again, it's been such a great opportunity for this team to get to play on this stage. The fans, their families and friends also being here to support them as well, being so loud, cheering them on. You love to see it.
Yeah, it has been really nice. I think for the players especially, it's definitely been a good experience for them. From a region too that hasn't received a crazy amount of support over the years, so playing on an international stage in such a different country and like climate too. I mean, look, you're playing in Korea, what you would say is the mecca of esports as well. Yeah. So I can imagine from their perspective, despite obviously going 0-3 in the group, it has been a good time for them too. And I hope they can take something away from this as well.
Yeah, we definitely hope so. It's a great learning experience here. But let's take a look at our Group D standings now that we've finally finalized all of the matches in this group. We already knew that Korea was joining France at BlizzCon due to their win today up against Denmark. But guys, still, at the end of the day, this group's not really supposed to look like this.
No, I think a lot of people will sort of look at that scoreline and rub eyes in disbelief, like, what? Korea took a loss? But when you see France playing as strong as they have been, it's a meta that fits their playstyle perfectly. I think Krogs, he's like that perfect timing, right? The perfect tournament to highlight his potential and the perfect meta that allows him to play this playstyle. And it's obvious that the rest of the team are with him. Like, he's not just going in alone and punished for being split. If France played a little bit 50-50, you had such an forward tank and a really passive back line or DPS, they would be absolutely slaughtered because players would just do the maths, go, okay, well, the tank's out of position, let's just walk on the squishies that we can absolutely now kill. But everyone from France is all on the same page, the communication is obviously there, and they're finding the full value and resources and benefit of having a tank like Crocs within them.
It's really awesome, and you know Crocs, he's leading the charge in that regard to be able to rally his team behind him and ensure that everybody is going to be locked in when it does come down to what they're looking to accomplish in that match. So France, they continue to demonstrate their dominance here in the Overwatch World Cup, but we do still have one more group that we need to determine. So we're going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back. The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Let's go to Busan! Good eats, just a taxi ride away. Tasty day. Different charm on every street. Snazzy day. A sea shining, a sea embracing. Breezy day. Taking emotions deeper and screams louder. Lively day. More days to come. Busan, every day, 재밌대.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Zox from Team Saudi Arabia for a quick post-match chat. Zox, first of all, congratulations on getting the win. How do you feel right now?
Oh, I feel so amazing. Like, it's a dream to be here, and I'm happy so much. And I will do my best to get top one in my group.
Yeah. And also, with this win, now you guys are going to Anaheim, for World Cup. How does that make you feel? Are you excited to be moving forward, getting out of the groups?
Yeah, it's a dream for me to go to America to play for my national team, and I need to get top one. Like, it's our point to get top one in our group, and we need to beat the GB first.
Yeah, that also. You guys have one more match, but I mean, you guys did already qualify, so it's easier for you guys, right? Easier for you guys because I know you mentioned that you guys have an off day tomorrow. So very serious question: what are you gonna do tomorrow in Busan to have fun?
We're gonna go to beach, or we want to go to the mountain to visit there and see everything there. But we need to go to beach first, then we can decide. Yeah.
I know, cause I know. Sir Majed spent a lot of time in Korea. He lived here for quite some time. Does he give you oh, you should try this food, we should go here? Does he tell you those kind of stuff?
He's our leader here. He's our leader. He's telling us everything here, and he was 2 years here with Falcons. So he know everything, So he told us to go to some restaurants and some places, it's to have fun. Yes.
Yeah. All right, one final question. I'm pretty sure, I feel like Team Saudi Arabia, it feels like you guys are all really close. You guys are like family. But if you had to choose your best friend in team, who is it and why?
Of course, Majid. He's my duo, and I play with him with the Qadsiya. And always he's my roommate in the hotel. So I'm having so much fun with him. Yeah.
All right, well, Zox, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. And again, big congratulations. Thank you.
Little guys for myself.
Oh, bro.
No, bro!
Bro,
I'm so him right now.
He's him.
I'm so him.
I'm a good match?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
And I just knew he was going to say it, but I agree with him as well.
It was the kitty cat, bro.
Jetpack cat.
JPC.
The cat is broken.
JPC.
This is the most busted hero in the game.
It's crazy. There's nothing like it.
Oh,
yeah. 漢字で書かんの?
書かない。知らんの? いや、間違えたら恥ずいから。
No, nah. I don't think Sim is that good. I'm against Sim always.
Show each other.
Eh? الرئيس الإجابة. غير متوقع الإجابة.
Can I troll this answer a little bit? Because I got a really funny one.
Can I see what he did?
You look at each other.
Jep, that's not a DPS, bro.
Yes, it is.
Well, actually, it is.
It is.
We have one last group to straighten out here for the Overwatch World Cup in Busan's group stage, and it is Group B. Guys, the next matchup is going to be Saudi Arabia versus Great Britain, but we gotta get into some details. First, the permutations for this group can get kind of crazy for that last spot. Saudi Arabia, they have already qualified all the way to BlizzCon, but there is a world where we could get into a really weird scenario with a 1-2 scoreline for the remaining 3 teams and be in a tie-break situation. It's really complicated though, so we're not gonna get into all of those nitty-gritty details. I want to focus in on this first matchup first, because it's the most important one in Group B right now. Great Britain, they need to beat KSA to keep control of their destiny and head to BlizzCon. And if they do lose to them, that also means that it's probably a really high chance that Australia will be advancing, but that's also what we're gonna get into a little bit later. Jake, we're focusing first though on the fact that JBR, they have a insane team that they have to go up against here in Saudi Arabia.
They need to win to control their destiny, and to win is to do something that no one has done, not only this year, but also last year with the Saudis being the champions. And so this one's certainly going to be an uphill battle for Great Britain, but a lot of strong players on this team, even with an upset loss to Australia earlier in the tournament. They could make a run back here, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is just fielding such a strong roster this year. It's hard to see the way through for Great Britain, Johnny.
I was hearing a content piece earlier today, and I think it was Sir Majed who's like, yeah, I think this team is stronger than the one that actually won the World Cup. And then you look at the roster, like, yeah, Siad wasn't part of the crew last time they won the actual World Cup. And so this is a region that kind of, you know, came out with a huge statement back in 2023, and we're like, oh my god, like Saudi Arabia is actually like amazing at this video game. And then since then they've just improved. Like these guys, Labda used to be a Pharah one trick, and now then it's been a whole storyline of Labda going head to head against Quartz for who is the best hitscan player, and obviously like Quartz has established that title now. But I feel like it's been a journey for Saudi Arabia, not only when they became the eventual champions in 2023, but since then, this region continuing to be an absolute Overwatch powerhouse. It's nothing we really could have expected going back to the Overwatch League days.
The Saudi Arabian roster is also a team that hasn't been playing into that Demon meta that we've seen developing. We've seen TVNT and Ziad mainly really just sticking to that D.Va, sticking to those comfort picks that we see them on, and they're still rolling through it, marching to the beat of the round.
Yeah, I mean, so far, to be honest, I can't say that the Saudis have been truly tested, right? In any of their matches, you know, they've just been kind of running through the competition, and it's easy to understand why. You know, to be honest, guys, my brain just turned off. I just watched Quartz absolutely tracking people like a demon. Being on the other side of that is a little bit scary. For this Great Britain squad, they're going to have to pull something out because they've already had the win taken out of their sails earlier in this tournament, and now a much tougher test in this match.
Yeah, I feel like Great Britain, they kind of got punched in the face a little bit by Australia because you go into the tournament prepared, like feeling good. You probably are expected to finish second in the group, and then you take that loss to Demon and Australia. And, you know, they too, like, we were still figuring out how strong Demon really is. And since then, now coming up to the last couple of games of the weekend, we truly established that Jetpack Cat and Demon just are unbelievable heroes to combine together. And so now it's a matter of like, how do Great Britain actually respond to this? And what do they think is the best option in this matchup today to take down the reigning World Cup champions?
And that's kind of what I want to dive a little bit deeper into, you guys. The fact that both of these teams, neither of them are really looking to play into the Demon. It might be a good opportunity for Great Britain to find some openings there. Golden Pants has been an insane ball player, but also during the Australia matchup, we saw the strategy that they had going into that to really target GP.
Yeah, I will say for this team that the Wrecking Ball look is actually probably your best case scenario to take on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think if you're going like in a head-to-head matchup and kind of playing a standard slow game, making it a question of whose hit scan can produce more consistently, more effectively, that's not the way you want to find yourself up against Quartz. I think a lot of people would say the best in the world in that role, in that kind of scenario. But you dive on top of him with the Wrecking Ball, you know, you put a huge amount of pressure on him. It's going to be a big test for the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can they survive that kind of an onslaught? Can they deal with the pressure and keep Quartz alive and fighting? And that may be, if there is a weakness on this Saudi team, it's arguably the supports, right? With a little bit less experience. Although, once again, I mean, you're really you're honestly grasping for weaknesses.
I was going to back you up. I actually do think that that is the weakest department. I mean, the tank player, we are glazing the tanks and damage players all the time. But Sox and Sir Majed might actually be where Golden Pants can have a massive impact on that Wrecking Ball, forcing bad teleports, forcing bad Susus. And if you unlock those two abilities, any team fight could go Great Britain's way. So I think it's a good call, Jake.
Well, we aren't going to have to wait too much longer to find out how that's going to pan out. We do have our predictions, though. And guys, I got to go with Saudi Arabia for this one. You know, reigning world champions, how can you not?
I mean, we're opening the door just a crack for like the possibility, because Wrecking Ball always, I mean, it is that chaotic hero, right? That introduces a little bit of uncertainty.
The door open. Just a little bit.
But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are a ridiculously strong team. I would not be surprised at all if this is just 3 Overwatch, right? If they just got the download, if the Quartz Cassidy is just picking off players left, right, and center, turning the screws on to Great Britain, because you gotta remember, Cassidy, they're not gonna play a passive, slow team. They will get active and take the fight to Great Britain. Great Britain gonna ban out the Bastion here on the first map. It'll be Nepal. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia throw in a mercy ban, so they are not really showing a lot of respect. They could delay if they want, but I think we're actually getting right into the game here.
Yeah, we're already in the game. 10 seconds remaining until the point on locks here. Taking a look at the composition, it's going to be Golden Pants on that Orisa for starters here on Sanctum.
Wrecking Ball pretty hard to make work in this scenario, but the D.Va pick from Ziad seems to have been ready for this eventuality. And the Saudis, they grab first cap. The limited mobility of this Orisa proving to be a bit of an Achilles heel. Ziad, though, forced to come contest this jetpack cap, but playing slow with point control. It's a comfortable spot. UK got to disrupt this equilibrium.
It's really scary for Golden Pants to push up here. Crispy taking some poke damage as well. Great Britain on the back foot already. Kai goes down.
Maimon getting some good flank damage, but can't actually finish any kills. The flip still comes in, but with +1 player advantage, Kai off the field. Surely it's just a formality here for the Saudis to recap, and they'll do just that.
Great Britain forced to regroup. Don't want to force a 4 versus 5 scenario, instead waiting now for Kai. But how do you open this one up? It's the rushes on both sides.
Deadeye, oh, and it finds a kill. Quartz steps back for the moment, ignoring this Orisa completely, keeping pressure on the damage dealers. Majed adds on, takes down another, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia sweep through Great Britain, evicting them from this first control point.
And I mean, this is fairly straightforward here, Jake. That time is Great Britain playing the Orisa, feeling like they have to work forward on that flank. They're not really setting up Maimon, they're not really combining, putting pressure under the point that time. Instead, they want to move forward, but it makes things easy for players like Quartz to deal damage on the Cassidy.
And as good as Kai has been as a player, it's exactly the scenario we talked about, not wanting to find herself in against the Saudis. Zox, catnap goes wide, he's low as well, but slips away before he goes down. Still, a moment of power play here for Great Britain, but Lambda already in the mix into the back line. Ziad gets mech, but has the self-destruct to stay fighting fit. And an aggressive defense here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, despite what looked like a decent opening to the fight. And I mean, this round is going to slip between your fingers before you know it here.
I mean, I guess saving grace here, Great Britain, they have a lot of ultimates. It's almost like Saudi Arabia forced them in such an awkward position that Great Britain didn't feel like they could pop the ults, but 90% here, Jake, and you gotta string a couple team fights together.
Brits here struggling, a big spin, but the cleanse blocks all the damage. Quartz speared out of the sky. Huge connection from Golden Pants. Just a shred of a chance now for Great Britain, but they need to convert into kills. Maimon can't quite do it. Flip does come in, and with the catnap and high noon available, there's a chance to clutch here. Deadeye in over the top. Shot misses. Quartz sidesteps it proficiently here on the cast. Kai finds himself in an uncomfortable spot here, down on the point, surrounded on all sides. Puts out some big damage, but Ziad comes in for 1 and a second. Great Britain now fumbling in the final moments, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will have this first round in spades. 10 straight for Ziad, untouched on the round. And despite a couple cheeky point flips here and there, very clear show of dominance here from our reigning champion, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it just felt like Great Britain, they weren't ever really in control on that point. Even the last fight, you have so many ultimates, but you're forced to take that fight on the point itself. That Sky Noon, it's like you need an elimination or two to really just push out there and not isolate them on the point.
You need an elimination or two, Johnny. You need an elimination or two. You can say it again. I'll start with one. You just got to start with one.
Okay, but like, come on, like.
That's brutal. I mean, to be honest, though, playing the Orisa feels like it plays right into the hands of Ziad. The D.Va is so comfortable, just peeling back little by little, stalling for time, and the Saudi DPS players are so consistent with their production. But this is what we were hoping for from Great Britain. The Wrecking Ball. Can Golden Pants, young phenom, known for his proficiency on this hero, make a difference? He has to now. If there's any hope for the Brits to make it to BlizzCon.
Scouting out Sir Majed here. Going to roll in at first. No real commitment, but Kai already going down. What an engage from Saudi Arabia.
I mean, who's playing the Wrecking Ball? It's the Saudis diving into the backline. But Golden Pants drags one right back, and with Cassidy's off the field, It's anybody's guess who'll come up in this deathmatch. Oh, but Lapta takes down Maimon. It's going to mitigate some of the follow-up for this Wrecking Ball. And the supports now coalescing. Saudi's playing comfortable here on the point, pushing things back. Cassidy can be a real struggle in moments such as this. Goldenpants goes for the slam, but gets absolutely decimated. HP pool in shambles. He's got to go back for a Mega.
Yeah, they need to recover here. You can't go for those kind of engages, take so much damage. You're already seeing how they got to heal this back up. Maimon on a flank. If Maimon gets recall forced here, it's just going to keep this team disconnected.
High on a flank. Up against one of the GOATs right now in Overwatch. Can he produce something? Has to be so respectful, knows the threat Ziad has been posing to him, so aggressive all day on that Diva. All tournament long. Here comes Quartz as well, over the top, getting a big channel onto Goldenpants. Wrecking Ball's gotta respect this, and he doesn't respect it at all. A misread from Goldenpants. He goes down early. Maimon looking for something, anything, but Labda's the one bringing the fight to him.
It's almost like Goldenpants was caught there on the cooldown and couldn't quite get away. And that's going to be punishing the Wrecking Ball out. That's essentially the entire composition dead. Saudi Arabia continue with the pressure here. It's going to be a catnap onto Goldenpants.
Oh, they're going deeper, Johnny. This is going from bad to worse now.
Great Britain has 5 ults again. Like, they don't even have room to drop their ultimates.
They're getting spawn camp, Johnny. This is getting ugly. Starting to look like another open and shut case for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Big ults now for Great Britain, but can they leverage them? That's the question. They have not been able to so far in this match. Here comes the Deadeye over the top. Labda isolated. He's down. Opportunity now.
5 versus 4. You got the Kitsune rush here.
Minefield on point. But can you actually turn this power play into a flips? A better rush from Cuban, but this Deadeye could break the back of the Brits. Quartz gets huge channel across the board. They're hiding. They're caught in the corners. Oh! Okay, does some damage, but no finishing blow. Ziad back into the super. Quartz is down. Still a chance here for Great Britain. Should be enough to win this fight and grab the flip back. Sox and Lavender, though, they won't let it be easy. Ziad out of the suit, the flip comes in. Just 3 players alive for Great Britain. Not out of the woods just yet. Lavda, one more kill would be enough to swing this back in the Saudis' favor. Some long spawns for Great Britain. It'll be a while until they get back into fighting shape.
Ziad might get back.
Oh, that is brutal. Back in the suit. And the Saudis they never really backed down from this fight. The flip came against them, but they're absolutely still here. Snatching the flip back. Here comes the spray. Diving in after Kai. He's out of skills, out of resource. And even with Quartz falling, player advantage for the Saudis, but a pulse from Maimon equalizes the score now. 2 supports behind Ziad. It's such a difficult task to deal with this Diva. Gotta stall for time, but Crispy solo, he goes down. And with him, surely the hope for Great Britain in this first match.
Yeah, it's a recall from Maimon here. Just desperation at this point that can't get back in time. It's dominant so far from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 2-0. And not even letting Great Britain into this one.
We were hoping for the Wrecking Ball to put a crimp in the style of Saudi Arabia. I think we're still looking for that. Because, man, even in the fight that Great Britain, won, and you got to put air quotes on that, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia never really got pushed out of the map, right? They never really got backed out of the area that they wanted to contest. They gave up the objective, but it was a tactical choice.
It never even felt like they're playing this Wrecking Ball Tracer combination. And it's not even that they had a good opportunity to take a proper team fight, because usually you want to play with some pace and force some cooldowns, but it just felt like Saudi Arabia was on top of them before they could even set up the right conditions to execute with the composition.
I mean, usually when you're the team playing Wrecking Ball, you get to dictate the pace.
Right.
Usually the other team is responding, they're defending, they're marking the flankers, and they're trying to just inch their way forward. The Saudis have completely turned that narrative around. Like, they are taking the fight to you. They are running after Kai. Quartz is coming in with the dive alongside a Jetpack Cat. And Goldenpants, I don't even blame him. He's a great Wrecking Ball player, but how do you match this pace? How do you ever deal with the hit scan flying above like that?
Yeah, and also Kai is, target number 1 for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Had 7 deaths there in 7 minutes. I mean, it felt like, okay, Goldenpants, Maimon, you're going to set up on the flank here. And while that is happening, just Sox immediately on top of Kai, not giving him room to operate with. And I also think, reflecting on the composition that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia dominate with here on Nepal, it's like a player like Labda, who is notoriously a hit scan player now actually these days, get their opportunity on Xion to kind of combine the flex damage, kind of tool set with some of their hit scan capabilities, and Xion seems like a perfect hero for Saudi Arabia to excel with here alongside Quartz.
The Astro, Christopher there, chatting with the lads. Trying to rally the spirits, find some way back into this series. Definitely a statement map from KSA.
I mean, you need like proof that this Wrecking Ball can work, and that Nepal is such a like. It's not the map you expected. It's not the map you expected to dominate with. I think we reflect on the Australia series. Actually, on Junkertown, that's when the Wrecking Ball really was effective and really worked for them. And you were like, okay, this is proof that this Wrecking Ball composition is just a menace when it's working the right way. But then later on in the series against Australia, it's like Australia, you know, they feel pretty comfortable with the Demon. And I just feel like Great Britain now on this second map, like they need at least some proof that the Wrecking Ball is the hero they can rely on to go across the finish line.
Surely we go to Junkertown next, right?
Yeah.
Surely we're going to Junkertown, maybe a Diva ban, and honestly, I think you almost need to because Ziad has been a huge difference maker on that map 1. Like, he was running rampant on the Diva. I feel like with the Cat, to kind of protect Quartz, to play around him, enable him to get active, and with Labda doing so much with so little on Xion, right, using that mobility and still putting out huge damage, Ziad, doesn't have to protect somebody, he's not defending the backline, he'll assist, but he's like running you down for kills. Kai is playing so scared of that, he has to. I mean, Cassidy, what are you going to do in a 1v1 against Diva? You die pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to do, and same
also protect
for
Ban the ball.
More often than not. Yeah, and I think you got to protect Ban the ball. Yeah. Like, when it's a British map pick, and if they're going to Junkertown, surely the Saudis have studied up to know that, like, okay, the ball is a big threat here.
Yeah. Especially the way they dominated on Junkertown. It's just like, okay, like they're good on Junkertown. Like we respect what they can do there. So
yeah. And in fairness, you know, that's kind of the nature of Wrecking Ball as a hero. It's so map specific. You're playing a very unique style of Overwatch, and it really is a lot about how much disruption can Ball bring, and how can you play the objective in concert with that disruption and aggression. Escort's a good map type in general for Ball. You know, being able to just harass the enemy, move the payload, harass the enemy, move the payload. Like that kind of loop, you get kind of caught in a trap on defense a lot, where you're like struggling to just give up inches. You feel like you never really get a decisive team fight. That's what Wrecking Ball wants.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but also it puts you in a corner in a sense of like, this is a must-win map.
Yeah.
Assuming we're going to a Junkertown, I mean, regardless, assuming we're going to a good Ball map. If we're not, I don't know what they're cooking.
Going to be Junkertown, indeed.
I do think you really need to protect Ban for Ball here as well. Like, that's the other problem, though, is even if you protect Ban for Ball, there's something like the Tracer ban from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think the Tracer ban really hurts Wrecking Ball, because those are two heroes that work incredibly well together. And yeah, here's the Diva ban we expect. Also, a bit of a respect ban on Ziad. You know, he's crazy on the Diva. I'm sure Kai is going to be happy to have just a little bit of relief from the relentless pressure of that Saudi tank player. They go with the Ana ban. Okay, interesting. I would have gone for Tracer, but Ana can also be a problematic threat, right? Working nades in, there's no Diva to eat them. Maybe you're on the back foot dealing with the Wrecking Ball, and Ana gets a lot of value.
I'm looking forward to see what kind of pace we'll see from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this one, because I feel like Australia naturally, they look really good on the Demon composition, but you comparing Australia to Saudi Arabia, like they're two very different teams in the level they're playing at. And so even though Great Britain dominated against Australia on Junkertown, there's no guarantee for that here at all. And I think you have to play very heads up that like they could just throw Cassidy into our backline at all times. We have to be ready for that. And you kind of, like you said, need to control the tempo if you're playing the Wrecking Ball. So you can't allow yourself to be caught off guard at all times and always be on the back foot. Because at that point, like Maimon and Golden Pants, they won't be able to do their bidding.
Yep, I think Maimon is going to be a really key player as well. Alongside Golden Pants, he's got the Tracer through on this one. And I think his ability to find some big pulse bombs, some big individual kills. We've seen what a top Tracer can do in this tournament, right? Yep. Kevster has been lighting it up. A lot of strong performances from a lot of different teams.
You'd want him to edge out Labda in that kind of duel.
Oh,
like, you need to if you're going to win the series.
It's a tough ask, though, because Labda himself has been a phenomenal performer. So many exciting young players on this Saudi team, really.
Yeah, they got a bright future ahead of them. I mean, Ziad, so young and yet so incredibly talented, going to be in this team for a very long time.
And just oozes confidence. Whenever you talk to the guy, you just feel like he's not only one of the best, he knows it. And honestly, you know, from a coaching perspective, from a teammate perspective, that kind of confidence is worth its weight in gold. That's the type of guy who, you know, you could be down 0-2, you could be facing an elimination, and Ziad, his belief in his ability to win is not going to waver. And now you give him an advantage position, and yeah, watch what happens. They're going to go with the Wrecking Ball, obviously, but up against the Mauga. Defensive choice for Ziad. I don't mind this one, man. Cage fight dominates Wrecking Ball.
Opening pot shot, Kai here. Saudi Arabia, too wise for this one. I'm curious to see who Sox is going to play with here, because we saw a lot of Quartz being dropped into the backline early on in the Paul, but now playing the Mauga here as well. Like, no one on Great Britain's composition like really deals well with the Mauga, so if you can just like toss this Mauga around, it's going to be a problem for Great Britain.
Cart really going to be the key objective here, and the choke point is where it truly gets into question. Imone getting a good trade, taking a bit of a flanking control on the high ground. Quartz trying to hunt and peck from the off angle. Kai makes sure he's under pressure constantly. With the Kiri behind, Quartz not going to be in real trouble here, but Golden Pants just want to push him off the angle. But now push comes to shove, and Quartz, he won't be denied. He keeps taking these peaks. Every chance, an opportunity.
I mean, look at this defensive setup here, Jake. Quartz permanently protected by Surma Jed.
Great Britain, it feels like they're feeling the pressure of this moment. Struggling to really get something going.
Yeah,
looking clear Mauga. He's just holding the payload.
I mean, they're thinking about like, who do we engage on here really? There's going to be a push deep into the backline here. Labda taking some opening shots, but is this really a big problem for Saudi Arabia? Golden Pass even goes down.
Slow and considered here for the Saudis. They just keep the pressure on. Great Britain have not been able to develop anything, and that was 90 seconds of poke trade.
Yeah.
Exactly what you want on the defense. And Quartz, I mean, he hasn't necessarily been lighting up the feed, but it feels like whenever we're on his cam, every headshot he lands just slows down the British offense yet more.
It's going to be the Sky Noons here, Jake. Who pulls the trigger first?
This is going to get crazy. Will the Saudis blink first here? They've been aggressive on the ball. Who's got it first? It's so close. Okay, it's Quartz. Of course it's Quartz. Down to the absolute wire.
Mid-air. Ew.
Just, he's snappy with it. Slightly faster read and a millisecond.
Kai Widow.
All the difference you need to. Quartz. Can he find a pick here? He almost needs it. GP off the ball. Over to the Orisa. Needs something a little bit stronger in the front line to bully back Ziad's Mauga, but it's a late swap time. Slipping through your fingers like so many grains of sand. And the Saudis just cruising now. Quartz takes a bit of pressure though. Hold on.
Competing Kitsune rushes here. Who's going to drop it first? Saudi Arabia so patient. Great Britain surely feeling the pressure at this point.
Spear from GP. With flapped on his heels, rushes exchange. Both teams nearly at the same time. Catnap is in by Bone, finds big connections. And even with Ziad dropping the ultimate, he's trying to bring this one back. Quartz still alive, still fighting. Skynoon over the top, he's stunned! Golden Pants with a big spear. And that provides all the opportunity that Kai needs to clean house.
Wow.
Ziad stays alive though, still a chance for a retake.
What a javelin from Golden Pants to barely hold on to this point. Doubt there's going to be a re-engage here. Mauga is here actually. They're going for it.
He's running through, playing it slow, stalling for time. Quartz back on the Widow. This is so scary. One shot. Okay, he can't find it just there. Takes some damage from the cat. Zox though is one to find Orisa. What is going on down on the payload? So much respect given to the Quartz Widow, and it's still not enough to prevent the kill.
Great Britain now scrambling. 30 seconds remaining. They need something. They're trading out, but can't be enough.
Cass is so deep on this flank, but now finds a Mauga. More than happy to receive him. And okay, a little bit of a greedy stagger. Of course, Quartz takes him out on the way out. And now the Widow is a little bit scary. Oh no! Oh,
Crispy has to touch here.
Surely not a Widow kill in the air. Okay, surely the Sky News devastating. Big spin as well from GP, but everyone's into the corners. Golden Pants burned down. Player advantage for the Saudis. Ziad still alive, even with Quartz falling. Player advantage for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And Great Britain, it looked so hopeful at times, but this Junkertown attack is over in the first 4 minutes. A devastating blow. There were moments where it really started to come together, but you start to feel the weight bearing down on you from this Saudi squad. They are so damn good.
I feel like we watch some teams in this World Cup group stage dominate with pure mechanics, but it feels like Saudi Arabia are just completely in control of the tempo, the defensive positioning, and it kind of left Great Britain staggering a little bit, just like, how do we crack this defense? who do we pressure in a situation like this? And it leads to these long setups, like 90 seconds to even get an engage going, that just falls short as well. Saudi Arabia, their reactions are so perfect in what they're going to respond with against Great Britain.
I'm not going to lie, from a coaching perspective, this is like a nightmare game. You know, watching this, you're losing on every front. Ziad, no deaths on Maga. Incredibly stable consistency from the tank, keeping the point always in contest. DPS, Sports, consistently gapping, taking better trades. Where is the way in for Great Britain? I don't see it, Johnny. I don't see it. You know, this is not about an obvious mistake. This is a team that is more than just world-class individuals, which is honestly enough to go very far in the Overwatch World Cup. This is a team that, with a gold medal around their neck, wants to do it again.
It's the confidence that is so impressive to me. It's like the certainty. It feels preordained when Saudi Arabia enters the server. And like, look at this. Quartz just brimming with confidence, rolling out with the Widowmaker.
Why not?
Wildly in air.
Why not?
But this is so difficult with the Widowmaker.
Well, I mean, these shots are like insane. I was gonna say you cannot hit these shots.
Like, he's laughing because he's like, this is so difficult.
It's good though, because I mean, Great Britain are giving him so much respect. They let the cart roll. Like, it doesn't matter that he's going back to spawn. He's right back into the fight from the cast. Now he's gonna work up into the flank. Maimon can't really challenge this on the Xion. Has to back off.
Where does Great Britain find the opening? There's a pile drive from Golden Pants. No success.
Misplaced, honestly, yeah. Goes on the wrong side of the roof. Ziad continuing to roll this payload. This is the spot where Great Britain struggled to open things up. Crispy so low. Okay, a slam comes in, but Quartz is in perfect position. The support is very much there to protect him. Maimon takes the risky peek and will finish the job. Okay, a good fight from Great Britain. They need to keep it clean. They do lose Crispy. Also Kai dropping. A little bit of a delay on Ziad is nice, but things actually could get scrappy. There's still a couple Saudi players looking for further kills.
Maimon can't go down here.
Has to win this 1v1. We got the support behind him. Both Kiris in the fight. Great work from Majed. And with Golden Pants dropping low, close response for the attackers. This setup is broken. GP just needs to stay alive. It's up to a re-engage now from Great Britain.
Golden Pants need to recover here. Bring that health back. As Quartz is edging closer to that Sky Noon. We're in one fight territory here. One mistake in Great Britain, about to lose the second map.
And Kai off the Cassidy. The Sojourn has been effective. Okay, Quartz is shut down. Big catch from Crispy. This is what they need for the Brits to secure a map win on Junkertown, which we said they had to do to keep hope alive in this series. And some staggered reset kills are actually exactly what the doctor ordered. The clock continues to run down.
And finally, sigh of relief here for Great Britain. As they need to continue to look for openings. I mean, they're playing the Sojourn here. They got an overclock in hand, but this Sky Noon could be devastating. They need to play perfectly positionally.
Huge ask here. The rush is out from Kiwi. Big Deadeye over the top. Big connection. Oh, he's not going to go for the cat.
Wow.
A little bit of greed from Quartz gets punished. Inside of the room, who's going to come up with the kills? It's all Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 5 in the feed. And with 3 ultimates still in the tank, Great Britain will not find the chance to get them off on Junkertown. 2-0 in the series. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are all business today.
It was a good response to the Sky Noon to hide indoors, but Saudi Arabia, they were one step ahead. And that was a prime opportunity for Ziad to jump in with the Mauga 17-1 here on Junkertown. And it's getting desperate now for a Great Britain roster that knows they have to win this series for an opportunity to get to BlizzCon. But Saudi Arabia not letting them in the slightest.
Gotta show a lot of respect to Majed. He's been really clean on the carry as well.
Yeah.
Coming in from out of professional play for, what, a year now? It's been a while since we've really seen him playing at the top.
He's chilling at on the Alcatsia roster.
Yeah, but come on now. Come on now. We haven't seen him in the server, right?
Yeah.
So we haven't really had a test of how
he
he
spent so long on the
performs.
Falcons, like taking a break like that,
Yeah.
like which he did on Falcons. It's like that affects your performance, but showing here, he still got it. Like, I love the combination of him and Quartz there, how they're setting up on the defense, because it just makes it so difficult for Great Britain to kind of find that opening.
Yeah, I feel like he actually fits really well with this Saudi roster because Majed is not the superstar on this team. But you don't want to carry on this team who's trying to be a superstar. You want somebody keeping these young guns fighting fit, stable play, good ults, veteran presence, and that's exactly what Majed brings to this team. And I think that's really important not to discount because, of course, we're going to see the shining stars, exciting young players focus on these big pop-off moments. But I'm thinking about that fight where it's just Labda and Majed. They just stay alive on the flank. They keep the pressure on. Great Britain can't finish them off. They kind of fall back off the play. Those kind of opportunities come from stable, consistent Kiriko play. You know, you're down to 2 players. It'd be understandable to maybe, go for a hero play, try and get a clutch kill. But more likely than not, that just kind of throws lives away and puts you back on your heels for a reset. And for Majed, I think just the stable plays, keeping the healing flowing, not doing too much. With the firepower on this team, I think that's incredibly well coached for the Kingdom.
Yeah, I like the point you make about the vibes as well. Just like as a leader, as like a presence in the communications for this team. Like I would say, like when it comes to vibes out of all the teams here in the World Cup, I like every time you meet the Saudi Arabian players, like they're just great vibes. Like they're having a great time here, and obviously they're very confident in their ability to already advance in BlizzCon. But yeah, like a family. But like and so you combine like the veteran presence of someone like Sir Majed, but also like Siad, like it feels like he's been around forever at this point. He's like maybe 19, I believe.
Okay, you're crazy for that one.
Like,
it was a rookie last year. He was just he was like one of those rookies. You think about players like Proper, who's like came in his rookie year. Oh, he's just one of the best players.
Yeah,
like
he knows.
We just saw him, and he's one of the best players already. Like there's no. That's a crazy trajectory. It's not even a trajectory. You start at the top. Speaking of starting at the top, Funny Astro's going to come in. I mean, it's been at the top of the game for quite some time. I'm honestly just kind of confused as to why Funny Astro hasn't been consistently starting for this Great Britain team. I mean,
that's been a question.
When I was like on paper looking at this Britain team, I'm like, surely he's just playing, right? I mean, this is one of the best main supports in the game, period.
Yeah, it was a question that people have been asking online about, how you made this decision, and I'm sure we'll find out later on, maybe like what the preparations were like at the boot camp going into this event and what the reasons were. Honestly, like he's a veteran, so maybe he's feeling a little bit like he wanted to take a step back. We'll have to see. We don't know the answer. We can't shine a light on it here, but it's been a question considering just how good Funny Astro is like a player, right? So brought into the mix here. I mean, back against the wall for Great Britain, you need to win this match. You need to reverse sweep.
He's coming in dire circumstances. I mean, I think props to Funny Astro. I don't expect that to affect his play because he's been around the block. He's been in tough spots before. I think he is still going to be able to come in and show a strong performance, but hard not to lose hope in a series like this. I mean, this has not been competitive.
Yep.
There's been a couple moments for Great Britain. I mean, it's better than some other teams have done against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but better is not good enough for Great Britain. They need a win here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels desperate. Like it's almost like when I watch them on Junkertown there, it's at some point, like as time is dwindling, it feels like you need to make a move. It's not about like, can we set up for the right move? It's like almost desperation at some point. We're like, we just gotta go in. Like we can't set up for like 90 seconds every single fight. Like we have to make a move here. We have to make a change. And like maybe Funny Astro being brought in here for New Junk City is one of those like, we have to make a change. Like we just have to change something up and find something that works for us. Because so far this series with backs against the wall, nothing has worked for Great Britain at all.
To be honest, this is like when you just get brutalized in the neutral, the way this match is going, like that kind of slow poking phase before the fight. If you just like in Overwatch, modern Overwatch 5v5, you need to have some kind of opening in the neutral. You need to it's not necessarily to be a kill, just a headshot on the enemy DPS that backs him off for 1 second, that lets you kind of push in deep on the angle.
Yeah.
That's enough to start the play. But they're not getting any of those chances. I mean, Quartz is just on demon mode. Every time you peek, your headshot, what are you going to do? Like walk into the machine gun fire? I mean, that's not a good play either. I really just think this Saudi team is too damn good. They're not going to, unless they need to like slow down and start making mistakes for Great Britain to get back into this one. Wrecking Ball ban for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Interesting choice. I wonder, I mean, maybe we would see Wrecking Ball, to be honest, maybe with the cap banned. But with cap banned, maybe that's saying, hey, Funny Astro, bring out the Lucio. Talk about a way to change up the series and put yourself in the driver's seat. I think that is a fantastic way to approach it. And honestly, I kind of don't like the ball ban from KSA because I was expecting maybe Golden Pants to play more of a rush tank.
Yeah, a little more like an Orisa here. We've seen almost like a 50-50 time split with the Orisa, to be honest with you. So maybe could have expected that from Great Britain in a scenario like this. It's they need something. They need a jolt of energy. If I'm Saudi Arabia, I might even bring out on the Zarya, like out of spawn, just like knowing that the Orisa is very likely to come out. Because say what you will about Golden Pants, like people are talking about this guy like he's a top 5 Wrecking Ball player in the world, like top 3, like and that's like players, coaches saying that like this guy is insane in scrims, like so good. but so far just like zero impact. Hasn't made that impact felt.
Yeah. I will say, I feel like I still think I've been really impressed with his heroes. Like the Orisa has been sharp. He has been canceling ultimates. He has been finding openings.
The javelin was sick.
That's like, you're doing what you can.
Yeah.
I don't if there's anything to criticize him for, maybe it's the hero pool itself. With like, ball just looks difficult, right? Into the Maga against an incredibly well-practiced team with absolutely monstrous, best-in-class DPS here in Busan. It's just very hard to get a Wrecking Ball style moving against that. Especially with Cat in play, it's a hero that Ball really struggles to get on top of compared to most of the supports.
I mean, it's been a very quick rise to fame for Golden Pants. Like,
Yeah,
just
he's still
the
a young
recent
player.
stage, we're like, wow, this guy is amazing on Wrecking Ball. And he said
like-
himself in an interview, just like, I started practicing Wrecking Ball because I knew there was like a gap in Overwatch Esports. Like, if I can become extremely good at this hero, I have a better chance of landing on a team. But now you find yourself here as a specialist, forced to adapt. Like you say, the Orisa's been good, but I also think that this is his first event at something like this. He needs to get the opportunity to maybe expand on that hero pool a little bit.
Yeah, needs to widen the pool. If he had like a really threatening, like a Diva and a Demon on top of what his current
Just
hero
add that
pool is.
real quick.
I mean, Diva is like notoriously one of the hardest characters for a lot of tank players to actually succeed on.
I'll vouch for that.
Yeah, one of the OG, like, because a lot of, you're up against some guys who've been playing Diva for 10 years.
Ziad.
You know, like, Ziad, I mean, was he playing when he was 8? Probably.
Yeah.
To be honest, probably with his skill level. Probably came out the crib, mouse, keyboard in hand.
But this just to say that like Golden Pants coming into this event is inexperienced. And sometimes it might be showing here, but I think we're all really impressed with the Wrecking Ball play at times. Really exciting young player. Can't wait to see more from him. But in a situation like this, it's been very tough, and it's showing against a very respectable reigning world champion that Saudi Arabia. They are sometimes a little bit too much.
A little bit too much is a good way to put it. Maybe a lot of it too much. We'll see if this change-up for Great Britain is enough to put one on the board in the series. Maybe just a moral victory for the Brits, but you got to start somewhere. You got to start here on New Junk City, or you will be down and out. With Cat banned, Funny Astro able to deliver most likely a signature Lucio performance. I think this is their best hope to win a map. I like it, but
speaking of Saria,
it's not easy. I mean, the Saudis have also played the Rush comp. Like, they like this look too. And actually, even more, I like GP starting on the Zarya, because if I were the Saudis, I would be expecting Orisa through and through. I would be building a composition to respond to it. And with Kai even hovering Sojourn, seems like he predicts Malga to come out as well. So, well coached here for Great Britain.
Some good old fine EMEA Overwatch on the board. Both teams looking Lucio Kiri. It's going to be the Tracer and the Xion here. For Saudi Arabia, a lot of tempo in this one.
Incredible
They're about
mobility.
to go pretty aggressive here, Jake.
Got to keep Kai fighting fit. These rails so critical. Find fun on the Zox. Puts the Lucio on the back foot. Here comes Ziad. Dives in, breaks apart the formation. Trade's coming in. Lucio's now off the board. Who can find the win in the tank trade? Looks like it'll be the Kingdom. Ziad, still healthy, still fighting, and his Lab and Quartz both find one in the feed. An easy first fight victory for the Saudis. Keeping things moving as expected in this series, but there was a little glimmer of hope there. I mean, that actually got a little bit close for Ziad.
Speaking of not expecting the Zarya to come out from Great Britain, I don't think they expected the Tracer Xion to come out there. The level of tempo that Saudi Arabia is bringing to them, and it feels like you're getting choked out. You don't have any time to breathe, any time to make a decision. At all times, you're under this constant threat that the dive is going to come in, and you're just looking to stabilize now.
Need a big individual moment, need a pick-off from one of these DPS, Maimon, on the flank. It's been an exciting player to watch in Overwatch Esports. Can he bring out something here in a team's moment of need? Once again, Ziad snatches the tempo, diving in first. Tracer in the backline, Livda assisting. Golden Pants boxes Ziad, though, into an awkward angle. The team focus firing down on the Malga. Malga, though, does so much before he goes down. And forcing a touch from Maimon gets things awkward for the Saudis, but they seem to be cleaning up here in the front line. Zox with 2, Labda with another. They give the flip over, but a decisive team fight for the Saudis, and I wonder if Maimon regrets that decision.
Yeah, if Maimon had been in that fight, you might have been able to just clutch things out, but because the Xion was missing, you get 11% of the board, but that's nothing unlike what a team fight victory would have meant for them there. It's Great Britain here now, 82%. They're setting up, but already the push is here from Saudi Arabia.
Great kite from the Brits, though. They rotate around after the point. Can they keep this Orisa alive? No, Ziad rains down fire and fury, picks up a kill, the spree from Quartz now, shuts down Kai, and he's got more in the tank. Lucio by his side, teammates flanking into the back line. First MyBone, then Kiwi. And snatching back the point is just a formality here. The Saudis put the first point on the board.
Formality indeed. Another day at work for Saudi Arabia as they go up 1-0 on New Junk City. Still plenty of ultimates to go here. Kai has this overclock in hand. This is where you kind of need a signature Kai moment. Really open things up, but it's not a super target-rich environment here because of how speedy and mobile these characters are from Saudi Arabia here. It's going to be tough to find one.
Kai finding a bit of a comeback in his career these days. But the pressure maybe never been higher on this veteran. Cage fight, struggling to get big value here. The beats are out in exchange. Big spin though, huge damage onto the Maga. Still a chance for the Brits. Cage fight broken, Ziad on the back foot. Huge ultimate exchange, but the Brits pay a lot more just to walk away from that one. Golden Pants though, crucial opener and a great connection from MyMone. Surely this will mean capture for the Brits.
Yeah, this should be enough to stabilize MyMone cleaning up with the rest of his team here. And this could now be a good position to start from Great Britain. You're going to have the point and positional advantage here to start. Kai could start building a lot of railgun charge here onto this Maga. And then if you're able to poke and prod, land a simple railgun shot onto one of these damage players, maybe that's enough to secure an early pick. This is where I want to see Great Britain poke and prod and try to open this thing up.
Got this. Devil hits Gancon. You need to keep the pressure on. Great spear from GP. It's going to slow Ziad's roll significantly, but also puts a lot of heals, a lot of ult charge into the bank from Majed. Rush is now online. First move to the point. Majed joins the fray, ready for the rush. And on the point, it's a difficult choice now for the Brits to respond to. They drop with the rush of their own. Goldpants takes a ton of damage, but again, MyMone, huge production from him. Both supports off of the field. And Great Britain will run away with this one. Still love that Quartz. Somehow managed to produce kills of their own. Quartz with the second. No shit if they bring this back. That is unreal from the Saudis. Brits need to finish this fight, and they will. Why is it always too close for comfort?
Oh, they're already back. Kai has to stay alive in this one. Being hunted down right now, but it's going to be Lavda recalling at this point. Zogs
in a tough spot between a rock and a hard place. Disruptor shuttle. Okay, he slips away. Majed, good heals. Ziad will go over to the Diva now. Overtime touches. Ultimate's coming in very close for Great Britain. Ziad dropping extremely low just to keep this point in contest. Quartz comes in with this free, huge damage, but where's the finishing blows? There's one. Can he find the second? Just take down Quartz. Okay, Golden Pants evens it up 1-1, and with a very low Ziad, an OC out from Kai. This will be Britain's chance to equalize the score at Junkertown.
That's a really good point there from Great Britain. Felt like they were finally in control of what Saudi Arabia were throwing their way. You play this very high tempo composition with the Tracer and the Shio. You're always trying to set up, but Great Britain, they handled it well. I loved MyMone's follow-up with Sir Majed to open up that fight. And Great Britain, they reap rewards because of it.
It's like you can just feel Funny Astro's presence in the server. A calmer, a more composed Great Britain. Can't think about the magnitude of the task ahead. Just have to stay here in this moment. Kai, rail in hand. Can he get the connection? No. Blink dodges. Zox beat his force. Funny Astro with a better response, though. Better in hands for Britain. Can they produce more? It's MyMone again, fighting a critical opener. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now struggling to get something going in these fights. A new lease on life for the Brits as they fight for that life, fight for a chance to head to Anaheim, to BlizzCon, here for the Overwatch World Cup.
I mean, in these Lucio Kiriko compositions, very few Lucio players I'd rather have than Funny Astro. He's so good at staying alive and dropping the better beat.
I would say there is no better than this man on your screen, one of the veterans, one of the greatest of all time in Overwatch, especially in the Lucio one. Kai lights it up, big opening pick.
They're online now.
Momentum starting to build. A rush is out from Majed, a risky choice here. Later rush responded by Kiwi. Keeping things simple, straightforward. With a TP out from Majed, cleanse force as well. Resources dropping low for the Saudis, but if we've seen anything in this series, is that they are down but not out in this fight. Kai drops, Quartz, key production, but Ziad is out of the suit. It's an expensive one. And with the point still in control for Great Britain, they are racking it up. GP with the spin, surely that finishes the fight. Great cleanse from Majed, though.
Wow. Saudi Arabia gonna keep poking and prodding here. Finds a couple of picks more. And they're still in this one, 90% there for Great Britain, so this needs to be it for Saudi Arabia. Claw this one back here. Sorry, Astro, they need to finish him off. Oh, is he alive still?
He's alive. Can he just get out? A reset. What the doctor ordered here for the Brits. Just one more flip, enough to bring them back. And Johnny, with 98% cap, there will not be an overtime if you flip and instantly end before a Saudi player can touch. Something you've got to be mindful of. Potential of a C9 in this fight with Funny Astro sound barrier ready.
Oh, if they tempo beat here.
They're looking for it. Golden Pants deep in the backline, now running down courts. Key priority, but he bikes away. No real impact from this beat. The Saudis dance away. Now, Zox has the counter. Where's the response? Kingdom of Saudi Arabia playing this one slow. Getting up counter. Okay, the beat comes out just in time. Gort produces a kill onto Maimon, who's been really consistent on the Shion, but not enough in this fight. As Lambda finds Astro, the Brits, their ability to get back in for another fight called into question as the Saudis pass 70%.
I mean, the aggressive sound barrier from Funny Astro there, it's so brave. Thinking that maybe the opponent Lucio hasn't built one yet, but they can't find any picks with it. The rare tempo barrier. You don't find any picks and it just results in Saudi Arabia. It's a cleanup with a better beat there.
It's a great
95% there. They're going for it.
Saudis fighting up point. Great choice. Kai! Shots from Kai! Exactly when the team needed, but no touch comes in. And the Saudis rewarded for their wanton aggression, the value of playing past the point in the OT fight. Despite a huge performance from Kai in that critical moment, it's not enough to get a second point on the board. And the Saudis on series point. Great Britain's life here in the Overwatch World Cup flashing before their eyes.
They've looked good though, these last couple of points. It's far from over.
It's been better, but is it good enough?
100% there, can he find something?
Oh. Both rushes, exchange, Golden Pants under fire. Ziad drops incredibly low, has to self-destruct to get back into the suit. And he won't be allowed to. Golden Pants, great rundown on the Zarya. Can he produce more? Quartz runs for the hills. Zox falls as well.
Capturing the point.
And a well-positioned first fight from the young tank. Gives Great Britain advantage here. But if we've seen anything, it's that nothing is guaranteed. Every fight has to be earned, but a high-energy Zarya is a hell of a way to start.
Fate is in their hands now. It's all about getting the ultimate value. Don't want to become a hostage to fortune. Still be looking for the Graviton Surge, building that sound barrier. Secure this point to keep their hopes alive.
Kai find another opener. A rail headshot from the Sojourn. A comfortable look for him. Maimon is well over the top, putting huge pressure on Ziad. Great tank focus here from the Brits. They give up the flip for it. Will that be worthwhile? They need to clean up this fight and fast. With Lambda low, Golden Pants stepping up to the plate. Gotta be so careful. Saudis poking and prodding from all sides. They get one kill into Astro, but Maimon doing really well in these cleanup death matches just to ensure that the fight goes as expected. Lambda even hops up the map, takes the reset, but Ziad goes straight back to the Maga.
Because of this slow reset here, Saudi Arabia will have to wait for Lambda to get back. This is going to guarantee last fight scenario here on this point. Surely, with your life on the line here, opportunity to close out this point. You're dropping the Graviton Surge and the sound barrier. Sox here, gotta watch out for the AJ.
A big grab would be well enough here. The Saudis showing a lot of patience, building up that beat before they step up to the plate. Ziad daring the grab to come out. Happy to tank it on the Maga. Gotta look for these DPS in the backline. Oh, Sojourn gets low. Great bubble from Golden Pants. Keeps him fighting. The beat comes out first from Astro. They want that responsive beat out of Zox. He will not oblige them. Waiting for the grab. Here it comes. Oh, no connection. Oh, it's brutal. And actually, Ziad finds Funny Astro, but he drops as well. Still a chance at Kai. Just when they needed, the Sojourn has changed everything for him on this map. Lighting up the feed. And Great Britain will take us to a fifth and final flashpoint. They will not go down so easily.
Flashpoint.
The veteran with a saving grace there, Golden Pants, gets booped at a crucial moment. Can't get value from the Graviton Surge, but the overclock from Kai, just enough to keep Great Britain in this one. Care not about ultimate economy, it's about securing points, hard-earned points. And now still a chance in this one. Maimon with a spree here. See what you can do with it.
They struggle on this tank matchup though, Johnny. How will it go in the fifth and final flashpoint? And with the rush behind, maybe the toughest test yet for Golden Pants. Ziad steps up, forces the bubble out. The rush is good. Ziad stays healthy. Maimon drops on the exit. A big pulse on the exit. No chance for Kiwi. He's out of cooldowns to survive that one. And with an opening rush, pulse bomb as well. Saudi's happy to take first guy. Oh no, not the stagger on the golden pants. He needs to run, force the kill to come in, and it will now. But an off-sync spawn adds insult to injury. Kai again, though, has had left his number this series.
Bro is online.
This map, I should say. Maybe not the series overall.
You gotta be careful about these railgun shots. Good thing about Great Britain here, they didn't have to drop any ultimates. They still have a good old ultimate cycle to go here. They just need to get value with these ones.
Feels like Kai's called upon here with these rail. Choosing the Maga gives Kai a lot of opportunities, but can he make use of them? Quartz doesn't want to give too much respect. Here comes a big cage fight, but the damage is huge for Great Britain. They're starting to fall apart, though. There's no support ultimate in time to match this cage. Kai finds a couple kills in that fight somehow out of nowhere, but oh, the time slips through their fingers, Johnny, 80%. Oh, and the stagger on the Kiri. It's almost all over now for Great Britain.
Saudi Arabia's bouncing back, all of them. Soxer Margel will be back immediately.
They have to do this without the rush. It's almost too much to imagine, and Lab the drops by Moan, desperately running to the point. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia finishes the job. Oh, and that's gotta be a brutal situation, a bitter pill to swallow here for Great Britain, who really seem to come alive on New Junk City and show us a different side of themselves, something that we had hoped for in this tournament, but feels like maybe their fate was already determined. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, undeniable. Perfect performance here in Busan. Will not drop a map.
I mean, Kai with some memorable moments in that one. And I know memorable moments doesn't do anything when it comes to advancing in the tournament, but showing that they are they have the firepower required. But just in this one, didn't do themselves any favors with that loss to Australia early on in the tournament. That was the one they had to win. Going up against Saudi Arabia in the group stages here, needing to win, that's just not a position you want to find yourself in. And ultimately, this is kind of the reward they've been sowing.
Yeah, you know, this is it's just the tough reality, right? Of that earlier loss to Australia that you mentioned. Look, Great Britain in a brutal position. In fairness, some of these maps are actually maybe some of the more competitive maps that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has played in this tournament.
Well, yeah, it's been a close thing.
It's just the standard, right? This is a team that, like, man, on paper, is primed to go for gold again, to repeat in BlizzCon. With what they've shown, the individual levels, the team coordination, the fact that there's yet more depth on the Saudi bench than we even needed to see in Busan.
I mean, if you had to make a prediction right now, who would you take winning this game? Like,
period.
Yeah, they're favorite, which is crazy. Saudi or South Korea rather, obviously taking a loss earlier in the group stages here, and you gotta say, like, the reigning champs, Saudi Arabia, they're looking primed to repeat.
I think they are the favorite. I think they should be the odds-on favorite. That being said, it's the Overwatch World Cup. A lot of time between now and BlizzCon, things could shift.
I mean, United States might have a say in things,
I think the USA, Korea, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for me, that's like the top three.
Yeah.
But just the eye test on the Kingdom, I think they're the #1 favorite. And I don't really even think that's like a crazy cook or a hot take. Anybody who's watching these matches, I mean, they made this look easy, Johnny. And some of the names on this Great Britain team, like, these are players who have been world class, who have lifted trophies, who competed for a long time at the highest level. And a few young players from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has changed everything in competitive Overwatch over these last few years. It shouldn't be a shock that this country can field such a ridiculously strong Overwatch World Cup roster.
It is wild. I guess for the side of KSA, this is what we expected, right? And it is so impressive how they continue to demonstrate this dominance. This is a squad where we knew that even though they felt very confident and comfortable about their run heading into Anaheim, they still want to ensure that they're making their stamp in the server. For GBR, definitely heartbreaking in that regard. They're not necessarily quite out yet. And even if they had one up against Saudi Arabia, they technically still wouldn't have been in control of their destiny either. But now it gets even more daunting because Great Britain, they need Australia to lose to Mexico in our next matchup at an 0-3 or a 1-3. And still, even then, it gets a little bit weird.
Guys,
what do you think?
I'm so sorry, Great Britain. It ain't looking good. You don't need to worry about the numbers.
The people know.
I think it's fair to say It ain't looking good. Mexico is 0-6 in maps.
It can be left unsaid, maybe even.
It can be left. Maybe fair enough. Maybe fair enough.
It would be
it's
an
extremely
enormous
unlikely.
upset. Yeah, I mean, you just don't want to be in that position. Australia, like with Kuffa, we'll talk more about that matchup coming up, but like they've looked so fantastic with this demon kind of meta. Was a big reason why they overcame Great Britain in the first place, and why Great Britain found themselves in this matchup against Saudi Arabia, needing, or essentially needing to win for any hopes of making it out in the groups in the first place. So this is going to be a very tiny, small amount of hope you can maybe hold on to.
Yeah, I'm not that great at math on air, guys, but
no,
slim margins.
We don't do math on air.
Slim margins. That's all we really got to say on the broadcast here for Great Britain. Definitely a tough spot to be in that kind of regard. Just honestly wild how these groups have kind of just panned out in general. Like so many upsets. The fact that Great Britain, that loss to Australia was a tough one that we weren't necessarily expecting to be as dominant coming out from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, every group has had something happen that I don't think we truly expected.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. I mean, I think that's the great thing about coming back now to run this Overwatch World Cup after a few years.
Yeah.
There's been a real shakeup, right, in like how strong some of these teams' rosters are. I think Team Sweden has hugely impressed me, given like maybe what we would have expected coming into this tournament. Like they nearly beat Team USA.
I know I'm Swedish, but like if Sweden had beaten USA like 3-2, like going into BlizzCon, like I would have peaked. Like I would have been like,
I will say,
but I'm still like, oh, they're still hanging around.
Like,
they're still hanging around.
A medal placement at BlizzCon is not out of the question for Sweden. I don't even think that's crazy. Like they are maybe that next team right behind the top 3. I think Australia, I mean, with Kuffa's leadership, it's been great to see him have a moment to really shine in representing his country. And like that win over Great Britain is massive. And now to lock up their spot in BlizzCon, all they need is a win over Mexico, which, you know, is looking great for them. The way they've been performing, seeing a guy like ColorHex still here, still fighting, and still showing up big time in a meta where your Cassidy performance is crucial.
Does it inspire you? You could still do it.
Nah. They got to buff Junkrat. I don't think they're gonna. They gotta give some crazy Junkrat buffs, and
No,
then I'll come back.
Cut the cameras. I think
Aaron?
I'm okay without the Junkrat buff, guys.
Devs are watching.
It's been a while. Come on.
We're throwing to a break. Jake is getting cut off, and we'll be back with the next matchup.
9 years.
The 2026 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by DHL.
From premium landmark hotel to lifestyle boutique hotel, we offer you distinct brands worldwide. Rute Hotels and Resorts.
Hey, what's good, everybody? I'm here joined by the man of the hour, the greatest Tracer player, Soggy from Team Australia. Huge congratulations on getting the win against Team Britain. Man, that was insane. Like, I want to hear from you. Like, what's going through your head right now? How do you feel?
Obviously, we're really happy because like this was the team we were like hard practicing for. We didn't really practice much for Saudi because we just suck, I think. But I think, but at least like UK, we have a chance, and our scrims have been really good as well, and it showed, that we did pretty good today.
I mean, yeah. Let's talk about Britain, Team Britain first. I mean, we saw that they really like using the Wrecking Ball comp, right? And I feel like that was one of the problems that you guys had to solve on stage, and at the end, you guys did. So, like, how did you guys come to that conclusion and get the win and got the win today?
Mostly it was just like our coach Smash telling us the answers like in between maps, and then it was me like telling the team how to play around it during the game. So it's like, mostly just implementing what we've learned from our coach, But our coach is good, so he told us how to play. So I told him how to play, then we just won.
And also, we gotta talk about your insane Tracer plays in Neon Junction, especially that map. I think you're a great whole match, but like that map, you were just popping off. Like, what happened?
I don't know. I think they just played badly. I can't lie. Because like,
no, you gotta give yourself a little bit more credit, bro.
I mean, they were just running at me like in like straight lines and stuff, and I think it wasn't really that hard to kill. But yeah, I mean, we really just played well, and I think the map really sucks for them as well. So our drafting was good, and like there wasn't much space for them to like move around the map, so it's not hard to like mark them and kill them.
I feel like you guys. I feel like you should give yourself a little bit more credit. Be like, yeah, I'm the greatest the Tracer. But I mean, all right, well. Let's move on. I mean, this was a very huge win for you guys because the next match you guys have, the last one you guys have left for the group stage is going to be against Team Mexico. What are your thoughts on Team Mexico and how is that going to play out?
Hopefully they suck, and we don't play good. I mean, and we play good. I mean, so yeah, we're just bringing on that. Yeah. Hopefully they just suck.
Hopefully, if you guys just play your games right now and you guys everything will be good and you guys will be okay, right?
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. That's it for the interview. Soggy, thank you so much, and again, big congratulations. Thank you.
We have one last match now for the Overwatch World Cup group stage here in Busan. I was feeling a little inspired by Moon, if you guys couldn't tell. But it is going to be Australia versus Mexico. Guys, things are still getting a little bit weird when it comes down to these permutations.
Okay, wait.
We would need some crazy things to happen. Here, Johnny, what do you mean?
Okay. I know Mitch said permutations earlier in the day, but we can't allow Mitch's dictionary to just become we're just gonna keep saying permutations. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, but I've just heard permutations so many times today.
What other words do you want me to? Give me a synonym then, Johnny.
I'm Swedish. I don't know. I just like to complain.
Okay, so you can't even bring a synonym to the table.
I'm such a loser now for complaining and then offering any alternative. Wow, I actually feel bad about myself.
That's actually crazy. I just got called out here. But let's lock into this matchup, guys.
So unprofessional of me.
Yeah, well, we'll take it to HR later.
Oh no.
But Johnny, you still have your job for now, and it's going to be breaking down this next matchup because for Australia, they're feeling pretty confident, I think, about their chances heading to BlizzCon after we just saw the 3-0 there from Saudi Arabia up against Great Britain. We're good. Sorry, Johnny is just like completely.
He has that effect on people.
He's infiltrated my mind.
Are you
at this
stunlocked?
point.
What's going on here?
I might be sunlocked right now. But that makes it pretty comfortable here for Australia. There's still the world though. If Mexico can beat them 3-0, 3-1.
If Mexico dominates them, there's still a chance that things get funky. But let's be honest, Mexico, they're 0-6 in maps so far. They have not won a map in this tournament. Australia,
what if though?
With a huge upset win over Great Britain, they took fate into their own hands with that victory. Now all they have to do is close it out against, to be just brutal, one of the weaker teams in the tournament. Like, this should be an open and shut case for Kuffa and the boys. The squad has really rallied around players like Kuffa and Colorhex, but Soggy is also hugely impressed. We saw this guy in the Esports World Cup, obviously with a tough ask in that tournament, playing for one of the weaker teams, but he showed up in a big way here in Busan, and that's the difference maker, right? When it comes to getting that win over Great Britain, if you just keep on going, keep on rolling. Surely Australia are going to BlizzCon.
I think that's the pivotal point you made about the damage players as well, because you go into this and you're like, okay, Kalfa, great player, and then you realize, oh, they're actually on top of the meta, like their demo play is really good, and like they're on top of the, and then you have Color Hex just racking up the clips without this, just getting headshots all over the place, and Sogi coming in clutch. Sogi came in clutch so many times against Great Britain, and you were suddenly like, wow, this roster is just performing spectacularly against all expectations.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to this Team Mexico, it's quite a different story here, right? Underdog, that is for certain in this upcoming match. And what do we want to see, I guess, out from Mexico today?
Elemental guy.
No, guys, I'm sorry. Playing Genji is a crime in this meta. It is a crime. Jetpack Cat versus Genji is like a crazy matchup to go for.
Meta be damned. Elemental guys have been rocking the Genji ranked forever.
All right, how are you going to hit Cat with the blade 3 times? Make it make sense.
What if he's flying? What if he has a cat himself?
Okay, carry the Genji blade. Yeah, or you could carry the High Noon. I mean, just...
I think if you carry a Genji, it might actually be like
It's
negative
probably
value
a
per cap.
nerf,
It's like you're actually not giving Genji anything, and you're actually like meaning that Cat can't do anything apart from flying the Genji around. So don't fly the Genji around. That's probably a poor use of resources.
I think Mexico's best chance is to have Unhelpful Auto in, play the Tracer battle. Still going to be uphill. I mean, you look at the individuals, and yeah, they are going to have Unhell start, but they can at least play the top meta right now. I mean, there's room to like innovate, right? We've seen teams who look good on the Freya. We've seen Saudi play the Diva. Like, it's not like things are fixed in place. But I'm sorry, guys, the Genji is not taking it home. It's not won a map yet.
Okay,
it's not going to start here against Australia, who has the download on how to respond to this meta. They are very comfortable in what we're seeing right now, and they can execute it well.
Yeah, they definitely can. It's quite the uphill battle like we were talking about there for Team Mexico. This Team Mexico, though, still a team that has a lot of heart, a lot of spirit behind them, great fans there as well. But when it comes down to those predictions, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to back the Mexican fans. A lot of love for them. But really, Australia, they just look too strong.
Hooper's got Australia too, guys.
Guys.
I love when we fly this one. Yeah, make sure, just in case there was any question about
for
who
the
was
doubters
repping,
out there. For
who
the
was
doubters.
repping. I mean, huge favor for them. It should be open and shut for the Aussies. Now it's a ticket to BlizzCon on the line. I can't imagine they slip up here. Maybe a little bit more pressure on some of the young players, but I mean, honestly, there was a lot more of that in the Great Britain game. So it's just hard to see the way in for a Mexico squad that hasn't shown us that they can compete at the highest level.
Last match of the weekend. Let's see it.
It's like we're going to Nepal here on this opener.
We haven't even mentioned the Demon so far, Jake. How do you deal with the Demon? All good and well, you got some mechanical players, but how do you deal with the onslaught that Kaffa really brought in this one?
May not be needed here, though.
Oh, well, this opening map is banned.
Hovering the hazard. I don't fully believe just yet in the spawn rooms. I do like for Mexico. Wait, it is. Oh, wait, I lied. It is Elemental Guy. We had the wrong starting roster. He's in. I guess they're going to go for it here. In fairness, they were able to show a little bit of threat with these faster rush looks. Australia, though, seem prepared to bring the pace the other way.
I mean, you just got to go for it if you're Mexico. Like, going into this match right here, Mexico, they are one of the weaker teams in the tournament, but you got to swing for defenses. It's a tough start.
Oh,
wow.
no, this is going from bad to worse. Australia came to play. Mexico in shambles. That is one of the most brutal mid-fights I have seen, folks.
An Australia team that still have to finish things off here.
Kaffa even snips out hiding Cassidy, almost gets bailed out.
Wow.
Good little
send him to the moon.
Saving maneuver from Lei, right, to like almost get him out of there. I thought he was dead to rights.
Oh.
Does go down in the end, though, so no harm, no foul for the Aussies. Oh, I love Kaffa playing over the top here. Isolates Santana. With that jagged wall, Diva won't be able to back out. Takes the base trade, though. Not so mad about that as a Diva. But Australia are not providing any openings. Elemental Guy, hold on. Finds one under the Tracer. Fights in contest, but Lei is the cost. And with double support alive, they just got to keep Colorx fighting. Genji is in on top. Another kill for Elemental Guy. Hold on. I didn't believe, but Elemental Guy does not care. He's going to find enough picks to open up this capture point for Mexico.
Yeah, as soon as that hazard loses the forward hold and forced to withdraw towards the point, You're forced to play around your cooldowns, find an opportunity to engage, but Elemental Guy gives them none of that after finding the opening pick onto Soggy. And now it's just a question of what kind of tempo do you want to bring in this one. Colorex has the Deadeye here.
Earlier Deadeye. Here it comes. Getting some big channel on the D.Va. Genji has used deflect. Running out of defensive tools.
Oh.
Matrix is up at all. Elemental Guy forced into the sideline for Cassidy. Carmez takes a few shots to the body. That'll slow down the Mexican cast. Australia want this flip back.
They're
They
gonna
want
let the
it
point
quick.
go.
Mexico give the flips. They stick around in the fight. Here comes Carmez with the Deadeye. Sky Noon, though, gets nothing. Colorex, though, doesn't run for the flank, and he gets burned down. Caught unawares. Rushes out from Sky. Gonna try to clutch out here. Hamster responds in kind, but the kill's starting to come in for Mexico. Kuppa brings one back the other way. Keeps Australia fighting for this point, but he dropped so low. Elemental Guy back into the fight. Whoa! Nasty little cleanup kill on Misagi.
Wow. These Genji guys got the mechanics, but goes down here pretty late in this one. It's going to give an opportunity here for Australia to get back into it.
And a little overheat on the Genji. A lot of free space here for Australia to take back. They're wasting no time in doing so. Santana has the self-destruct, though. A lot of bars to play with here. On this point, here comes the downpour. Connects. Ooh, big onto the backline. Where's the follow-up, though? Where's the damage? Carmez stays alive. Here's the blade now. Elemental Guy finds one. Looking for a second. He's so low, goes down. Saki produces one on the other side. The blade not coming to much of anything now. And with Cat forced off of the off angle, it's just Santana now playing the point.
They're doing a pretty good job stalling, but Karma's going down. It's a big chunk of damage. Santana doesn't even deploy the self-destruct, knowing that it's all but over in that fight. 78% here, though, for Mexico. Colorex is going to get to this Deadeye up next. It's going to be a pivotal tool in the arsenal for Australia, but Mexico with an opportunity here in this opening round.
Riding some crazy picks in the past. The Jagged Wall isolates the Genji. Just barely dashes back. The deflect keeps him alive. But Mexico, they can't produce anything off of that. They're fully backed out of the push. So mission accomplished for Australia. And still over the top. Still looking to oppress these Mexican players as they step into the point. Santana in here alone, but where's the support? This D.Va dropping so low. Deadeye available. Where will Colorex like to go with it? Kuppa finds the kill. Kiri down first. Crucial find as Hamster stays alive and stabilizes. Australia on the verge, and with that kill from Kuppa, surely enough to take this first control round. Self-destruct down from Santana, being pulled out. It's 2 kills, but it cost the life of the Cat. And in the end, not enough to change the tides of that fight.
No one expected the self-destruct the bomb to come around the corner.
Crazy. That's the counter with Sky Noon.
Oh my. Oh, I was almost scared myself. I saw the Cat around the corner with a bomb.
We're getting cheeky on this one.
I mean, they were waiting so long for that Deadeye to come out that by the time it did come out, they did actually conjure up a response, but it was just, I mean, it's so difficult in that one. As we take another look here.
That's a crazy highlight.
I mean, it gets 2, but
the
it's
problem
just
in
not
these
enough.
fights is like, even with some big moments, like, okay, the self-destruct can do some cool stuff. Carmez can find a pick here and there. Elemental Guy has kind of popped off to hit these crazy ultra-mechanical kills, but the deaths are just coming in a flood. We don't even see them happen. Like, the Mexican players are dropping like flies, right? They are not able to stand up in these extended death matches. Soggy is just nibbling away, and eventually the kills just come. Cuff, which dives in on top with those aggressive leaps and jagged walls, and it is proving to be a struggle, even with some big moments for the Genji. Not enough in these deathmatch engagements.
Yeah. Sitting in a pause here between the rounds, that's why it's taking a bit longer to get into the second round here. But it's like you say, and especially you're playing that hazard composition from Australia, it's like Mexico, they want to walk up, they want to set themselves up for an engage. But while Australia, it's a hazard wall to try and look for a pick. Back a little bit, wait for the next wall cooldown to come up, and while that is happening, we got Soggy on the Tracer, poking and prodding, trying to look for picks, and so Mexico at all times in this kind of like defensive bunker position, just trying to gain some ground. And then in that very last fight, it was Aki with a beautiful catnap as well, and try to capture the Kiriko. First guy, an opportunity like that. And it just becomes overwhelming for Mexico to try and stay alive every single engagement from the hazard.
Yeah, I mean, it's something like we saw a little bit of in the last series, is when you're losing these angle fights, it's very hard to get something going. And for as good as Genji is in those explosive moments when you go for the hard commit, The problem is just walking up onto the map is hugely difficult against Tracer. You really aren't nearly as effective at fighting with low resources. Maybe a closer range point, though, could present an opportunity for Elemental Guy. Once again, though, Kappa, the isolated target. Ooh, big damage on delay. Violent leave, no joy, and they immediately mark the hazard, burning him down. Would hope to get in and grab that Mega, but Mexico did well to deny. That'll be a mid-fight, a big win. Something needed for Mexico to put some wind in their sails.
Yeah, Mexico.
And there's clearly more of a chance for Mexico than I was giving them credit for. There's a long way home in this series, but they have proven that they can be explosive.
Yeah, they gotta roll it out, right? You gotta rely on their mechanics. Try and fight this one against Australia, and Australia opting into it with the hazard play. This is also the Demon Band map. This is essentially a must-win for Mexico here. Give yourself the best chance possible at succeeding. Australia putting some pressure onto the point here.
This is the trouble for Genji. He struggles in these kind of fights. Cat and Tracer running him down. He has to retreat back to the Kiriko. Provides an opportunity here for ColorX to step up onto the play, but Carmez, crucial find onto the Tracer. That's going to really slow things down for Australia. And once again, the Diva marks the aggression, and the connection is there for Mexico. The team play really coming together in these last few fights.
Yeah, the execution has been on point. Playing the high ground, looking for opportunities to find picks, and Carmes, an Elemental Guy, come through. Going to withdraw once more to this high ground. ColorX has the Deadeye at this moment like this. It needs to be respected. It's going to force the movement from Mexico.
Oh, that is not very respectful, Lei. At least he soaks the shot. Paris Guy's gonna go with it.
Out.
Dropping the rush. Maybe that's enough to make up for their lack of a second support. ColorX so low from that Xion damage, but cannot be finished. Good heals from Hamster. Oh, but a great connection again. Carmez, the Xion has been lights out here on this second map. Kuffa, though, great shots from him. Still a chance for Australia. They need to force this point.
You want to stagger here for Mexico. And if you can get this Kitsune Rush out, that would be huge.
Oh, Elemental Guy super low. Needs to back up for the heal. Santana now in question. But Australia struggling to find those decisive picks that defined the last round. A catnap on the enemy cat, but it's not clear that's going to go their way. Elemental Guy, though, punishes Asagi, maybe caught looking at the stars. But the flip does come in for Australia with the catnap in on Ferrosky. This one would be a big one to pull back for the Aussies. They're stacking up the capture point for the duration of the fight. Elemental Guy pulls the blade, slashing into cover, hard to deal meaningful damage to this hazard, but he'll get the job done. And with the spree out from Carmez, enough to take Color Hex and maybe even the round.
Yeah, you just have to fight this one out to the point. Put pressure on the objective, start dragging up the percentage. Australia now. Soggy, recall force, pulse bomb out, Hamster, rolling a little bit as well. If you start losing members here for Australia, it's going to be a long reset here. And Mexico with an opportunity here with 83% already. They can push up, they can put pressure on Australia, make it difficult to touch this point.
This point has looked a lot better for Genji, able to utilize the verticality around the point to great effect, slipping in and out of the engagements. Australia have had some difficulty running him down, but a Sky News a huge problem. A silver bullet onto the Kiri to open things up. The overtime ticking as well. Oh, and a Deadeye on the off angle. No joy from it. Everybody's looking for that opening. No one wants to be the one to make the mistake, but Sagi will force it onto Lei. Santana low, but with the self-destruct, Carmes uses the fight. It's a risky one. Out of movement cooldowns now. The flip comes in for Australia. Mexico, will they reset? It's an awkward spot for them. They're trying to trickle out of this fight, but Australia showing some interest in running them down. Dare they chase into the spawn? Seems the answer is no for now.
Mexico thinking better of it. Want to take a proper engagement here. Just a matter of how many opportunities will they get. Force it onto the point here. Kitsune Rush drop.
With the Russian bomb, huge shot from the Cast. A veteran shows up in his team's moment of need. Santana out of the suit, but with this upstart Elemental Guy who slips away, but Hamster, the one to run him down. Santana getting brutalized as they climb back into the suit. And Australia filling up the feed. A big win for them into the self-destruct, into the rush. Arguably their biggest test so far in that round. And now, Johnny, they have a huge bank.
It's so difficult now. I mean, Mexico dropping that Kitsune Rush, getting no value. They're facing an eventual Sky Noon. Kitsune Rush from Hamster. There's so many ultimates on the board for Australia here. Mexico, this will be nigh impossible.
Oh, they're bringing in Tracer over the top. She dives into the backline, forces the TP out from Kiriko. A pull, oh, Kappa, can he make it off? Save!
What a save.
Great grab from Aki, more than ready for the play. And with the rush onto the point, it looks so dire now. Downpour comes in. Where's the connection? Big flash on the Elemental guy. Santana out of the fight, and there's Deadeye. Surely seals the deal. Deflect barely keeping Elemental guy alive for now. He climbs the way up into the high ground, but maybe can only delay the inevitable now. Blade pulled, but it's so desperate. The cleanse blocks the first strike. And with Hamster and Kappa in his face, Mexico are denied the most hopeful round maybe yet for them in this tournament, but it ends in defeat. First map goes to Australia.
It came pretty close there for Mexico. Just a one team fight win away, but Australia made it so difficult for them. It really came down to that fight on the point with the Kitsune Rush, but failed to get value that one time. And going into that last fight, I mean, you're facing 5 ultimates. It's just not the circumstances you want to find yourself in. Mexico, they're hanging about, but that was a critical first map they take a loss on.
Yeah, you really, I mean, having a few big moments on the Genji, like, that makes things interesting. The scary thing, though, for Elemental guy is, at some point, the Genji ban will come in against you.
Right.
And you're then truly forced to show more depth, more versatility. But you can see why they go for it. I mean, for a team like Mexico that ultimately is in a position of just playing spoiler at this point, right? They cannot make it to BlizzCon. Elemental guy maybe playing an off-meta hero that can be difficult to make work, but mechanically, the presence is there. You know, if in a different meta, right, he could be a force to be reckoned with for this Mexican team. Could still be if they can somehow find the way to pull the comp together in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the way they started on Village, it was quite impressive. They were the first team out, so they gained ground. Koffa found himself in that top position. Great save by Aki there. Yeah, really great save there. But I think Mexico showed on that Village stage that they can roll it out. They can take it to Australia. But like you say, you're going to face a Genji ban in this series. Probably will take a loss on that one. If you want to leave Elemental guy in, which I think it's their best opportunity, really. It's like he's an X Factor, right?
Yeah.
And you need an X Factor if you're going to take down Australia. This is a very tough Dragon Blade here. I mean, you're facing Atsusu, it's like 1 versus 4, but you need the X Factor, and you're going to face a Genji ban. So if you're Mexico in this one, it's going to be a really tough journey. They did not win the first map there.
Yeah, they did not. Blade is not the ultimate it once was, Johnny. It's just not. It's just not. I mean, Kiriko in general.
I'm like, give me a no, I will talk.
It's just so brutal trying to run down a Kiri, you know?
Yeah,
Not only can she actually just win the 1v1 against you if you don't immediately connect shots, but then whenever she's actually worried, she just TPs away. And you're committing with a dash on Genji, you need to produce something. A lot is expected of you in that moment.
I mean, it's almost like if you're a top tier Genji, it's more about like how perfect is your dash positioning to like get those triple shurikens, like finishing people off and like getting burst damage.
When we saw that, I don't think I did pull. I always call this the Genji one-trick play. When you dash your max range and just triple headshot somebody, just delete them off the server. That is like that is what makes. I mean, like I'm still a Genji player to this day. You know what I mean? Like it's still in my veins. It hurts me to be real with you guys about how difficult it is to make work. But that's the play that you have on Genji, is dashing from max range, insta one-shotting somebody, or else they're just getting cleansed, and then you die. Like
the reason I'm laughing at this is because you might not know this, but I like to play Genji when I'm
oh my God.
and I can never do the triple headshot. To no avail. I can be in practice range for hours, and versus bots it's a lot easier.
You can do it in the against the bots, Johnny,
it's like
right?
doing perfect dash range in an actual game. It's like I don't. You say this, and I'm like, no. I don't think there's any evidence that any human has ever done a perfect dash triple headshot. It's like. That's impossible to me.
Honestly, like I don't think I did it a couple times in this match. Like he is that good on Genji, you know, and like that's something you really will only see from the best of the best. To your point, you know, there's not more than what 10, 20 players in the world who can actually find that in a high stakes match on land, full pressure.
Give me Haxel on the phone.
That's what I mean. There are legendary players from Overwatch history who've shown that it can be done.
Who are you? Send them out and bring them on.
Real. But it's so hard to find consistency on. No one has ever done it consistently. It's not a consistent play. It kind of requires the stars to align. Even if you are one of the best players of all time, it has a little bit of requiring the stars to align.
Yeah. And like you
but
say,
maybe that's the world Mexico live in now. The hope that the stars align here, so that you can pull out a map win in this tournament. You could do something against Australia.
I mean, if you're Elemental guy, like you can get some like kills out of nowhere. And that's kind of what you need if you're Mexico. It's just like you need kills out of nowhere. And being able to have a Genji player like that could be something you could lean on.
We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Carbez as well. Like a lot of big fights in the Xion in that second round. It's not just Elemental Guy's threat. Like the Xion was really producing.
I mean, the reason we talk about the Elemental Guy is because like we said, he's the
X Factor.
Yeah, like
it's
Carmes
what makes
like,
them unique.
Hey, sorry, Carmes, like we take it for granted.
Carmes is like
we need you
keeping
to,
them in the fight.
Yeah, we need you to do a hit
If you're
scan
just
thing.
praying for a Genji kill, like let's be real, that's not looking good. You need the hit scan to produce, and Carmes has kept them in the action in some tough series, right? Like even put up a big clip against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Paulette also going to come in here, see if that changes things at all for this Mexican squad.
Little Lucio gameplay, do a little more
maybe
standard push-pull, maybe.
Yeah, could be a good look. They could maybe look to ban the Cat away. I think that could be a good look for Mexico. I think Cat is partly why Genji's so hard this match is Cat itself is
right.
I mean, good luck in that matchup.
Yeah,
you like run away
Cat.
from the Cat on Genji. Like the Cat is a scary hero on Genji. That's a problem for a DPS.
Yeah.
When the Cat is like bullying you, it's not looking good.
Yeah.
To be honest, Cat kind of bullies a lot of heroes these days. but like Cassidy, Tracer, okay, maybe you got to respect them on Cat. And that's why we see so much of them. Xion as well, the Sojourn. But with the Cat ban, maybe that actually does think the problem. This is the real problem for Mexico, right? The strategic problem for them. Cat ban makes Genji sound interesting, and then the Genji ban is the response.
Right.
So I don't. There's not for me. There's not a way around that unless okay. Well, once we lose 2 maps and then both the bans are gone, then we can start, and then we have 1 map where we have like a favorable ban. I don't know. It's a.
Yeah, I mean Australia is one of these teams at this tournament who has really flourished.
Yeah,
with this Demon and Cat composition, they're just like playing it so comfortable. It's going to be a Junkertown pick here from Mexico. What about that one, Jake?
They picked this against KSA as well. In fairness, in that series, let's say there wasn't much analyzing to be done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe bring out the Ana.
Maybe.
Get the long run sidelines
I'm
going.
really curious
here.
about the bans here for Mexico. Like, do they see another way through? I don't know. If you tech ban a DPS for the Genji, like you could ban Tracer maybe. Could get interesting. Or maybe the Cassidy. Okay, it'll be the Cassidy.
You were right the 3rd time.
It'll be the Cassidy. See, the problem, I mean, the thing is, this is nice, but does it really move the needle? Like, does it really change things? I mean, for Color, in fairness, actually, ColorX has really wanted to play Cassidy this tournament. Like, and I think a lot of teams have recognized Cass is kind of the definitive hit scan hero right now.
Yeah, I think it's such a reliable option. Just like to have a Cassidy, who the last few months has been like a really go-to meta pick for so many hit scan players. It's like consistent output, but then also combined with the Sky Noon. It's amazing, but it's like, well, it's so efficient with ultimate value.
Because I mean,
like the amount of
historically,
value you get from a Deadeye is crazy compared to what Deadeye was like a few years ago.
Historically, High Noon is a throwaway ultimate. I mean, back in the day,
you get the reload.
We were instant canceling that for a reload to start to fan the hammer one more time against the tank, and you didn't even feel bad about that. Now you can feel like a big play.
Yeah, fan the hammer.
You're like instant cancel High Noon, and there's not many ultimates in the game that have the honor of being instant canceled for a reload. But with the Sky Noon, now we're talking like that is one ultimate. Yeah. And you open up the map in a crazy way, like a retake, pushing into the enemy territory. There's a lot of threat, a lot of opportunity and flexibility from that ult combo. So in taking that off the field on Junkertown, one of the better maps for a Sky Noon, it does interject some chaos into this match. What's the hit scan choice from Colorac? Carbez has looked great on the Xion, so it's not exactly hard to figure out where he's going to look.
Curious to see how Colorex is going to respond to this, because realistically, you have a flying Bastion going around. It's not like it gets much easier for Mexico. There's still some reliable hit scan options. It's like, okay, you get the Cassidy away, maybe freeze up Elemental Guy a little bit, protect span the Genji as well.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not like it's going, I don't think it's going to weaken Australia much, the fact that the Cassidy was target ban at the end of the day.
Yeah, in fairness, ColorX has looked by far the best on Cass of any hero, and he's played like almost exclusively it. So it will force a little bit of, I think, discomfort for ColorX, is fair to say. I mean, this is like a veteran player who's been around for a long time. He's playing Cass for years and years, but probably a lot less experience. Certainly, I can promise you a lot less experience on the Xion.
On the Xion, but yeah, also a ranked demon. And ranked demons, they they'd like to do a little bit of flexing and ranked. Okay. They'll jump onto some different hero. You're a streamer, you know, you want to get some good content for the viewers at home, so you might play some Bastion back in 2022 or something.
Yeah. In fairness to Mexico, I think they've done as well as they could with this map pick, with the ban. This is a must-win map.
Yeah.
This is a must-win map.
No reverse sweeps today.
Yeah. The other worry, though,
we hit our quota this tournament. No more reverse sweeps.
In my mind, isn't Demon like very good against Genji? Because Genji, usually against a lot of the tanks, is actually one of the better DPS at face tanking you and trading with you. You got that right-click shuriken, puts a lot of damage in at close range, punishes heroes with big hitboxes, and the deflect can be really annoying for a lot of tanks. Like D.Va hates it. A lot of tanks really are annoyed by that. But in my mind, I'm like, isn't Demon, like you pull the blade out and Demon's like, yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah,
I got one of those.
Right. I mean, the verticality is the only thing you really have. The verticality on like a map like Junkertown. Because like if you can play the card if you're Kaffa, but it feels pretty bad to play the card if you're going to just play the Demon.
And we saw that verticality, right, on Village, second round in Nepal, where Elemental Guy was able to do a lot better around the point, having a place to retreat to on the high ground, utilizing that wall climb, unrestricted by cooldown. But for Color X, I love the Emery choice. Simple, straightforward, effective. And with an ultimate that is really nice against Genji. Lets you fly to the skybox, essentially ignore him completely. Ana's coming out though for Parasky and Hamster. So definitely a twist in the support lineup. Ana, a hero with much higher highs, but also much lower lows, and certainly a lot more volatility when a Genji's on the field, right? The Nano Blade can come out. It is an awkward combo though these days. It's just so hard to keep up with the Ana's farm rate as Genji. Like, if you end up sitting on Nano for a long time, it kind of sucks.
This is going to be an interesting approach from Mexico because they'll have to navigate Hamster's positioning so far back. You are playing Genji, but you still have fairly limited mobility.
They're going to go on this Ana. Parasky's in big trouble now, very exposed. Holding the sleep dart. Forces the recall out, does well to do so. But in the chaos, Carmez run down by Kuffa on the Demon. And Kuffa is looking for more action.
I think this is what I'm really worried about. It's going to be Australia's game. They'll look to play active with this Tracer, try to get onto the back line. And it's a matter of like, who do you find if you're Mexico here?
Tracer Cat is a really scary combination to be against for a lot of this Mexican backline. They're gonna need to pull out all the stops in the deathmatch to equalize at all. Australia, though, settling into a defensive hold, but Aki finds Carmez. Aki and Soggy together open up so much of the backline. The moment you turn around to peel, Kuffa just dives in here. Dagger to the heart of Mexico.
I mean, this Hanzo, yeah, that's not gonna be it. It's just too much of a target as well for the dive coming through. Carmen's gonna swap over to the Sojourn here. And I mean, you can form a little bit of rail here against the Demon. Try to get a railgun shot, which could shut down the Tracer immediately.
Oh, the Tracer damage is good. Ana, good shots from Parasky to keep Paulette fighting, but Juno also extremely vulnerable. So many weaknesses for Mexico. They need to somehow get on the front foot.
I mean,
and maybe a Nano, the way to do it. And oh, Paulette. The Pulsar Torpedoes bring down the Cat. Now some space for Mexico. They send the Nano into the backline. It's responded to by the Aussies in kind. Kuffa picks up one on the Elemental Guy. Needs more than that. And with the Bionade on him, cannot pick up that health back.
Soggy got one though.
Oh, Kuffa with the baby form has already found Ana. Santana has to pop the limit break to finish this fight, but it's only Santana and Paulette now. Surely a retake available for Australia.
This positioning is going to be good for Mexico, though. You get an opportunity to spread out here, put Parasky in a good position, Carmes as well, Elemental Guy approaching that Dragon Blade, but you gotta survive the limit break and the upcoming override protocol from Corex.
Who's gonna deal with this override protocol? Kuffa, big nade, great on Parasky. Limit break has to come out to stabilize this. Oh, Elemental Guy is in such big trouble. Dominated there by Kuffa. Hold on, big shot though, Carmes shuts down the ultimate. And hold on, even Santana getting into the mix in the baby form. Kuffa's too low to finish that kill. And so Mexico still fighting for the Santana, though needs to get back in the student. Oh, just can't quite manage it. That is a heartbreaker for Mexico.
Yeah, the rest of Mexico forced to withdraw there and left Santana to their own devices. It's going to be a continuing defense here on the first point for Australia. 1 minute remaining. Good thing for Mexico is they got a good amount of ultimates going into this one. question is the Dragon Blade. How far can you really reach with this one?
It
Will
has
you be in
to
range?
be huge. It needs to be big. 2 kills minimum here. But the pressure's already coming in from Australia. Mexico worked their way up. Big finish onto Color Hex. Damage calls are good. Shrugs up to sleep, but Hamster's too sharp with the aim.
They have a
Stays
nano
alive,
here.
has a nano to go for the clutch. Gonna throw it onto Kuffa. If Kuffa can bring something back, this game is still in contest, and he will find Ferrisguy. A critical kill. Now down to support Hamster's position. Carmez is flanked all the way around for this kill. It'll cost his own life.
Aki's
Paulette
here.
wants to finish this one off, but with the catnap coming in, Santana's in trouble. Aki will finish off Paulette. Kuffa's out of the super, but Santana is so low.
They're gonna clutch this one up.
Yeah, this is too much. Australia starting to recollect themselves. Color Hex back into the fight on Emma, and a pulse bomb to end things. Mexico. Just a few players left. Paulette on the cat, but has to go for the obvious desperation rush to the payload. Carmez dies first, and with him, the hopes for any kind of a dominant offense on this Junkertown. They will not see the second point, Johnny.
What a clutch from Australia there.
Huge plays from Hamster.
Yeah.
Doesn't find the sleep, but stays composed. Shot after shot into the Genji. And he's swinging that Dragon Blade, but it feels like a wet noodle.
I mean, the entirety of Australia providing in that one. All 5 members stepping up. Sogi doing work on the Tracer. Kuffa surviving, getting some value with the Nano Boost. Then Aki coming in back from spawn, helping out as well. A nicely timed stun. And they just keep the stagger going on towards the cart. Buys enough time for them to close things out here. And we talk a lot about Mexico, the opportunity for an upset here, but this has been all Australia. This is them looking to secure their ticket officially here after their previous upset against Great Britain in this tournament. A spot which few people saw this team in. Kuffa 13-1. He's been an absolute beast on the Demon so far this tournament. And they're surely now just moments away from advancing to BlizzCon.
Demon mode. The pun. It's too obvious, but have no choice. He's been phenomenal. Really leading this Australian team. I don't think it's a stretch to say that without Kuffa, they would not be in this position. On the cusp now of solidifying this placement. Going to BlizzCon. Just a few maps away. Tricky setup, Paulette. Okay. It's gonna bring out the Iliari. That's a risky choice. It's gotta be scary with both Color X and Soggy ready to punish these greedy supports. Mexico say they've got to go gambling.
Soggy has so many favorable duels in this one. It's just a matter of who does Soggy want to engage on at this point.
Oh, Color X just beaming down. Big kill from Carmez. That's exactly what they need to find. Kuffa dives into the backline, pulls a lot of attention to himself. The Tracer kill looks nice in the feed, but it doesn't mean anything for this objective. The cart marches inexorably forward here, Johnny.
Getting closer and closer. Essentially just going to be the one fight before it's desperation for Mexico in this one. Kuffa playing the cart here, going to their favorable corner here to play on as the cart keeps moving. Both on us building towards this Nano Boost. It's going to be the first ultimate online as per usual in these duels. Elemental guy doing some protective dealings here on this flank. Sogi being a menace in the backline.
Oh, big kill on the Ana. And with that crucial backliner, the cracks begin to show for Mexico. Santana grabs 2 back, but Kuffa is still healthy on this Demon, can very well clutch this fight out. Santana out of the suit. They want to finish off this Baby Diva, but Kuffa even staggers it just a bit. The spawn wave getting awkward. Elemental guy far from the payload as it begins to roll forward. Now on retake without a single ultimate to work with. A brutal situation for Mexico.
I mean, Santana is going to get back here. Actually swaps to the Diva. Hamster is going to have this Nano Boost way earlier, and that tool could be enough to seal the deal here in Junkertown.
Feels like this coming to Kuffa is destiny. Off of the payload for a second. Ana will take some shot from the flank, but here it comes. Nano onto Kuffa. Dives. Oh, he's got them all. Sojourn lives for just a moment longer. Kuffa finishes the job. And with 3 in the feed, this one is done and dusted. Australia picking up their second map. A celebratory pulse bomb for Soggy. And it'll just take 1 more to bring the Aussies to N9.
Australia now looking so cool, calm, and confident on stage as well. Fist bumps.
Yeah.
Looking like another day in the office. They obviously came into this match knowing they have to win to secure their ticket. And you want to take every match seriously. You don't want to leave anything to doubt. You don't want to give your opponents an opening. but they're showing so much confidence in a matchup like this one, trusting their abilities. Kaffa not over-eager to get in too much on this demon, not overplaying your hand, which you can do sometimes with these aggressive tanks. It's been, you know, very orderly from Australia, getting the work done here.
Getting the work done, that's for sure. There's been some exciting plays from Mexico, some big shots from Carmez, opportunities for Elemental guys, Santana finding the cleanup, but it does feel that across the board, Australia are the stronger team today. While there are moments, there's also moments that things fall flat. And the risks now being made apparent. The choice to run this Genji, really struggling to stay alive deep into the fights. And Sagi on the other side, you know, you leave the flanks open to the enemy Tracer. Paulette and Ferris guy, that is a rough spot to be, right? To have Sagi just getting up on your back line, he's still got a recall, he's still got 2 blinks, you know, like, this is a full resource Tracer on top of a solo support, and like Kuffa's gonna come join that instantly the moment that opportunity comes out.
You look at Mexico's composition and you're like, you'll take that any day as a Tracer player.
Yeah, oh, Tracer's laughing all the way to the bank in this one. Especially with Demon and Cat, 2 of the, honestly, the best heroes ever made in Overwatch to get in there alongside Tracer.
Right.
And it's interesting because Tracer, I think I would say maybe not fallen out of the meta, but the last year of Overwatch has been one of the weaker years for Tracer. Historically, just a lights out, giga-broken hero for top-level players. Like when you have this ridiculous skill ceiling and an incredible ability to coordinate and team play, it's a match made in heaven for some of the best players in the world. But I think Tracer is resurgent now with Jetpack Cat and with Demon as well. Like, she fits incredibly nicely into that aggressive posture.
I mean, for so long, it was about the hit scan players being so dominant. You know, you're seeing some of these push-pull, Lucio Kiriko compositions, and you were hearing about names like Quartz, for example. There was a reason Kevster swapped over to the hit scan role, just feeling like, I need to get more value. Like, I have such great mechanics, but just don't feel like I can do anything in this flex role. It was all about Symmetra last year, not as these shiny mechanical roles instead. Like you say, you know, with some of these heroes now being introduced, the Jetpack Cat, the Xion, give some more opportunities to sync up with those flex damage players. Play is going to be subbed back in here for Mexico, but this has been all Australia in this one, and a lot of these players looking to walk in the steps of some, you know, really revered players in Overwatch history. You know, Kaffa, obviously, you know, coming now after Punk, who decided not to attend this event. Kasta, now working for a developer team, you know, very proudly representing this team in the past. Australia has already delivered like great teams here at the Overwatch World Cup, and this is looking like another one who beating out Great Britain to eventually now here advancing to BlizzCon once more.
It's a big win to be, especially to be qualifying over Great Britain. A statement putting Australia back on the map in competitive Overwatch. A country that, as you said, has put a lot of great players' names up in lights. And it'll just be one more map. Maybe almost feels like a formality here, but certainly you can't let off the gas now. Mexico have shown us that they demand respect, right? Like, they can make big plays. The individuals can come together. Australia's been winning because they've been showing that respect, and respect comes in the form of aggression. Kuffa's diving in there. He's not waiting for the play to come to him. They set the tone. They set the tempo. That's been a calling card for pretty much all the top teams here. In modern Overwatch, it feels like that's the only way to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough battle. There's no Demon ban available because it was utilized on map 1. So, like, maybe your best chance here is going, like, some kind of, like, Mauga map and, like, try to brawl it out with a Genji or something like that.
You are bringing in Angel Volado now, so that signals maybe a shift back towards the Tracer.
Right, yeah.
Someone to mirror and challenge Sagi, which I don't disagree with.
But you still need to find an answer for the Demon. At the end of the day, it's going to be...
I mean, I think you maybe have to take the Demon mirror. And honestly, in fairness, like, Santana has acquitted themselves well in that mirror. So it's not... I don't think that's necessarily hopeless here. It's less for me about maybe like one individual player doing so much more, and more that all 5 of these players from Australia really having big performances, coalescing around really experienced leadership in the tank role from Kuffa, and just looking like a pound-for-pound much stronger team. Mexico, they've been outmatched and outclassed at this event. It's mentally a really rough spot to be here. Coliseum will be where they make their final stand.
Yeah, you make that point about Mexico. It's not about one individual, it's about a team effort, but it's such a difficult position to be in when you're at an event as a team, and you're like, okay, well, things are not working for us right now. Something has to change, and you just know that, like, okay, we can play better, but like, how do you do that? It feels hopeless in a way that you don't have an action you can do, right? You can't necessarily change up the composition, you can't sub someone in, and it feels like do we have to do a different approach in like how we engage, like our proactivity, the comms? I think it's human in a way as a player to be like, we need to change something in order to do better. Just the fact that like, oh, just execute better on our ultimate timings, you know, our engages, like define the micro stuff. That is so difficult to mentally kind of like improve in the middle of a game.
I mean, that's the reality of Overwatch played at this level. Catman's going to come in from Mexico. Maybe they want to bring out something like the Junker Queen. That's good, maybe a way to play for them.
Yeah, they play that. Yeah,
could really change the tenor of this series. Change is certainly what you need. I mean, they showed that they went away from the Cat on the last map, even when it was in. Definitely not something they really want to play. And the ban is actually going to be the D.Va from Australia. So respect shown to Santana, who looked pretty good on map 1, playing the D.Va.
Yeah, I think whenever we get these D.Va bans as well, I think it changes the tank matchup quite interestingly, because D.Va is a fairly versatile hero after all because of the defense matrix. It's like you have a defensive tool to kind of operate with for the rest of the team, but now you're looking at, you know, if you play a demon, like there's pretty limited tool sets for like actually protecting your team and like withdrawing and like playing different kinds of play styles. It's essentially like all out or nothing, and that favors Kaffa in a much bigger way in like a tank matchup like this. Whereas maybe the Santana would have been more stable on the D.Va instead here now. You're forced to kind of like take an aggressive duel against Kaffa, playing Kaffa's game. We'll have to see what it is though.
Yeah, still some options for both squads as they look to formulate their strategies on what could be our last map here in Busan. It's been an amazing event here, the Overwatch World Cup. Everyone's excited now for BlizzCon. A lot of storylines have really bubbled up, come to the forefront. A lot of teams have surprised us, broken our expectations. We're very close to having our final top 8 teams, who will, of course, be coming to BlizzCon in just a few weeks to compete with the Overwatch World Cup for gold on behalf of their nations. I mean, it's the beginning of my competitive career, right? Really, for a lot of players, the moment that they burst onto the scene. You know, what young player are we going to see lift that gold? Everyone's excited to see. Australia, they want to stay in that conversation. To do so, we want to end things here, short and simple.
One of the most prestigious titles in Overwatch Esports is lifting that Overwatch World Cup trophy. Just the opportunity to attend a BlizzCon. That's something I dreamed of when I was a player as well, just being on that stage at BlizzCon. As we all do, we love this game. And being able to be there in Anaheim, alongside developers who crafted this game, compete.
It's been an
some of the best
amazing
players in the world.
Year in general for Overwatch.
Yeah.
And so to have BlizzCon back at a moment like this for the game that we love, I mean, it's really rich with meaning. I think for both of us, right, with our personal stories.
Hey, it's been amazing being in Korea. Like when was the last Korean event here for us on an international, like English-speaking stage? It was maybe like a Contenders Finals event back in like 2022, 2021. So
certainly
it's been amazing here in Busan.
Certainly too long, it's fair to say.
It has indeed.
Busan has been so good to us. What an amazing city. Would highly encourage people to take a visit. As we get into the action here on Coliseo. The last best chance for Mexico. Kaffa drops low, but Color Hex back to the signature Cassidy. Very comfortable here on the server. Kaffa just continuing to pour on the aggression, goes a little bit too deep. Farosky and Lei keep Santana fighting, and advantage Mexico.
And I said that it's human to look for answers here if you're Mexico. And this Xion Tracer composition with a Wu Yang to boot. It's an interesting composition that gives them a bit of a different playstyle here as they look to clean things up. Soge gets an exit frag onto Farosky, but this is going to be Mexico, surely, unless actually Soge gets another one. We got two damage sprayers here for Australia. If they get spawners back, this could get interesting.
Cassidy's not really the hero for this situation. Color X in a rock at a hard place, all alone to the flank. eventually run down by Santana, but oh, Kuffa punishes one at the same time. Carmez off sync on the play.
You needed this to be decisive, Jake.
It's not exactly the opposite that you wanted. This duel on the flank, highly consequential. Tuggy has recall. Australia, though, not in any hurry. Still, Kuffa wants to keep the tempo fast. Soggy in the backline, putting a lot of pressure on. Soggy finishes the job, but some good connections from the support of Australia. Set that kill up and a pulse as well. Soggy lights out on the Tracer. And he's looking for more. He's not done yet with this fight. Santana already out of the suit. Will be cleaned up. The bot continues to march. Perisky and Lei have done well to just stay alive and get closer to these ultimates. Oh no, Kuffa with the limit break. Oh, he can drop them both here. Wu Yang forced to ult, but so defensive, may still go down. If Soggy has anything to say about it, but hold on. Santana brings one back onto Aku. Stepped up a little too aggressively at that moment.
Yeah, I think Aku actually caught there by the title blast stun and gets picked for it. I know there for Color Hex. This is more push.
I forgot you had to walk with this ultimate. Whoa. And a pulse pump from Unhelpful will shut him down. Mexico sweeping back forward over the map. Carmez will take down Soggy. Now, the next target, Kuffa's suit. Go with both Hamster and Aki behind. Equalizing the bot at mid-map is the best that Mexico can hope for.
This is where you need to start racking up some momentum if you're Mexico. You need some proof that you can propel this bot forward. Playing the composition, you are a limit break in hand here. Kitsune Rush to boot. They have the tools required here. Keep pushing this bot forward.
Kuffa steps up once again, straight into the heart of Mexico. Rush is forced out, but responded to by the Ray. Overwhelming frontline pressure onto Santana right now. Eventually, the demon drops. Kuffa finds another. The feed starts to fill up with white. Australia doing well into this one, but Carmez on the flank gets shut down. Great heady from Color Hex. And Helvalato trying to play spoiler into this one, but out of gas. And Australia stem the bleeding, deal with the rush, the limit break, the Deadeye. Ball very much back in their court.
Yeah, the damage amplification and the rush not enough to win that one out, and that stings the powerful ultimate. You get one back here though against Color Hex. 5 versus 4 situation. This should be a freebie here for Mexico. Maybe look to punish someone else, but Australia going to be the wiser here. Keep retreating here as well. Guarantee value with this Kitsune Rush. No need to force an error.
The poke pressure from Wu Yang, not to be understated. Australia with push advantage here. Mexico has to equalize. Soggy dueling in the flank, forces the first recall. There comes Aki with the rush. Challenging moment for Mexico. Santana out of the suit. Mexico would love a bigger cleanup. The Wingo comes in, but it's onto the baby demon, a stun on the Color X, but it doesn't mean much. Lei goes down. Mexico maybe feeling the pressure now, throwing good money after bad in that fight.
Australia keep doing what they do best. Coming out on top of these team fights with a lone Kitsune Rush. Limit break in hand now for Kuffa. Color X getting close to the Sky Noon. The way they're so efficient with these ultimates, Jake, it's not like they're letting Mexico back into this map.
Limit break actually. Big whip for Kuffa. Tried to catch players in the choke, but Santana is somewhat isolated. A tough spot for Wu Yang to fight him. Soggy with an open sightline in the back line. Close bomb in hand. Goes slightly wide. Puts a lot of pressure on these supports though. They need to keep Santana healthy. Santana finds himself under huge pressure. Color Hex looking to take a skull here. Open up the flashpoint will be a critical checkpoint to activate. And the support is fantastic. Keeping Color Hex fighting this orbital ray from above. Exactly what the Cassidy needed. And Australia will cap this point, opening up the forward spawn for the first time in this map.
What a teamfight win that is from Australia as well. It took a good long while, but again, they're not letting Mexico back into it. Mexico unable to find picks in that one. They have the benefit of an ultimate bank now. Sky Noon in hand. If you could win this one cheaply from Mexico, that would be preferred. You can't let this meter edge get out of control.
Deadeye, not such a threatening tool without Cat on the server. But Russian limit break could be devastating. Here it comes, limit break. Connects in onto Aki, but he cleanses it right off. No meaningful impact from that ultimate. Mexico will need more, but Australia backed into the corner. It's not clear how they can fight out from this position. And with the bot stolen away, Mexico are doing their best to play the economy game. Kuffa over the top, tries to get into the back line, but Lei marks the Tracer off well. Supports working together. They get the rush out, though. And that may be all you find for Australia. They go sack on the payload. Color X falls as well. And Mexico, with a clean fight, actually, will get their chance to make a bit more progress.
Yeah, but it's like you say, that Kitsune Rush being forced from first guy. Now, what great tool do you really have to round this corner? Australia, they're going to have the high ground this time around. They have a limit break. They will come up on those double support ultimates as well here. You need more from Mexico. That is an opening frag, actually. That could allow Mexico back into this one. Can you take the high ground here?
Great beam on Colorex. Perfect tracking from Santana with those headshots. Colorex not expecting that level of pressure, and it's going to win a lot of bot progress. Australia, though, the checkpoint is what they really value. A little bit of progress, not the end of the world here. Now Colorex back into the fight, peeking in over the top, looking for connections with the silver bullet. But Wu Yang taking the fight to him. Alpha with the limit break on the low ground. It's not clear what that accomplishes. Opportunity though, and Wu Yang falls. Colorex finds another. And even with Carmes shutting down Soggy, it's far from a clean fight for Mexico.
Australia though,
Great hits from Colorex.
Great hits indeed. That's going to make Mexico withdrawing here. They don't have the members. You need a really good fight to be able to contest with that high ground. You make some progress, 63 meters. Gives you an opportunity the next time around to reach that checkpoint. You have a decent amount of ultimates, but so does Australia here.
Kappa out of the suit. Okay, he's actually going back to spawn to swap back into it. I love that play from Kappa. Would have been a huge Achilles heel to have a baby demon to open the fight.
Colorex in a vulnerable position here, though.
Oh, he's on the low ground. You got to fight for this, Australia. You cannot back down. Here comes the Deadeye. Oh, it's a duel at the OK Corral. Colorex wisely backs off for the moment, but doesn't read the position correctly. Carmes finds that kill, and now on top of Aki is Santana. 2 kills for Carmes, 1 for the tank of Mexico.
This is really bad news. Aki utilized the Kitsune Rush there as well. And now you'll get the checkpoint here for your Mexico. You have Kitsune Rush in hand with the limit break. This could be actually what gains them the lead.
They could very much stay in this. Limit break comes out. Where's the rest of Mexico? They need to find these kills. Santana so low. A big healing wave from Wu Yang. Keep Santana fighting. Bot progress starting to be made now. Very close to taking the lead for Mexico. Baraskai drops the rush. Wants to force it. Soggy dancing well, keeping this payload in contest. Massive job for the boot. Denies a good connection for the pulse bomb. Australia need to clean this one up. This could get scary. Hamster finds Baraskai. Carries a huge kill out of the map. Oh no, disastrous scenes for Mexico. Just when things were looking hopeful. Oh, some critical errors. And once again, Australia pushed back into enemy territory.
I mean, just that stall effort from Soggy is huge, buying so much time in that Kitsune Rush for Australia to then clean things up, and they remain in the leader. Minute to go now for Mexico. It needs to get value with this title best. It needs something here to keep this push going.
Very small margin here for Australia, though. Far from an easy situation for them. Limit break is out from Kappa. Will this fight be good? Lay it slow. He's getting assassinated. Soggy wants to find this Wu Yang, but here it comes. The title blast overwhelms Colors, but the cleanse is perfect from Aki. And with the Deadeye channeling, big hit coming in, but no kills just yet. Australia need more, and the rush will be just what they asked for. Aki throws it down. Mexico, though, spreading to the 4 wins, and actually they're the ones who come up with the kill.
You need to stabilize, though. Health dropping so low here as Australia keeps pushing this one. Here comes the orbital ray as well.
Everything thrown into this. Australia desperate for kills. Mexico bending but not breaking. Big hits on the cover. The mech broken out.
Last fight.
We're down to the overtime, but it is still winnable for Mexico.
And they're getting a couple of frags as well. Kappa goes down alongside Colorhex. That's going to be the backline as well. So Mexico with a good opportunity here in overtime. Plenty of ultimates to spare as well. Cleanup duty as Soggy goes down, but Australia, they'll get a good opportunity here to reset, gain this high ground. But it's going to be a tough task to defend there still, Jake.
Honestly, Johnny, Australia got too close to the sun there. Threw in everything after that fight. Huge ultimate advance for Mexico. Perisky goes down to 1 HP here. That is way too scary. But Santana just forcing the payload with the limit break. In hand, Perisky drops the rush first.
Early rush.
So much damage being poured in from these Australian players. Soggy once again holding the payload, playing the objective game. Limit breaks out from both sides. Kappa's might break first, but the pulse bomb. We'll see Santana soon behind. Baby Demon's now fighting for everything. The Deadeye is out. Carmes is down. Carmes is good for it. And Lay, with the title blast on himself, keeps him out. Even catches the Tracer on the recall. Mexico are doing it in this map, Johnny. Aki finds one, but it won't be enough. The bot marches toward the line. Kappa nowhere to be seen. And Mexico will put one on the board here in Busan. The series is not done yet.
smiles on the faces of Mexico here as they win a map. Like you said, Australia investing a lot of support ultimates towards the tail end of that map on the opponent's side. And that just makes life so much easier for Mexico in that one. But it was a heroic effort throughout. There was not like a singular mistake from Australia. That was Mexico. Like, they were hanging on. They were fighting properly. They spent the later half of that map on the side of Australia, making progress. And so an impressive team fight effort there from Mexico earns them a map in this series. Keep going.
And that's big for Mexico. They haven't put one on the board yet in this event, and now they do. Now they show that it's still possible.
Still possible indeed. Karmas doing some good work on the hit scan here, and I mean, no elemental guy in the mix. Volado doing some great job outside that, unfortunately, falling off the map there.
I mean, he goes off the map, sure, but he puts a map win on the board for this team.
No, totally. 100%.
Right?
This Wu Yang looks as well. So impressive, yeah.
Yeah, Lei played well. In the end, I do feel Australia, they're going to really wish they had this penultimate team fight back.
Yeah.
They threw a ton of ults in, and props to Mexico. They played that fight so patiently. Even in overtime, I mean, facing elimination, you haven't won a map, everything stacked against you. And, you know, honestly, it's hard to even believe in a situation like this, but they have the patience to weather the storm in that fight. And then as they step back here on the other side of the map, they've earned their place. They've earned that team fight, and they earn the map win. Just a shred of a chance now. Just a little pinch of possibility for Mexico. And for Australia, you really want to end things here. You do not want to let things go to a map 5. That is where it would get truly scary. A spoiler for Mexico would be a complete shocker in this series. I mean, maybe one of the more shocking series we've seen in this tournament, and there have been quite a few of those.
Indeed. Indeed. Plenty of upsets to recap this past weekend here. That is the jetpack ban deployed by Mexico. There's going to be an uphill battle from here. But at least you have the confidence that, like, hey, we won one map.
Johnny,
you can win two.
A lot of British fans just sat up in their chairs. A lot of Brits leaning forward right now.
I mean, you don't have a choice.
A little bit closer to the screen. It's like you dare not really believe.
But it's impossible to discard. It's that tingling sensation of hope. What if?
If it's happened once, Johnny, why can't it happen again?
The
why
possibility.
Can't it happen again? From 0 to 1 changes everything. And for Mexico, Angel Volado, really a hero. Come in cold in a brutal map, a series that looks nigh over for you to deliver a really strong performance individually. But I think you're right, it was the team as a whole. It was also, got to give some credit where credit is due, a few individual plays from Santana.
Yeah.
Kuffa getting the mech broken quite often first. But Santana was doing extremely well in the Demon Mirror. And for me, I think that's probably the biggest individual contribution from a Mexican player in that map.
Yeah, it seemed like Kuffa was trying to replicate kind of that aggression we've seen. And when you have the benefit of a jetpack cat, you have a little bit more room to play with. But it was an interesting backline choice from Mexico as well, playing the Wu Yang. I feel like that changes the matchup in a few different ways, in that Soggy has maybe a bit more of a difficult time, like securing picks in the backline. And I feel like overall, Mexico did a good job of like dragging out these fights. Australia, they like to play with aggression, getting picks early in some of these fights. But as these fights stalled out, it was actually like the impact of the Wu Yang, Karmas finding picks required as well. And
Wu Yang is a serious poke hero. Like that hero does damage, and it almost forces you to get aggressive as Australia with the Juno. Like you got to use that speed ring, get a pick, or else Wu Yang is just chipping you down little by little. And honestly, it becomes down to comp selection with Cat off the field. I think I do take Mexico's comp there. So important for them to have every advantage they can get. Australia, though, let's not over dramatize this. They're so far from out of this. They've got 2 map picks, 2 sets of band control.
I love drama, Jake.
I mean, we love
drama.
We love drama. That's why we're here. But I just got to bring it back down to earth. Australia, surely they can close it out here. They have some powerful map picks to bring it to. They control the ban phase from here on out.
Yeah, and look, like bans are so powerful, so that that
The cat ban is the definitive ban of this meta. Like
could have
that
been the
is
recipe of this
most,
cat ban. Yeah.
like game-changing ban you can deploy, because cat is the most game-changing hero in the server right now.
Okay, but drama, Jake, drama.
Drama.
What, Australia is thinking the same thing, right? They're thinking the same thing. Oh, they just won because of the cat ban.
Yes, that's exactly what
So
they're
what if
thinking.
Mexico wins another one? And they're like, no,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
not
yeah.
the cat ban.
See,
We're
that-
actually competitive.
If Mexico wins another one, this conversation is going to be very different. We are going to have to talk very seriously about what's going on for Great Britain. We need to get a Great Britain player in on the cast. If Mexico win one more map, I'm calling an audible.
Gonna have a little side camera to just show the Great Britain squad as they're watching the game.
They're leaning forward.
Yep.
Neon Junction, the map selection for Australia. But more than that, ban control. What do they choose to deny here? What do they think is the critical threat? Or do they just defer? I mean, because for me, there's no ban that jumps out.
Yeah, not necessarily. Let's see, it's going to be the shield here.
I see this actually. I get this a lot. And this is a really intelligent ban. I didn't predict it. I wouldn't have found it myself, but Carmez has been really strong in the show. We talked about this. We've been focusing on the big highlights from the Genji, you know, the frontline battle. But Carmez is slowly and steadily producing picks on hit scan, and Xion has been a key part of that. Mexico banned Juno, but to be honest, I think that's kind of an expression of the fact that they're kind of bereft of meaningful bans. You could ban Tracer, but that hurts you just as much as it hurts Australia, maybe more. On Volato, that really is his signature.
So
they've used Demon, Cassidy.
I think we should address this question, given what we just saw in Colosseo. Do you think there's any possibility that Mexico keeps playing the Wu Yang here, or just have to open to the cat? Like, if you're playing on a payload map, like you gotta withdraw, you gotta back down so much, like give up so much room.
To be honest, I think
cat.
supports like Wu Yang, I think Cat will like run you over. The Cat will like come scratch you to death, like almost solo. And then you add a Soggy Tracer plus a Cat on top of your back. I mean, that's what I think what people underestimate about Jetpack Cat. How good this hero is at getting in on the dives. I mean, some of the players were joking about Cat being the best DPS right now. And while I don't necessarily agree with that,
it was literally Australia joking about
it's
it.
the combination. It's like there's no other support in the game that can be where Tracer is. And the enemy backline, maybe behind enemy lines. And on top of that, you can put the Demon in the same position. I mean, it completely changes the game. Like when you play this Cat Tracer comp,
arcade girl.
you don't really have a backline.
Obviously.
You're all divers. I mean, I guess your backline is like a Cassidy and a Kiriko, but Cassidy is such a huge threat, and with the Kiriko behind, it's not particularly vulnerable to aggression. So, from my perspective, I think the comps are fixed here. I think what Mexico have is going to be played in mirror. But we got to pause to start off this game. Make sure we got all of our issues sorted.
It's Cuff again. He's at his fair share of pauses. He's wanting to make sure that everything is perfect.
I mean,
with BlizzCon on the line.
In fairness, yeah, there's huge stakes on this match. Crucial, the field of play is level.
Oh, I see a thumbs up actually happening.
Okay,
so
maybe he's good.
Yeah, no device issues this time around. I was gonna say this about Mexico. At least you're in the mindset of like, we got one on the board. Like, we got something done. I've been in ranked games where you're like, nothing goes our way, nothing is happening, and then you win, like, you have a good half, and you're like, okay, like, this is working for us. This is working for us.
Yeah.
Whether it's like the very small micro stuff, not overextending, or like having the right kind of aggression, like just that belief that like you did it right in the previous map. Now you have to replicate that. A bit different circumstances with the Cat. But that's at least a little nice for your confidence to bring that with you going into this one.
Yeah, just to know that it can be done.
Right.
You can compete. You can achieve a victory. If you've done it once, why not again? But the Cat is going to be the question they have not answered yet. In this meta, Australia have run the table. The Cat ban was enough to turn the tides. But you don't have access to it here on Neon Junction. I think it's Angel Volato who really needs to step up because Soggy has been finding so many openers.
Yeah, let's see what angle Soggy kind of picks here.
Getting
Going
behind
for the left-hand
Santana.
side here, Yena. Recall forced early.
4-3. Not a great start for the Australian Tracer. Carmez.
The aggression is there, though.
Yeah, showing a lot of presence on this flank angle. It's a risky position. Santana starts to drop low, so does Lei. Australia getting a good purchase now in this first fight. ColorX marking the flanks as well. Aware of any threats coming in. Oh, the headshot onto Angel Volado. Down one, but we've seen a lot of comebacks from this position in this tournament, in the modern game. Kuffa wants to make sure that does not happen. An ill-fated TP for Faraskai sends him into deep trouble. Kuffa will dispatch him post-haste. The staggers continuing to come through, and Australia will pick up this first point. Seemingly back to a very comfortable composition for the Aussies.
And that's a display of skill in and of itself. The mid-fight rotations from Australia that time. ColorX finding the pick necessary after an initial skirmish there. Gets them on the board as they keep that payload moving forward. Early Kitsune rush here from Hamster as well. Mexico gotta be careful here not to be caught.
Santana shield broken, has to back off. Cart starting to move forward. Ultimate's coming in soon. Lei playing over the top of the train. Little education for the folks at home. I didn't know you could do that. ColorX though with the Sky Noon. Faraskai drops the rush and dies! Oh no, that's brutal! Sky Noon over the top, but he already goes down. ColorX draws first, finds blood, and it's only a baby demon to stall the payload. Oh, painful first death for the Kiri in that fight. Spells disaster for Mexico. They throw a lot into that engagement, but don't get much of anything out of it.
Indeed, ColorX playing the anti-air turret that time with the Deadeye. Finding a pick up the Carmes as well. And now it's going to be a battle of the demons here. Kuffa and Santana both with limit break available. Can you utilize that damage amplification? Maybe combine it with the pulse bomb itself to demech the opposing tank.
Oh, you gotta stop the cart. We're down to a one-fight scenario. Aki goes for the cat now. Gets super low. Hamster finds one onto Lei. And the limit break chops to pieces, but Santana finds two of their own. Still just a chance, but it's only the demon now. And with Soggy and Kuffa coming back in, Aki just flying circles around the mech. Australia in pole position to cap out second, but the staggered nature of those kills means a retake is still very much possible. A pulse bomb from Angel Volado called upon right now to make a difference. Oh wait, Kuffa is so low.
Whoa.
Gets a kill on the Soggy. The Australians maybe just getting a little bit over their skis in this one, and Mexico will be happy to take the cleanup.
Laying it in is the jetpack cap. And that buys enough time for Mexico to get back into this one.
Mauga.
Okay, I mean, deciding not to take the Demon duel, it's an interesting one. Mauga is an option here, but they need to prove to us that they can do this with the cardiac overdrive.
Very defensively minded maybe here. Who's gonna blink first? Right now, Australia content to just poke and prod. But for the defenders, kind of a status quo is good. ColorX drops super low. Oh, the melee is off sync. ColorX stays alive. Santana though with a big stomp onto two. Kuffa, the mech is broken. The front line starting to crumble. Mexico finding their nerve here in a critical moment. Carmez, big kills in the feed. And maybe some doubt now creeping into Australia. Couple fights, looking scary for them.
What a hero swap this is from Santana. You're playing the meta composition with the Demon. You're actually doing some great work with the limit break here as well. But instead opting for the Mauga here, just to change up the duel in and of itself a little bit. And now you're staring at 2 minutes 30 here for Australia. Many ultimates available for Mexico. A bit of a different matchup. Flips this match on its head. Volado can't get value.
Sky Noons are everything here. Mauga without a meaningful answer here. Sky Noon over the top. Carmez has big channel, but ColorX has it up first. Now Carmez isolated, surrounded. Santana, I should say, and it's all Australia picking up a huge team fight victory. The Deadeye just a little bit quicker, but it makes all the difference in the world. ColorX, veteran hands, holding steady. And that's a tough loss to take. Lei goes off of the cat, over to the Wu Yang. You mentioned this as a possibility. How will it pay off? This third point, very claustrophobic. Difficult for the flanks to come in, but maybe they're not needed. If ColorX can just open up a rush from Faraskai. Oh no, okay, the stomp comes in, but Mexico are bleeding out now. Santana goes for the cage fight. They're all in on this. Can they bring it one back? With a connection on the ColorX, it's maybe possible. A big cleanse from Hamster, and hold on. Oh, but that damage jam, it hurts on Mauga. It hurts so badly. And in the chaos of this deathmatch, Mexico has found their way through. It's incredibly expensive in ultimates, and Kuffa is still fighting. but not a total loss for Mexico.
Yeah, the trades actually benefit them in this one, but they threw so much in that one. Realistically, the next kind of ultimate cycle here is going to benefit Australia. Give them a great opportunity here. As Sogi swaps over to the Genji.
Inspiration from Elemental Guy. Pulse is good. Color X is down. Once again, the Australian attack stifled. Santana swings around, catches off cover from behind. Carmez will do some well-placed shots.
These are good picks.
Finishing the job.
It almost like allows them back into that ultimate cycle as well. As we look at Australia here, now they have the Deadeye, they have the Kitsune Rush, but they will eventually come up to that title blast themselves. You can probably stall out to get the Kitsune Rush yourself. So Mexico, minute 50 here, and they're very much in this defense still.
Here comes the rush from Hamster though. This is the big problem. The ultimate cycle turns against them. Deadeye hits, but not enough for a kill. Catnap finishes off Carmez. Without him, who will be the standard bearer for Mexico? Color X looking for the head of that enemy Tracer. Won't find it, but he'll get two better. A rare double kill with the flashbang. And Alvolado waiting in the wings on the outside for the retouch. Winnable, but only just.
It's a decent spawn wave for Mexico here. They have a couple of support ultimates, but this Deadeye, this limit break could be backbreaking.
Oh, they gotta respect this Vendetta. Hold up over the top. No meaningful damage though from the ultimate. Coupled with the limit break could make the difference. Santana has already found one, coupled with a lot to do. And with just a minute on the clock, you do not want to be resetting now. Mexico fighting tooth and nail, defending their spawn here. Ferris Guy finds critical finds. In that Soggy pulls the blade though, he's got one. Does he have more? Needs to finish this fight post-haste. The spawner's coming thick and fast now.
It's gonna be enough. Carvis is back on the Vendetta. It's just not enough for Australia. Soggy going for an amazing play there, but can't find the value required. So difficult in this meta. And we're down to 40 seconds here. Carmez drops real low as Santana swaps. You're back.
Slow swap. Can he get back up to the fight? It's getting weird. Mexico starting to get bowled over. The tank swap maybe ill-fated. Australia taking any opportunity as one that's good enough. Carmez tries to assist in the front line. Here's the shout from Maga, stabilizing as well. But Soggy into the back. Does it on the Genji with Cat behind. Surely now enough for Australia. Santana, though, still healthy. And a Tracer kill. A Pulse as well. And Alvolado pulls one out of his hat. And this Mexican defense is really starting to come together.
Holding strong, yeah, as we enter overtime here. Kappa, no mech. Kitsune Rush out from Hamster, but no one there to take the benefit. Keep closing in on it, but it's going to be all Mexico with the spawn advantage.
It's winnable. It is winnable for Mexico on Neon Junction. Australia, they've got 3 back-to-back series points, BlizzCon points in these maps. They failed on the first one. Now, not camping last on Neon Junction. I mean, all right. Still very winnable for Australia. We could still see a strong hold from them. Mexico cannot slow down. But some of these players, and Helvolado came alive on that Tracer. Santana committing to clutch in some crazy scenarios. But it actually works out for Mexico.
Very much achievable this for Mexico. It is we've seen this develop throughout the tournament as well. You know, it can be difficult to approach this map, but I mean, in OWCS, we have also seen this map finished a fair amount of times, so I don't necessarily want to provide a percentage here of like how likely it is for Mexico to get back into this one. The most important thing is you can secure your second map win here on this attack. Fate is in your hands. You just have to act on it, step up, keep making plays. They've looked better these last couple of maps, and the way they're playing now, it's worthy of at least consideration that it is possible to bring this one back.
And with every team fight that goes Mexico's way, they start to believe a little more. And for the Australians, the doubt knocks at the door. Little by little. This first fight, so much rests in the balance right now. Who can step up? Will it be Carmez? He's found many opportunities before. Oh, big shot. Ooh, can't quite finish his plate. An Alvolado, though. One onto the cap. Now, Australia, reeling. But Santana goes a little bit deep. Support is good, stabilizing Kappa. Knows that a retake is very reasonable. Cat should be back fast. A flank fight for Carmez. No major opportunities. They put him up on the high ground, though. This could get wild. ColorX has to market the point. Starting to pick out big shots from the Mexican Cassidy. So many heads connected. Slips away, definitely stays on this high ground. The point gap still marching forward. Australia has to do something about this position. Things are starting to constrict around them. Soggy forced out, he's down. ColorX now seizes the opportunity on the high ground, but when can he produce a kill? Lay is too sharp with the movement. I gotta hit these. Oh, and this is starting to look good for Mexico. Things are coming together. Carmet seizes the high ground, a rush is out from Hamster, but doesn't seem to be enough. A big Deadeye over the top will break the suit from Kappa. And with it, this first point defense.
They just can't find it into these fights. Australia sitting back for so long. Kitsune is dropped by Hamster. It's just a tiny bit too late as ColorX goes down in that one. And now, going into this second point, there's going to be Mexico. Kitsune Rush limit break in hand. Plenty of opportunities to keep this payload going. Lalo gets the recall force here. Forced to withdraw for a little bit, but no, not to worry. As this second point is still in its infancy. Australia sets up here. No ultimates in hand here. Gonna need to get this Deadeye up and running. Secure some value if you can. Almost want to force out a couple of ultimates here. And it's going to be the Kitsune Rush from the Thorough Sky.
See if this Deadeye finds something, a good connection. With the Kiris off the field, Australia could still fight this one out. Mexico keeping a lot of progress on the cart. It's turning into a bloodbath. A pulse bomb on the Santana. Marked by the limit break. The mech just barely alive. Both suits off the field. A duel in the corner with the baby demons. But with Sargi's assistance, Kappa will reign the victor. The cart continues to march, but there's so few players left for Mexico. They may just have to retreat from this one. Hold on, Aki goes deep, tries to clean up kills, but instead throws his life away. A power play for Mexico. But will Lei do the same? He's in so deep, he's alone, this cat! Oh, a big mistake from Lei. Over his skis, and ColorX will cling on to the second point defense. Spawners back in, Kappa in off the suit.
It's almost like Mexico knows they need to find a little something here. Stuck in this alleyway for now, looking for picks. But they got no room right now. Need to reposition themselves. Their best chance really is Karma's building towards this Deadeye.
So close. Way ahead of ColorX. In that department, the Sky Noon could be huge in this open air second point. Kappa's limit break though. You've got to respect this. Here comes Sky Noon. Carmaz in over the top. Big channel from him, but he can't quite get the connection. ColorX rolls away. The limit break chops him in half. Santana now low as well. Cart marching forward, but Kappa, his eyes are on the kills. Wants to clean up this fight. And a T-suit on the Santana is going to turn into a nasty stagger.
It's going to take so much time off the clock here.
Should he wait for the train? Nah, instead just forces Soggy's hand running back. And Australia now find themselves in real control of the ultimate economy.
Yeah, they got a firm grip here now on this one. It's really a mistake. They kind of need to come through here. If Mexico are allowed to get back into this one. 2 minutes 30, and I mean, you want to advance to that third point with as much time as you can, obviously, just to give yourself an opportunity to round those very difficult corners on the third one. So how does Australia play this one? Plenty of ultimates in hand. You want to play liberally or cautiously? Soge gets picked. 5 versus 4 situation. Kitsune Rush up from Hamster.
Karmaz the hero in that fight. Can Australia bring this one back? Pulse bomb into the back with the catnap. He's caught. He can't get away from his own bomb. Angel Volado goes down. ColorX on the off angle. The Deadeye zones away. All the assistants. Santana is in all on their own. And ColorX bleeds out to the silver bullet. Australia looking for the regroup. Santana wants to deny it. Steps up with the limit break. Will they go for it? Holding for now. Playing this frontline pressure game as Lei finds Aki. Mexico starts to find momentum here in this critical second point, but Hamster! A huge kunai headshot, and a second as well, the carry! Disgusting performance from Hamster. But Australia, they might need more. Lei finds a few, and Kappa's out of the suit. Mexico on the verge of capping this second point. They need to finish it here and now before the spawners get back, but Santana is just cutting through players left, right, and center. And a redeeming fight for the Mexico Jetpack Cat. Lei, huge finds in that engagement.
They're gonna keep marching forward on this offense still. Took a lot. Find themselves in a good position here. This is where Kappa maybe can start to thrive though. Limit break coming up. It's a very brawl-centric point. Not a lot of wide areas to operate with. Favors the skill set of Demon here.
Carmez with the Deadeye. And Lei will open it up onto Aki once again. Cracks begin to show for Australia. They pull back. They don't want to throw this one away in a 4v5. This will be their last best chance. But the time bank far from healthy for Mexico. Big Deadeye swung into the back. Big connection. Oh, but a TP away is perfect from Hamster. Into the back line though, and Helvalato comes in for the assist. Oh, but Carmez is so deep, he has no way out. Cuffle will clean house. Slow and steady wins the race. For Mexico, this kind of a chaotic fight will not be good enough to finish the map.
Not good enough against the LS. Australia holds on to this one. They got ultimates as well. Want to hold on to them if they can. So Australia, Mexico here rather. Minute 30 now. Plenty of ultimates on the board here to try and close this one out. But you have to secure that value. You can't get greedy with it. Bit of a flank here from Carmes. Looking for any kind of openings if possible. Volato as well. Dueling with the Tracer on the high ground. But
it's a big old fight.
Daki.
Mexico, it has to be clean. It's so hard to do in this spot. Santana getting body block. Soggy pulse bomb, no connection, but Santana so low in the front line. Big shots on the Carmes. Mexico routed, retreating, trying to stay alive. Australia, they'd love to finish the fight, but they can't find the kills. Now, Rush is deployed from both sides. Big connection with the limit break. The stun is in as well. Killer X off the fight. Still 4 players remaining. Australia, they need a kill into this one. Hamster so low. It's all Mexico. They're coming up with the goods into this one, Johnny.
They're going to tie this one up.
Nappy.
Surely it's just a matter of time now. Australia trying to get back into this one. Colorex with a Deadeye, but they don't really have room to operate. Kuffa with the last-ditch effort trying to touch the point. Carmes finds another one.
A pulse bomb can end it all. Colorex with the Deadeye over the top. An impossible ASCII gets one onto Ferris Guy. The respawners coming in, but they're so low on Helvalato. Santana, they will not be denied. And they will cap on Neon Junction. They will send us to a decisive Game 5 in a shocker of a series. The anxiety, more than just a glimmer, more than just a whisper in your ear. Australia now, doubt has to creep in.
I mean, you want to end this tournament with a win so bad. After some of these heroic efforts overcoming Great Britain, really, to be reverse swept like this, I mean, that would be absolutely devastating. This Mexico team is just, they just keep fighting in this one.
We are on the cusp, Johnny, of a legendary spoiler performance from Mexico. One for the ages.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one unfolds still. We've seen so many upsets this tournament, so many reverse sweeps, and now we're going to map 5 yet again.
It is anybody's game on the server.
What a group. We had penciled this one in. We had penciled this one in.
In a day of 3 Overwatch?
I mean.
Surely not this game. To deliver the shocker to finish the event.
We were 15-0. We were 15-0 going into this one. And we're thinking of Mexico, you know, unfortunately, they haven't had a great time so far. It's been tough. But here they are now, forcing a map 5. Just for the sweet taste of victory on stage. It's one of the great joys being a player here at the Overwatch World Cup. Come out victorious, representing your country. Even though you might not have a great opportunity to qualify for BlizzCon, of course, now, after taking those 2 early losses. Just ending this tournament on a win. The opportunity here to travel to Busan, compete alongside so many other teams here at the Overwatch World Cup. It's truly a special thing here in Overwatch Esports. And Mexico now, I mean, what a comeback this is. I told you the Jetpack Cat ban was one thing on Colosseo, but winning a second one here on Neon Junction with all heroes available for Australia, that's now we're getting a little shaky here.
We got to do the calculations. The scenarios are getting absolutely crazy in this group. But with 2 map wins for Australia, it may just have been enough. I'm hearing now from Comp Ops that Mexico are showing incredible heart in this series. But for Australia, they may have already clinched it, Johnny.
And the map differential obviously comes to play in this one. And I mean, it was a 3-1 victory from Australia against Great Britain. That matters. That matters quite a bit here as well. But
Wow.
just a win here. I mean, just a win from Mexico.
I mean,
like, what an achievement that
that
is.
they could come alive in this moment for Mexico, right? That they could resurge here. And like for Mexico, for me, this is their story.
Yeah.
You know, that they could come alive at the end of a tournament that has been bruising for them. They made it here, they qualified, but just seemed to be coming up all against them throughout the event. And here with their backs against the wall, they feel forced maybe to come in, play the meta mirror, and just show what they've got pound for pound. Turns out maybe more than even they expected.
Yeah, I mean, what an unreal comeback. I mean, the restlessness creeping in now for Australia. The impatience of like, come on guys, like how is the series not over yet?
Yeah.
It's really similar to, you know, the vibe we got when South Korea were reverse swept by France the other day. Because it gets to a point where you're like, come on guys, like we were favored, we're up 2-0. We should have closed this one out. Why is this game not over? I'm hungry, I want to go to dinner. Why are we still in the server? And suddenly you're forced to play map 5
This would not
against
be the
your
way
wishes.
you want to qual. Like if you squeak in,
Yeah.
you really want to win this series as Australia, just to lay your mark, that you can have the follow-through, the consistency. Honestly, I think there's a lot of, this is an ill portent for BlizzCon if you can't close it out here, right? Like you're going to be under more high-pressure scenarios in Anaheim, in the round, in a historic venue for Overwatch than you are in this series. Australia, take us to Atlas. It's been a good spot for them in the past in this tournament.
Yeah.
But the momentum has completely shifted in this series.
Yeah, they have the comfort of beating out Great Britain here on Atlas. They can take that with them into this final map here at Overwatch World Cup Busan group stage that leads into BlizzCon in just a few weeks' time, where we'll take on the Overwatch World Cup playoffs. Australia versus Mexico in a final map here in the final match in Busan.
Man, these Mexican players have shown up in such a major way. And for a team that kind of came into this event thinking, gotta play the Genji, we gotta get wild with it, that's our only hope. And Helvolado and Carmez have shown that they can go blow for blow.
Yeah, Volado done a great job on the Tracer duel.
Mauga is going to be the ban for Australia. I wonder if they ever think about the hazard here. Is that completely crazy?
Yeah, I mean, Kofferberg out on the very first map, obviously his
With
signature
Demon
hero up until Demon, really.
It would be maybe striking, and it's Mexico's turn to throw a Mercy ban in.
I mean, that
They
oozes
say,
of confidence. We're happy to take this matchup.
We, you know, you did it on Neon Junction. It was one thing to do it with the Cat Band. That completely shook up the meta. Hard-fought victory on Coliseo. But then finding their way through on Neon Junction, a map full of twists and turns and challenging engagements. Individual prowess saves the day. I gotta say, a phenomenal Cat performance from Lei. Tons of frags picked up by the Jetpack Cat in those chaotic engagements, and that's key. In this meta, you will find yourself thrust into that chaos. And if you can find the way through, find the way to produce, survive, be that last man standing, well, you're rewarded with victory. Just one more map for Mexico to notch a victory against a team that is a country that has often fielded successful teams in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah. A very respectable roster indeed. As we're taking a moment to meditate. Get into the right mindset here in Mexico. Want to go into this one the best way possible. It's been such a fun meta to watch as it unraveled with Zeta Division, obviously winning a mid-season championship on the back of Violet's Jetpack Cat. You know, for so many years we were relying on the macro gameplay of Lucio Kiri, push and pull, and now we get an opportunity to see main support step up with the mechanics. Just the unstopped aggression coming in from either team with so much mechanics on either side. The tracers, the hit scans, Demon, so much going on in this Overwatch meta. And it allows for some big names to step up.
Big names indeed. And new ones. Ones we may have not come into this event respecting and expecting that they would deliver big showings. But it's incredible how this event always lives up to that hype. Always showing players who may have not had the chance to compete on LAN, to play against some of the best in the world, that they can do it, they can upset some of the GOATs. We have had no shortage of upsets. One more to close out the event, it would almost be poetry. But Mexico, they cannot rest on their laurels just yet. Australia may have qualified with map wins, but they want to win this series. They want to close things out in style here. And the Heartbreaker would be just the way to do it. Kuffa. Oh, dives past the front line, pulls attention to himself, but some more respect given in the posturing from this demon. Carmez, though, swings in wide. D-suit on Santana, but the front line's so incredibly low for Australia. Carmez is just taking heads.
My boot, clean up duty here for Carmez. Finishing the work that his team started. Pocket as well by Lei. As it's going to be Mexico taking this first fight. Kuffa there, just wanting to take matters into his own hands, wanting to go aggressive, find the picks required, but loses so much health in the progress that as this fight kind of devolves, becomes cleanup duty for Carmez on the Cassidy once more, and it's going to be Mexico getting on the board here.
What can the Tracer find? Soggy has been a difference maker throughout this event. Now finds Carmez on the flank. Flashbang dodge, looking for more. ColorX punishes Lei for daring to challenge this cast, and Carmez off on an angle all on his lonesome. Kuffa is happy to step up and gobble down that Cassidy. Santana now finds one, but will need more to keep this fighting contest. Maybe a stagger onto point. All they can find. Here he comes in to buy just a few seconds more, but that's all they'll be. 56% for Mexico.
ColorX finds the crucial opening that time, and the trades just aren't there from Santana, giving Australia the edge. So we're building up to this first ultimate cycle. Soggy, post-bomb in hand. Difficult to get value out of this one against the Susu from First Guy. We'll have to see though. Australia constantly aggressive, playing these corners, trying to find an opening, poking and prodding, but Kuffa losing a lot of shield earlier. Shield broken, now gonna be forced to withdraw. This opens the door for Carmez.
Here he comes, down over the top, big channel. Holds his nerve, waits out the cleanse. Experience from Carmez in a critical moment. He'll find another kill as well. Big performance from Mexico. They'll dominate this fight. Major investment of ultimates to get it done, but if you put a flashpoint up on the board, all is forgiven. Still, another key fight before that mission is accomplished.
Yeah, they got the ultimate out though from Hamster. That's the Kitsune Rush, which again, ColorX has the Deadeye in hand, but at least on this opening stage here, maybe you can find an opportunity to play around it, find a way to let Lei do work. Could crash the party with a beautifully timed kidnap. You need a little something if you're Mexico though, and they're hunting for a play here. They're hunting for an opening.
Carmez is tricky with this one, but the Deadeye may catch him out. Kuffa's in over the top, shots rain down. Cleanse is good from Ferris Guy, but the damage is so strong in that front line. Santana popping out of the suit. A well-placed headshot from ColorX, cleaned up by Kuffa, and he'll just light up the feed now. Really looking snappy on the Cassidy. They get the flip, delaying even a little bit onto Carmez. Oh, and that might be enough now, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's a staggered reset for Mexico. This flashpoint is looking grim.
Yeah, it's a poor spawn wave. I mean, maybe you can get back there, but what's the point? 3 versus 5, you're not going to win this one. So Mexico going to let this one go. It's Australia claiming the very first point here on Atlas instead.
A race now. Who can get towards that objective first? Assert themselves in position. Looks like it'll be Mexico. Australia have to work their way in from this coastline.
Just looking for a position here. The Cats pocketing the Tracers as well. Want to maintain this high ground. ColorX could provide a bullet here to aid in that duel.
Just one shot from Cassidy could make all the difference in the world. Cat gets low. Soggy though boxed out, forced to recall. Now it's Aki's turn. Under scrutiny as the Cat. With recalls out, it's anybody's game on the flank fight. Now here in the tank trade though, things going just a little bit better for Kuffa. Still no one really blinking first. Deadeye. Oh, Aki, great moves. Dashes away to the low ground. There's no one to be found. Maybe a flip for Mexico would be a worthy prize. But here comes Kuffa with the limit break. Big damage is in. Ferris Guy is out. Kuffa finds a second. And Mexico now in real trouble. They pick up the flip, but it doesn't mean much. Only going to have 20% on this first cap.
It's an awkward moment for Mexico because the sweet treat of the point capture to rack up the percentage is too good. But Kaffa capitalizes on it with a well-timed limit break immediately afterwards. And the damage amplification is just too much as Australia gets the opening picks there, which will earn them even more percentage now. Now, playing with the benefit here of positioning to the point. Colorex has a Deadeye in hand. Gotta be careful here for Mexico.
What's up?
Certainly a scary one. You don't have great tools to crack this. The rush could be very valuable. We've seen how the Sky Noon can be a problem. Rush comes out. Here comes immediate response. Picked up just in time to evade that pulse bomb from an Alvalato. Limit break is out and on to Kaffa. Trying to kill the Kiri though.
Where are the frags?
Mistake. She slips out of the fight. The delay is in. Kaffa is broken though. And that suit kill may be enough, but hold on. Cormez dies for his trouble. It needs to be the catnap to get him off the map. Mexico has to clean up this fight. It does look good for them.
And they're going to indeed, but that is so many ultimates invested into that one. Kitsune Rush. Catnap limit break. A essentially threw everything at the wall there. And they gotta win a couple of team fights in a row, yet still here to get away with this point. Australia with a couple of opportunities here. No immediate great ultimate here for Australia to work with. They're gonna have to poke and prod. Maybe take their time a little bit. Could open the door for Mexico.
Really forward posture here.
Wow, what an aggressive
dive
push.
on the Colorex. This is far from the objective, and they still find their man. What a dive from Mexico.
Yeah, impressive.
And Alvalato deep in enemy territory. Pulling respect, pulling attention without the Cassidy. So hard to challenge in Mexico. With an aggressive forward play, have bought themselves a final fight on this second flashpoint.
Yeah, you need to win a couple in a row, but that's one, so job well done for Mexico, but still Australia in this one with a real good opportunity to seize this point. Limit break coming up, Kitsune Rush as well. This should be Australia's point to win.
The rush, so hard to fight in an overtime scenario. It comes out first, forcing the point. The Colorex gets a one kill. Kaffa finds a second, and Australia bringing it back together when things were at their darkest. A fight here wins them a second flashpoint, and they will have it, Johnny. Mexico showed so much heart to bring us to map 5, but a heartbreak seems to be all that's on the cards for them now.
The gameplay has been so smooth from Australia this time around. Really haven't made any crucial errors whatsoever. Playing it patiently, playing with the ultimates, winning the fights they need to win, and they do so once more. Good chunk of ultimates for either side here. Opportunities to make individual plays.
My ultimate is ready.
Color Hex. Deadeye on both sides. The duel could be critical. A very open point. Lacking some of those rooms that we know are so important. Oh, Carmez will shut down Aki. And immediately moving forward with Sky to hold Color X. I think he's got first channel. It's close. Oh! Color X holds his nerve. And he'll have the kill as well. Kaffa is popped though. Santana, Lay. Finding the clutch into this one with Sky's Rush. And with an Alvalato also finding something in the feed. The supports for Australia have to just retreat out of this one. But again, it's a fight win, but at what cost?
Yeah, it's
4
expensive.
ultis?
It's very expensive here, Jake. At some point, all you care about are team fight wins and points, but combining them, racking them all up together, it's a challenge. Now, how do you find an opening into this one? Volado with a pulse bomb? I mean, that is hopeful.
He has to find it. Oh, and it goes just wide. Color X opens up onto Carmez. The hero in so many of these key moments. He'll find a second. Color X, can he finish the job in this fight? Surely. A third in the feed, now a fourth. And Mexico throwing so many ultimates into that last fight, they cannot even find the finish on the Cassidy.
And I mean, on the contrary, for this fight here, Jake, Australia, they don't really invest anything whatsoever. They find the opening picks without any real effort whatsoever. So even though Mexico, they have 49% here, opportunity maybe at some point here to capture the point, Australia are actually in a really comfortable position in this one to close out the map and the series.
Mexico, no ultimates and nothing even close. Things look so dark for them now. Kaffa steps up, boxing in that front line. Respect shown, forcing Mexico to step up and change something. But what can they do? Oh, big shots though, Carmez! He's the one to find something. Clutch gonna be attempted though. Oh, and a beautiful TP away, but Carmez not out of the fire just yet. Hammer and anvil, Soggy and Cuppa, but the flip comes in the chaos. And Elvalado with 2. Mexico are right back into this flashpoint.
That's the limit break. That's the Kitsune rush deployed here for Australia. And they're still trading a little bit here, Cuppa, in this front line, but this should be clean up for Mexico now. Ultimate in hand. This is the stagger onto Cuppa here as well. This is going to
flashpoint.
A little bit of additional time here.
Surely it's the flashpoint. Cuppa though, hold on. Still alive in that baby form. The catnap. Thrown in, but it goes wide. Deadeye's too high up in the air. The channel is good. Oh, Carmez is so scary. Oh, but he still gets a kill while swinging the pillar. Mexico fills up the feed, and Australia crumble here. 1 on the board. The reverse sweep needed on flashpoint to complete the reverse sweep of the series. Still 2 points to go.
And they got the crowd on their side at this one. Excited for the potential of a reverse sweep here. Australia just can't close it out, even though they have plenty of ultimates in that one. It's a fight they really wanted to get back in this one. Mexico, they're going to look forward now. Point on the board here on Atlas. Deadeye in hand. Opportunity to make things difficult for Australia.
Pulse bombs in play. Anything's possible, and Elvalado finds the Cassidy. A critical opener, but hold on, Cuppa brings it back. 1 more connection. Oh, the cat comes right into it. Soggy finds another, and Elvalado brings it back. Cuppa's still fighting, but the flip being forced by Australia. They're playing the objective game. And with Santana falling out of the suit, a stagger on the baby diva. Just when things were looking hopeful, Mexico stands to lose everything.
Oh, this is so much time. This is so much time here for Santana. Now the rest of Mexico, they have to back away here. I mean, Soggy, what an individual player to step up on the Tracer. It's been an amazing tournament for him. And yet again, wins a team fight for his team there. Australia now hunting opportunities. Oh, Virtus guy goes down here as well.
Cuppa boxes away the allies, so Virtus guy is out of TP range. Soggy gets the kill. Someone forces point though, and Elvalado keeps Australia honest. Crucial objective play from him and stays alive behind.
Realistically here, Jake, I mean, you're a team fight win away here for Australia, essentially.
Sky Noon. Teams have been so good at adapting to it and slipping inside. Colorex caught in the open though. Can't quite, he gets around the corner, but the Deadeye does swing wide, but all in the room. Vulnerable, Cuppa turns with the limit break, tries to bring the fight back. 2 kills in the feed, Aki with the catnap. Seemingly no joy on that. Both demons incredibly low. Tracer's dueling. Could be hugely consequential now. But Australia still with point control. Late tries to bring it back with the catnap of their own. Santana's the one out of suit first. And Cuppa now ready to run rampant on this server. Has picked up his opposition number. A pulse bomb from Soggy, maybe not needed. Ferris guy in desperation now throws the rush on the point. Carmez, a hero called upon for Mexico to keep them alive.
Australia are back here. Santana's also into the Doomfist, but this is Australia's fight to win.
On Elvalado with the pulse needed now with the Australian rush. Surely this will break the back of Mexico, and Elvalado is low. He's entered. The pulse is good though, but not good enough. Soggy fills up the feed. The Saber cuts apart Santana, and the Australians hold firm. An incredible effort from Mexico to close out this event.
Wow.
This is why we run the Overwatch World Cup. A beautiful game. And from a team with nothing to play for but heart, but a real love of the game. They take Australia to the absolute brink, commanding respect in this series, and the crowd showing their appreciation for that.
And Australia as well, putting some respect on Mexico. When that map ended and the series was over, the Australian players, they're like, oh my goodness, wow. Thank God this one went our way, because they did not expect to find themselves here in a 5th and final map. Now, come out on top, they do. Some great individual plays all around. Soggy stepped up on the Tracer big time, and Cuppa doing his signature work here now on the Demon as well. And what a fun series to wrap things up here with.
Really impressive individual pop-up performances from Mexico to bring this series back from the brink and keep it in contention until the final moments. But gotta respect Australia. Soggy, huge breakout performance for him. Gonna be a player that a lot more teams might have their eye on after this event. Doing it on land, meaningful for his future career. For Color Hex, a veteran of the game, standing firm under huge pressure for Cuppa as well. And Aki and Hamster matching that level of play from the front line. Just a beautiful series here. An unexpected gigabanger, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for Australia to shine, really, because obviously not participating in OWCS, NA or EMEA, or the popular regions that get broadcasted. They have, of course, Pacific, Team Secret, obviously performing at the mid-season championship, but these opportunities to showcase yourself on an international stage, they come rarely. But Australia doing a fantastic job here. Colorex with some amazing shots throughout this tournament. And like you say, the backline for Australia doing some great work. So great to see them popping off. And we'll see them again at BlizzCon.
Yeah, we definitely will be seeing Australia at BlizzCon, but I don't think any of us were expecting this to turn into the 5-map giga banger that it turned out to be.
Amazing.
Mexico showing up today and putting themselves definitely on the map here in the Overwatch World Cup group stage. I feel like a lot of the memes around Mexico has been like how they continue to sub players in and out for what is going to work on whichever map that we're seeing. And the adjustments, they definitely looked good. Elemental guy on the Genji in the first 2 maps wasn't necessarily panning out exactly how they wanted it to. Still saw a little bit of value though coming out from that pick when you're considering like on our first map, honestly, they should have won that first point there on the side of Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, some crazy pop-offs from the Genji, and for a team like Mexico that maybe came into this event a little bit desperate, a little bit, like knowing that maybe we need to get a little bit crazy to cheese one over the line. But honestly, I wonder, like after a match like this, it doesn't kind of make you wish for something else, because they showed that, I mean, they went pound for pound in this series.
Yeah.
If you had those first 2 maps back, if we had seen maybe a more straightforward mirror match, like Mexico have proven with those map wins that maybe they could have found even more. Maybe they should have had more belief.
I think that they've got to be breathing a sigh of relief with this win here as well, especially knowing just how wild some of those Welcome back, guys. Sorry for the little tech issue there, but we are back on the desk to close things out. Guys, we were just talking about how impressive Australia was, breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, definitely, after that matchup. I think it got a little touch and go there, the fact that we go all the way to that 5th map, but impressive stuff that we were seeing out from Soggy and Colorex.
Yeah, I mean, huge performances from some exciting players on Team Australia. Great opportunity, and to make it to the top 8, to go to BlizzCon, a really meaningful accomplishment for them. And for Mexico, also proof that, maybe next go around, they can go pound for pound. Maybe they don't need to be looking for a cheese, looking for a way in. Like, they showed as individuals, they can step up and play on this international stage against some of the most experienced greats in the game. But in the end, Australia, they bring it back together.
They absolutely do bring it back together. Taking a look at these standings here, Johnny, we've locked in Group E, their final group here in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they coasted through here. The dominance we saw from them earlier today, as well as they took down Great Britain, it was just massively impressive, and I can't wait to see what the reigning champions got for us at BlizzCon.
Yeah, absolutely, but we still get a chance to talk with Team Australia before we close out the show. Guys, we have Soggy on the desk with us. Congratulations on your win, your qualification all the way to BlizzCon and Anaheim. How are you feeling after that match? I gotta know, because you guys are up 2 maps, and then Mexico, they really had a fight back. What was the energy like in the comms there?
I mean, okay, the game just ended, so we're really tired. But
I can imagine.
I don't know. They just randomly put out like a Wuyen comp, which we weren't really like used to, especially when we don't have like an off-tank player to counter it. But yeah, let's just blame it on like the setup, because we weren't really like listening much to each other in the. We were all talking to each other in mid-game. We weren't really listening, so let's just blame the setup, and we played good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's a huge event for you guys. I mean, I think that win over Great Britain was really a head-turner for a lot of fans who probably would have pegged them as the favorite in that series. But you guys are the ones who are going to be going to BlizzCon. For you, would that be your first opportunity to play at BlizzCon in front of the fans in the round?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, talk to me about, like, what does that mean to you? Were you watching some of the old Overwatch World Cups at BlizzCon? You know, what's your relationship with this event now as a player coming to BlizzCon?
Well, I mean, I'm from Singapore, so I'm playing for Australia as a breakthrough player.
Yeah.
And obviously Singapore is not really like a good enough country, and I wasn't old enough before.
Sure.
So this is my first time going to BlizzCon, and I've always like watched the games online, and I've always been like interested and passionate about the game. So this is definitely like really interesting for me, like exciting that we get to play on the big stage.
Talk to me about playing for the World Cup in general. I mean, getting the opportunity to come here to Busan in the first place. I mean, it must have felt great to you to just be here, like, and probably like hanging out with some of the other players from other teams as well. It's, you know, an opportunity that doesn't come around that often for all of us. So what's it like being here in Busan and getting to play on stage?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like really accommodating as well. But mostly like coming to Busan with Australia has been like the most fun thing about this whole trip. Because I already have friends here like Hunter, Smash, the other Smash, we have 2 Smashes. But yeah, we're all really friendly. We're kind of close as well.
Sure.
So it's been really fun. And we've been taking the game serious as well with like lots of scrims. And our results show, you know, that we've been working out.
Yeah.
And especially against Britain, that was like a good upset for us.
Yeah.
I mean, for them, not us.
No, it was an insane upset from you guys, Soggy. I also want to know now, looking ahead to BlizzCon, of course, we're not really going to get to find out how the playoff bracket is going to look, but who do you want to play up against? Give me something here.
I just want to verse like the worst team.
Who is that?
So we can make. I'm not saying any names, but yeah.
I respect the honest answer there. I respect the honest answer. Yeah, coming to BlizzCon, there's definitely some extremely heavy hitters, but you know, wins there, anything's possible. I think that's what's been made clear by this World Cup, right? There's been a ton of upsets, a ton of teams that countries, especially with breakthrough players such as yourself, right? I feel like that's been an incredibly positive thing for this event, that a lot of teams and countries have been able to kind of come together in a more solid way with the assistance of folks like yourself.
Yep.
I mean, for you, I guess, you know, to go to BlizzCon, what are the expectations? I mean, this is already a huge performance for you and for Australia, but is that enough, or are you really gunning for those top slots? Is that something that the team really believes is possible?
Yeah, we're doing really good right now, even in our scrims as well. And I'm pretty sure people are saying that UK had good scrims, so I assume we're pretty much up. We're kind of up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Friends and properties.
Yeah, we're obviously playing to win. We're not just going to like BlizzCon just for fun. I mean, that is like the main part, but we are trying to win. And yeah, we've been doing good, and I think we can do better as well. So hopefully we can get top 4.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? It's the World Cup. We've been seeing so many teams this weekend that are like France just like upset South Korea,
exactly.
and like it feels like there's upsets everywhere. So like a belief that you can always end up on top. You know, you gotta bring that to BlizzCon. But I gotta ask you, like, we wrapped up things here now. We're closing down the stage. We're gonna pick apart all the equipment and all that. How are we celebrating tonight?
Well, obviously we're gonna go drinking. Hopefully Anta pays for another dinner because we made it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here first. Bill is on Unter.
He had a heavy bill like last night. It was actually really bad.
Oh, so he's gonna run it back now, second night in a row.
I hope so.
Okay, well, best of luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Soggy, for doing this interview with us, and congratulations once again on your win. I also gotta say, guys, you guys can't fully see the outfit right now, but Soggy's ripped out. I gotta give him credit for the fit right now. But again, congratulations, and cannot wait to see you in Anaheim.
Yeah, yes, you.
We do have the standings, though, to go over for the last day here of the group stage as we're closing things out. Everything has all wrapped up, and we've had some insane upsets so far this event, and honestly, just give me the breakdown, guys.
Where do you want to start?
Let's go left to right. So,
thank you, Jake.
First off, China not making it to BlizzCon is devastating.
Heartbreaking.
Like, this is a country where the fans show up in Los Angeles. They come across the world to cheer their team on. There will not be a Chinese team at BlizzCon. That is a stunner. Sweden, huge performance from the Swedes to be in that second seed.
Sweden making it to BlizzCon. Let's go, dude.
Let's go.
Let's go, dude. Yeah, I mean, but look, as a neutral observer as well, like it is a bit shame because like China were in the previous grand final.
Yeah.
Like they were on the cusp of actually winning the Overwatch World Cup. And obviously
they've been close a
this
number of
time around,
times.
yeah, and obviously this time around, Liv and Shai and the gang, essentially from Weibo Gaming, opting not to participate here, and the other Chinese members, they couldn't really make it happen this time around. It just wasn't good enough against the likes of Sweden, and it's going to be Sweden and USA advancing to BlizzCon rather. Group B here, which we just unfolded as well. I mean, Saudi Arabia, as we talked about, the reigning champs, looked really clean in Australia with that big upset against Great Britain.
I mean, KSA looking like they're going to repeat. I mean, that is, it doesn't get more dominant than what they showed here in Busan.
Only team that is 9-0.
Zero crack in the armor, right? They absolutely destroyed all comers. Did not have competitive series. Australia, Great Britain, like, did well against one another. There was interesting matches there, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were in a tier of their own in Group B.
That they definitely were, but talking about our last two groups there within Group C and Group D. Group C, that was kind of, that was this group that ended up surprising us with how close I think those games ended up being, with Germany and Spain finding that qualification, but Canada, they were fighting also so hard on the big stage.
Wow.
I mean, Spain especially, highs and lows, because when they come in and when they lose to Germany, it's looking like, is it lights out for them? And then they just come in and cut a bloody swath through Canada, and that was a Canada that had come in looking pretty good. So props to Spain for like recovering after a tough series, riding the ship. It'll be those two European squads coming to represent at BlizzCon. Maybe the strongest Spanish roster ever in the World Cup. It's not typically a country that has really fielded top teams.
It's so much fun to watch Spain play. Like, you know that whatever matchup they're going to end up in at BlizzCon, like, they're just going to full send it.
Exodial's a beast.
Yeah, Exodial is a beast. Santi did a fantastic job in the tank role as well. So really impressed with them. Germany, a powerhouse, back at BlizzCon as well. Group C settled. Canada, major disappointment, have to say, after that initial win.
Hey, why'd you look at me when you said that?
Because you're the host. There's no reason, right?
There's no reason.
There's no reason I'm looking at you.
There's no reason.
Yeah.
Look, if we got to talk about shockers, though, France reverse sweep over Korea. Absolutely ridiculous. And, I mean, it throws the whole bracket into chaos because now Korea are a second seed at BlizzCon. Things are going to get wild and wacky in the bracket. I don't know. It's going to get absolutely crazy. But in a way, maybe a good thing for Korea, right? To, like, you know, wake up. This event is so competitive now.
Wake up card.
You cannot come in, no matter how strong the country has been historically. You cannot come into this event and take it for granted.
Yeah. There's respect the demon and then found out. What's the Crocs?
Yeah. Crocs, message sent, message received. And that's a big win for France. Honestly, it couldn't be a more deserving country, right? And some more deserving players.
Yeah.
There's been a real generational shift in France. There's like a new generation of players, and for them to carry the flag, to get a win over Korea, to come in as a top seed to BlizzCon, maybe they make a deep run. That's not a country that I think we were really thinking about in top medal contention, but if you can beat Korea, why not the rest of the world?
Yeah, why not?
Hey, the meta's looking real clean for them, that is for sure. But we have our 8 teams now locked in for BlizzCon in Anaheim. That means that the group stage for OWWC 2026 has all wrapped up. Guys, thank you so much for joining us this week. A big thank you to my coworkers, of course, on the desk with me, everybody else who has already wrapped up their shifts for the day, and everyone who has organized this event as well, and production behind the scenes. Much appreciation to you guys at home, and we cannot wait to see you once again September 12th and 13th for BlizzCon in Anaheim and the Overwatch World Cup Finals.